Good morning. I see that 10 of our 11 members are present in person here today, and I understand that member Gabriela Orozco Gonzalez is participating from a remote location. And Gabriela, I can see you on the Zoom. We were sorry to hear about your recent injury and glad you can be with us in this way. And we wish you a speedy recovery. Consistent with the recent changes in the laws governing our meetings, I want to ask Member Orozco Gonzalez, would you confirm that you're present?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And would you confirm that there's nobody in the room you are participating in remotely?
No, I am alone. Thank you so much. I confirm.
Part of the parameters. Seeing that board members are now present, I hereby call the January 2024 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:34 a.m. And I'll just note that our fearless leader, Brooks Allen, is taking care of a family medical situation that is resolving happily, we think, today. And we have our wonderful Lisa Constancio here to make sure that everything goes as it should, and I have no doubt that it will. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. So Member Olken, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I want to begin by congratulating 3 of our board members who were recently reappointed by the governor on January 12th, Member McQuillan, Member Rodriguez, and Member Patillo-Bronson. Yay! And I will be swearing them in one at a time, and we'll start with Member McQuillan. If you would join me. I think you put your hand on the Constitution. Raise your right hand and put your left hand on the Constitution, I think. And repeat after me. Okay. I, James McQuillan.
I, James McQuillan.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
Bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States,
to the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of California,
and the Constitution of California.
That I take this obligation freely,
I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation,
or
purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations. So glad to have you reappointed. And Member Rodriguez. Thank you so much. This is the Constitution of the United States and of California. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Ida Rodriguez.
I, Ida Rodriguez.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of California.
And the Constitution of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties upon which I am about to enter.
The duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Are they doing pictures? I don't know that. Yep, here we go. I have to get Jim back up here for a picture. Thank you. All right, see you. And Kim? There you go. Let's see, you have to raise your right hand. There you go. And repeat after me. Kim Patillo-Bronson,
I, Kim Patillo-Bronson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of California,
and to the Constitution of the great state of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations! We're going to do a quick.
Speaker view already.
All right.
Who did it?
Probably lost it.
Jim, we'll have to catch another photo time. Do you want to take a minute now, or do you want to do it later? Okay. Yeah. I was. She's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, all. We have a wonderful board, and we're thrilled to have the continuation of these members. And at this time, I'm going to take up item 1, the annual election of officers. We now hold an election for the position of president for 2024. The bylaws require that the state superintendent preside over the election of the president, and such other business as the state board may direct. And I'll turn the gavel over to State Superintendent Thurman. I will literally give you a chance to bang the gavel. It's my favorite part.
It will be temporary, but good morning, Madam President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, to those who are here and those who are following. At this time, in keeping with Article 4 of the State Board's bylaws, I'd like to call for nominations for the office of president. No member may nominate or second the nomination for themselves. 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year or until their successor is elected. I will now open the floor for nominations for the office of president. Is there a nomination? Madam Vice President.
I'd like to nominate Linda Darling Hammond.
Is there a second? I think it's unanimous. Board Member Lewis seconds. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we do have the opportunity for public comment on this election. The slide is now displayed, and we will open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number shown on our screen and dialing the participant access code that is also shown on the screen. Are there any speakers who are signed up to provide public comment in person? Seeing none. And are there any speakers waiting to provide public comment over the phone?
There is one person. I'm not sure if it's for this item, but I will open the phone line now.
Thank you.
Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 0820. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, hearing none.
Thank you. We have one nomination of Linda Darling Hammond to serve as president. We do have a second. We will now call the roll. Would you like to do that? Thank you, Ms. Constancio, for calling the roll.
Member Ayupon?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
I guess I'll say yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olkin?
Enthusiastic, yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Absolutely yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Madam President.
It is.
We'll return the gavel to you.
Do you want to bang it first?
No. That's your duty and honor.
It's my favorite part. I really appreciate it. I feel so privileged to work with this board and with this department and with the governor, who has been very forward-looking in helping us rebuild our education system. So it's a great honor and privilege for us to continue to do this work together, and so thrilled that we have everyone reelected to the board who is reappointed, who has come up for reappointment. So now, in keeping with Article 4 of the State Board's bylaws, I would like to call for nominations for the office of Vice President. No member may nominate or second the nomination for himself or herself. 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year or until his or her successor is elected. And I'll now open the floor for nominations for the office of Vice President. Member Lewis.
I'd like to nominate Member Cynthia Glover Woods.
And is there a second? Member Rodriguez and Member Patillo Bronson. And I think we now want to again offer opportunity for public comment. If there are members of the public who wish to comment on this item, they can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are not.
Okay. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
We do not have any callers.
All right, and we have had a motion and a second. And so, Lisa, can you please call the roll?
Member Ayupon.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
President Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Absolutely yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Terrific. Congratulations, Cynthia. Selfishly, I'm thrilled. And so I'm now going to make our general announcements. I'd like to welcome board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person. Strongly encourage everyone on the board to continue to take precautions. As you know, there's another COVID surge going around. Masks are available in the back of the room if you need one. And thank you for your consideration. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through W5. The proposed regular consent items are items 6 through 15. There's one public hearing on the agenda, which is item 19. It's the appeal of an action of the Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization to approve a petition to transfer territory from the Glendale Unified School District to the La Cañada Unified School District. There are a couple of changes in the agenda. We will reopen item 1, SPE priorities, shortly to hear reports from the state superintendent and from myself. We'll reopen item 1 again later today to take action on the preliminary report of the actions draft November 2023 meeting and the minutes, and to report on our liaison assignments. In terms of public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, the callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume on their computers if they're following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that the staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment is limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Item 20 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. And so I will now reopen item 1 and turn it over to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond to provide his report.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations to you on your unprecedented run as president and re-election to this august body. Congratulations, Madam Vice President, on your re-election to this august body. And thank you both for the incredible contributions of leadership that you provide here. Congratulations to our returning board members who've been sworn in. Thank you for your continuing interest in working with this organization that does so much important work. And we do it under very, very difficult circumstances. So I thank you for your service and welcome you back, board members Patillo, Bronson, McQuillan, and Rodriguez. I want to acknowledge our students as always. In these difficult times, they continue to be resilient, and our educators, our classified and teachers and administrators and parents and volunteers who continue to make great things happen for our schools. I'm reminded that we've just celebrated the life and legacy of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and I've had the opportunity to visit with many of our students in San Francisco, in Los Angeles, at events in various parts of the state. And as I was traveling, I thought of the challenges that we face in the world. And I thought about Dr. King's message and the many quotes that were provided through his life and work. And this one I thought of, that the ultimate measure of a person is not where they stand in moments of convenience and comfort, but where they stand at times of challenge and controversy. Our world certainly has its fair share of challenges and controversy, but we are more than the sum of our experiences. We are a resilient people, and we find ways to work through those challenges. One of those challenges is a lack of revenue in our state. And as a result, our state is working through a deficit of some almost $38 billion. But we are encouraged that even as we work through those challenges, our governor has proposed a budget that in large part shelters the education system from many of those cuts. We realize that that budget still has to be debated and voted on by the mid-year of this legislative cycle, but we're grateful for the vision of a budget and a priority from a governor who continues to say that we must double down on our investments in education. And even in these challenges, it's a reminder that we have so many great programs that are available to help our students to be successful academically, to support them socially, and in other ways. We still have billions for learning recovery through our Learning Recovery Block Grant. We have billions in our expanded learning opportunities to support our students. We have resources for community schools, and we now have additional resources for reading coaches and specialists, another cohort of reading coaches and specialists. And so California continues to lead the way in the types of investments that are necessary to help prepare our students for a great future. Since we last were together, we launched a statewide paid internship program. We were able to raise private dollars and leverage some state dollars to focus on STEAM opportunities for students in the Oakland area. But we are working to raise dollars to support paid internships for our students throughout the state. So our students get a chance to earn while they learn and to be able to be on a pathway to learn about careers and great futures. We also want to acknowledge that as some of our districts have passed policies that we think create threat for our LGBTQ plus students, these forced outing policies, that we've convened and are convening roundtables of support for our students to be able to hear from providers who can support LGBTQ plus students, who can help our students while they navigate these unclear policies at a time when there are legal efforts to push them back. And so we'll be announcing in the next few days that we will be having roundtables for students in Chino Valley Unified School District, which was the first school district to pass one of these policies, and in Orange Unified School District, which has also passed one of these policies. I also want to make you aware of an upcoming event that we will be promoting, a convening and a summit on math and how we can accelerate our work to support students in math. I want to thank the State Board of Education and the department for their work on the math framework. But we believe that we have to find ways to do more, and that means more professional development for teachers who teach math at every level. And so I want to invite you to attend the summit that will take place in this very room on math on January 31st. And we welcome your participation. There'll be publicity going out about this event. We are calling for those to send ideas about professional development or training or programs that we know will help to support the proficiency of our students. We're going to continue to focus on professional development for teachers who teach reading and who teach math throughout this year. We're working with school districts to help them to assess where early readers are, those readers who do not yet take state tests, for whom there is not any data. And we're looking at the local assessments that districts use to help us identify how are students doing on their path to learning to read by third grade. You'll hear presentations today on very important components to support that work. The literacy roadmap. Thank you, President Darling Hammond, for your advocacy and others who helped to make that happen, as well as how we will do dyslexia screening in this state in a way that takes into account the needs of multilingual learners and the ability to have a screener that is equipped and appropriate to be used in multiple languages. And so you'll get some of those presentations later in the day. I'd like to acknowledge some new staff who've joined the department. We have a new communications director in Liz Sanders, who some of you may have already had a chance to work with. And we're grateful for her background as a former communications director and principal and teacher who grasps all aspects of education. And Dominic Robinson, is Dominic in the room? Dominic Robinson joins as the new director of our whole branch division, who will be working on a number of things, including community schools and how we get more wraparound supports and health supports for our students in our schools. I want to acknowledge as well that we have a new director of special education. Is Ms. Heenan in the room today? We are honored to have been joined by Dr. Heenan, Rachel Heenan, who comes to us most recently after serving as the director of special education at Long Beach Unified and is heralded for her work. And so you'll be seeing these directors in short order who will be helping to make presentations before the board. As always, we all stand available to work with you, including one of our new assistant general counsel members who is in the room today. I want you to join me in welcoming Paul Gant, who's joined us and will be working as assistant general counsel. He has a long background in advising school districts on special education law, and we welcome his presence. Mr. Gant is in the room. Welcome, Mr. Gant. As always, all the staff at the department look forward to working closely with the board, and we have many presentations lined up for you here today. Happy to submit to any questions that the board may have. This concludes my report, Madam President.
Thank you so much. And I so appreciate all that you and your staff are doing to launch and implement all of the programs that you described, and for your leadership on so many dimensions of the equity quest that we are on. It's a journey. I'll keep my remarks brief as we have a jam-packed day today. I'd like to begin again by congratulating my fellow board members, Jim McQuillan, Kim Patillo-Bronson, and Aide Rodriguez on their reappointments by the governor to the board. It is a testament to the great work and dedication that all of you bring to your roles, and I look forward to the work ahead that we will be doing to benefit California's students. At this time last year, we were in the midst of historic winter storms that were devastating for many, and altogether, there were more than 1,000 climate incidents that closed schools or prevented students from attending schools last year. Teachers, principals, school site staff, parents, and students all came together to focus on safety and to continue education for our students. We began this year with serious storms, hurricanes, and fires that closed schools in many Southern California districts. And we're entering winter storm season now. So last week there were Storms that led to school closures in Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, Lake Tahoe Unified School District. 8 schools in the Mountain Empire School District were also closed due to high winds that made travel dangerous. And so we're fortunate that those campuses resumed operations fairly quickly, but we know that the impact of these events will continue to be felt by students and families for many weeks to come. In recognition of the continued impact of climate events and other emergencies on instructional time, Governor Newsom's proposed budget for 2024-25 includes a comprehensive set of proposals to improve instructional continuity. These will encourage LEAs to implement attendance recovery programs to allow students to recapture lost instructional time and schools to recapture lost attendance-based funding, to streamline the process to provide hybrid or virtual learning options when students can't be in the classroom for reasons of illness or emergency or other, to build on infrastructure and processes that we developed during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that students receive access to instruction within 5 days of an emergency event that impacts their ability to attend school. So these changes will ensure that in the changing world that we are in, I was about to say entering, we've been in it, and it will be continuing to be more and more unpredictable, that our students can maximize their learning, regardless of what is happening in the world around them, and will provide LEAs with more fiscal certainty when students are absent. And as Superintendent Thurman noted, we're grateful for Governor Newsom's proposed budget. The state does face that significant shortfall this year, but the education system has been, the education budget has been substantially maintained. This includes fully funding LCFF cost of living increases, maintaining our funding for community schools, which are beginning to blossom across the state, continuing expansion of transitional kindergarten. We are on path to have all 4-year-olds eligible by this coming, not this year, but the following school year. Continuing support for the learning recovery efforts. As Superintendent Thurman noted, we'll be launching support for universal screening for reading challenges and for our new math framework, and we'll be hearing more about that today in our meeting. Protecting student mental health resources, maintaining our educator workforce investments that streamline the pathway into the profession and support it financially, and then continuing the state's commitment to free school meals. In 2024-25, we're projected to serve 848 million meals in schools in California. And all of this is being pursued with a focus on equity so we can continue to serve all California students. We still have a long way to travel to reach Dr. Martin Luther King's dream, and we are clearly focused on the path that will allow us to get there. So there will be more to come in the next few months. This is just the first step, and we hope that the state's financial picture continues to improve as we get closer to the annual May budget revision. And with that, I want to launch into our meeting because, as I noted, we do have a very, very long day ahead of us, and we want to be sure that we're able to give full attention to all the items on the agenda. And with that, I'm going to move to item 2. It's the 2024 United States Senate Youth Program. It's the recognition of California's selected student delegates and alternates. This is an informational item. The CDE will be presenting the 2024 USSYP delegates and alternates. Delegates Aaron Combs and Emi Sakamoto, and alternates Mahi Hazwani and Layla Ali. And this item will be presented by Dina Fong of the CDE. Welcome, Dina.
Good morning. Usually have to adjust the mic. All right. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, State Superintendent Thurman, Chief Deputies Nicely and Portillo, and honorable board members. I'm Dina Fong, the United States Senate Youth Coordinator for California. I'm honored to be here today for our annual U.S. Senate Youth recognition, which is always a great day. I'll provide a brief background of the program and then introduce each student who will say a few words. The U.S. Senate Youth Program is sponsored by the U.S. Senate and funded and administered by the William Randolph Hearst Foundation. Now in its 62nd year, the program is a unique educational experience, especially geared for outstanding students who are interested in pursuing careers in public service. High school juniors and seniors are nominated by their principal to apply for this highly competitive merit-based program. To qualify, students must currently be serving in an elected or appointed leadership position in student government or a civic or educational organization representing a constituency and serving others for the entire school year. Our students have gone through a rigorous application process and were selected based upon their leadership qualities, academic achievement, school and community involvement, and commitment to public service. The last phase of the program is to formally present our 2024 United States Senate Youth Delegates and Alternates to the board. These exceptional individuals are among the top students in their school, serving their communities with passion and a desire to make a difference. Our 2 delegates will represent California during Washington Week in Washington, D.C. from March 2nd to 9th, where they will get an in-depth view of federal government in action through meetings with senators, cabinet members, the Department of State, and other federal agencies. The delegates will each receive a $10,000 college scholarship for undergraduate studies with encouragement to study coursework in political science or history. Now it's time to meet our students. I'd like to invite Aaron Combs to come up. Our first delegate is Aaron Combs, a senior at Canyon Crest Academy in San Diego. He has been described as a national treasure and shining star whose character is defined by excellence and someone who has no fear of making a more free, equitable, and sustainable world. Whoops, I'm forgetting to move these here. Aaron serves as the first youth ambassador for the San Diego International Sister Cities Association, which represents San Diego as citizen diplomats to 24 countries around the world. He has organized the first ever youth panel at the U.S.-Mexico Mayors Community Summit, signed the first ever Sister City agreement with an indigenous nation, and presented his own novel research on indigenous inclusion in conservation efforts at the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. He was selected as a student board member for District 5 of the San Diego County Office of Education and has served as the chair of his school site council. He is the founder executive director of Students for Attention, a 501c3 nonprofit organization with a mission to tackle barriers preventing neurodivergent student success in education, and was appointed as the youngest ever research advisor at UC Riverside Autism Center. Aaron was selected as one of 100 winners for the Rise for the World Global Award, which provides promising young people opportunities to work together to serve others, and received a certificate from the Princeton Prize in Race Relations for helping to advance equity for BIPOC neurodivergent students in San Diego. He plans to attend Yale, majoring in environmental studies and comparative studies in race and ethnicity, to specialize in educational and environmental equity. He hopes to one day run for public office to ensure that our nation supports sustainable, inclusive livelihoods, narrowing the equity divide for underserved communities. Congratulations, Aaron. I'll turn it over to you to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for those kind words of introduction, Dina. I just want to start off by thanking my parents and the many teachers and mentors who have guided me on my journey. I am truly grateful. To me, public service is a relentless, unwavering dedication to turn a vision for tomorrow into today's reality. From delivering a shift to a green economy that decreases wealth inequality, to enshrining the rights of queer individuals like me in our legal foundations, every day I carry around visions I cannot wait to start and to continue working toward. I truly look forward to a lifelong odyssey of public service, and words cannot convey my sincere gratitude to be given this platform to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron. Our second delegate is Emmy Sakamoto. Emmy, would you come up? Emmy is a senior at Culver City High School in Culver City. She has been described as a dynamic and audacious leader with abilities that surpass her age and who has a deep passion for social justice and equity. Emmy serves as the 76th Chief Justice of the Supreme Court for the California YMCA Youth and Government Program, where she presides over the Supreme Court program and spearheads initiatives related to social justice and civic engagement. Through her vast interest, she has founded and is the executive director for a number of organizations. The first is Our Minds United, where she hopes to implement compulsory and comprehensive K-12 mental health education on par with physical education across the state and eventually across the country. The second organization she founded is Poetry for Progress, an international nonprofit youth organization dedicated to advancing social justice through poetry. What began as a youth literary magazine has expanded across 9 countries and 19 states through school clubs, a podcast, political activism, and charity work. Her awards include being named LA Youth Poet Laureate finalist at an Urban Word NYC Spoken Word competition, and being recognized for her curriculum advocacy and mental health as a recipient of the Culver City 20 Under 20 Award. Other activities include serving as student liaison for the school district and providing feedback on health textbook adoption, focusing on mental health language, as well as providing content to improve the student environment through diversity, equity, and inclusion. Emmy is committed to equity and giving back to her community and would like to major in political science followed by law school and someday run for elected office. Congratulations to Emmy. Please say a few words.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fong. It is an honor to be here with you all today. And I wouldn't be standing here without my family who taught me the power of the most nascent form of public service to loved ones. They continue to teach me that service at its core is defined by a relentless commitment to serving needs that exceed your own. And these acts of love stood in strength with my teachers who practice public service on a daily, who teach me that, quote, "This is not easy work, but this is important work." Educators like Dr. Young inspire me to serve with compassion and persistence, dedication and commitment. I hope to begin my journey in public service here at the United States Senate Youth Program with the boundless opportunity to learn from the leaders, legislators, and educators of today and the leaders, my constituents, of tomorrow. We each sing a verse in this melody we call life, writing the lyrics of peace, hope, and equality through parenting, classroom pedagogy, and policymaking alike. So thank you for passing down the pen and paper and allowing us to sing. Our harmony has just begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmy. If Aaron or Emmy should be unable to participate in Washington Week, then one of our alternates will take their place. Our first alternate is Mahi Haswani. Mahi, would you come up, please? Mahi is a senior from Oak Ridge High School in El Dorado Hills, not too far from here. She has been described as someone who doesn't just talk the talk, but walks the walk when it comes to the importance of leadership and civic engagement, and someone who values action over mere statements of priorities, putting her time and effort behind her beliefs. She is the Youth Commissioner and co-chair of the El Dorado County Youth Commission. In this role, she represents the voice of 30,000 students to county government with a primary focus on mental health. She was elected as Secretary of State for California Youth and Government and coordinated elections for 2,000 delegates, reaching the highest ever turnout of 97% voting and spearheaded a statewide voter engagement initiative. She is captain of speech and debate at her school and served as a Federalist Party leader at Girl State, leading over 200 plus girls. Her community service includes Hands for Hope, Hope Youth, Making a Difference, which empowers youth in leadership and service to aid their community. Sunshine for Senior Citizens, where she helps coordinate student visits with local assisted living facilities and tutoring elementary and middle school students. A National Merit semifinalist and AP Scholar with distinction, Mahi is also an American Legion Oratorical National semifinalist and National Speech Debate Association National semifinalist in Congressional Debate, and recipient of a Certificate of Merit State Honors in Piano. Mahi hopes to major in public policy and pursue a career in government relations, helping to bridge the gap between the public and private sector and boost ethical innovation and focusing on diversity and inclusion, sustainability, and other issues impacting stakeholders. Congratulations, Mahi. Say a few words.
Thank you for the very kind introduction and for the opportunity to be here today. Some of my goals for the future include advising and influencing effective policy. To me, being a public servant means dedicating yourself to understanding and addressing the needs of your community, state, and nation. It involves actively participating in initiatives that promote positive change, working toward practical solutions that enhance the well-being of society, and in doing so, embracing diverse and varied viewpoints. I think it also means constantly asking yourself what is right and what is wrong, and using the answers to those questions and your principles to forge a path toward concrete change. To achieve this, I aim to continue developing strong critical thinking skills, empathy, and my genuine passion for improving people's lives. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mahi. Our second alternate is Layla Ali. Layla, would you please come up? Layla is a senior at Joseph A. Gregory High School in Modesto. She is described as passionate, altruistic, and dependable. She has an unbridled ambition and passion for public service, which drives her to continually seek new challenges and opportunities. Layla serves as the founder and president of the First National Honor Society chapter at her school to empower and equip students by helping them access resources on how to be transformative leaders. She leads meetings, organizes fundraisers, and shows members how to utilize NHS's programs. She is the president founder of the Asian American Association, which celebrates cultural diversity on campus, and is the team captain of Speech and Debate. She was a Girls State delegate and also was one of 2 senators representing California at Girls Nation in Washington, D.C. Her community service includes Vote Me, raising awareness on the importance of being an educated voter, Connect in Place, where she teaches classes on Arabic and international politics, and interning for the mayor of Modesto and district attorney's office. An AP scholar with distinction, Layla has received numerous awards, including a Nobel Academic Excellence Award for her plans to uplift her community as a legislator, and the daughter of the American Revolution Good Citizen Award, the only female from her school to receive this award. Layla plans to attend Stanford this fall and major in political science and government with a focus on ethics. Her ultimate goal is to become a political activist and a dedicated public servant committed to helping her community and marginalized groups. Congratulations to Layla. Please say a few words.
Thank you for the kind words, Dina, and thank you to everyone for having me here. I want to be a legislator one day, and to help me get there, I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree at Stanford University in the fall, and afterwards, I aim to attend law school. At Stanford University, I hope to continue increasing civic engagement and celebrating diversity among my peers. But my ultimate goal is to become a dedicated public servant, committed to uplifting my community and ensuring that students in rural communities continue to have the resources that they need to succeed. To me, public service is prioritizing the common good. It's the opportunity to use my voice to contribute to the betterment of society. Thank you.
Okay, what I've shared is just a small sampling of these students' many accomplishments. We would be here all day if I shared everything that they're involved in. As you can see, they are amazing. They have done amazing things in their communities, and we look forward to seeing what's next for these students. Congratulations. You are a shining example of leadership and give us hope for a bright future. So I'd like to turn it back to President Darling Hammond and State Superintendent Thurman and other board members to offer congratulations and take a few photos. Thank you very much.
I just want to congratulate all of these young people. It's inspiring and optimistic for us to hear both about what you have done and what you are committed to doing. And I want to offer the mic to our state superintendent, who is himself an exemplar of a dedicated public servant.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dina, for convening a great program and bringing forward such great representatives. To Aaron, Emmy, Mahi, Wani, and Leila, thank you for giving us a sense of hope. Public service is an often underappreciated and overlooked profession. And to all the folks who choose to go into public service, I have so much deep appreciation, including all the staff here at the Department of Education and the State Board of Education. But you give even more hope because in a world where politics often is just jaded, where people are so locked in and not focused on solutions, you give us a great sense of hope of what's possible for the future. I wish you could all run for office right now. You'd be great legislators. You'd be great public servants and elected officials. And I hope that you will stay the course, even if you choose to enter into another career. For me, I didn't enter in politics until 20 years after my first political awakening that I might want to one day do that. And I ended up in a social work career that I am grateful for because it informed my politics. And I hope that you do run one day, but if you don't, know that, public service comes in many different forms and you can do great things. Your futures are so bright, but I think our future is even brighter because we have leaders like you. Congratulations and thank you for stepping up for this great honor.
And we want to open the public comment line in case there are folks who want to call in as well. And we need that public comment slide. There we go. Members of the public wishing to provide comment can do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code shown upon the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone on the phone line?
There are a couple callers. I will open the phone line now.
Okay.
Caller with the last four digits, 0497. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 0497. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay. They hung up. Next caller with the last four digits, 8964. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, hearing none. That concludes public comment for item number 2.
All right. Well, once again, we want to both thank you and congratulate you all for the commitments that you have made and for the accomplishments that we were thrilled to hear about. And we'll now begin any board discussion. Any comments from the board? All right. Well, once again, we want to both thank you and congratulate you all. I guess I just made a comment, so we're going to hear that again. But I did want to call on, was it Member Olkin or Member Yoshimoto Tari? Okay. Sorry.
That was perfect timing. Just a sentence to say that reaffirms for me the opportunity that we have to continue to use student voice and leadership in all the decisions that we make as grown-ups to help us make the best decisions for all of our students and improve education for all.
Member Olkin?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for being the people that you are. Young or old, it doesn't matter. You're extraordinary. You've already articulated more of a vision and a set of personal actions than most people I've ever met. And so I'm super inspired and thankful I got the chance to connect with you today. Thank you for being here.
Member Glover Woods?
I just want to join in the chorus just to thank each and every one of you for just all that you have done already in all that you aspire to do. State Superintendent Thurman really just laid it out quite nicely. And I think if you could have seen behind the mask here, I know I was grinning and smiling and nodding because everything you said just resonated so greatly. And as has already been said, our future is bright because you are the ones that are in it, and you are the ones that will be leading the charge. And thank you so much for taking time out this morning to be here. This was a wonderful way to start the morning.
Member Lewis, did I see your hand about to go up earlier? I thought so.
Did, and I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I do want to just offer my congratulations. You are extraordinary young people, and you just made my heart leap as you were speaking about all that you've already done. I just thank you for your compassion, for your empathy, just for your dedication, and all of the great public service that you've already done, and I know that you'll do in the future. Thank you.
Member Rodriguez?
Also, I want to echo my colleagues' comments and congratulate all of you and thank you for being here, and thank your family and teachers as you did. I really appreciated that, and let you know that you fill me with hope. So thank you.
All right, well, this concludes this information item, and thank you, Dina. Oh, and we do need to take a picture before we thank you entirely. Yes. And so where do you want us do you want the students to come up here? Yeah. Okay. Somebody will have to make it possible for them to come around.
Madam President, while the students approach, the senators approach, they should get used to hearing that title now, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to make just one correction about what I said in my report about the math convening. The actual date for that is January the 26th, and it'll be here live and in person from 11 to 1.
Oh, good. Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really nice to meet you. It's great to meet you. We really appreciate all that you said. Thank you. Thank you. Such a pleasure. All right. Turn you in a.
Thank you.
Great speech.
Really, really wonderful. Yeah.
Are we doing it?
I don't know. Yeah, sure, we could do that.
Oh, me?
You're not a visitor anymore. You're part of this place.
That's right. Now you're part of the family.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Okay, well, we can tell you what, let's divvy them up. Okay. Everybody make sure the right person gets the right certificate. Emmy.
Oh, thank you so much.
And Aaron.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Thank you.
It's our honor to be here.
It's our honor to have you here. Are you guys traveling so much?
Yeah, San Diego actually. We flew in this morning. Yes.
Great city. One of my favorites.
Yes, love it.
You know, they
so
just allowed 16 and 17-year-olds to vote for school board.
Yes.
Was it in New York? Or?
Yes, in New York.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we need to get, I was going to say, we need to get that happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 districts that allow that.
Do we?
Berkeley and San Francisco.
Of course. All right, well, we'll get working on that with you.
Thank you all. You guys can go down the right side there. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
We're going to go into closed session.
Yep. What a wonderful way to start the morning. And now it's all downhill from here. Yeah, let's end on a high note. Yeah. But in fact, I have the obligation of announcing that we are going into closed session to discuss or take action on the following legal matters: Mirabelli versus Olson, and we would like to ask the public to please leave the room at this time. Thank you. Thank you. We are resuming now, and in closed session, the board discussed or took action on the following legal matters: Mirabelli versus Olson. And we're going to move on to item 3. Item 3 is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress approval of the receipt of the California Science Test Innovations Concept Paper. And so I'm going to turn this over to Cheryl Cotton and Mal Vang of the CDE. And then we will have members of ETS who worked with us on the paper to join thereafter. Cheryl, take it away.
Good morning, Superintendent Thurman, Chief Deputy Nicely, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. Again, I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of our Instruction, Measurement, and Administration branch here at the California Department of Education. To assist with this item, I'd like to include Dr. Mal Vang, our Director of Assessment, Development, and Administration here at CDE. Ms. Kelly Bolton, she serves as our Student Assessments Manager with ETS, our testing coordinator. Dr. Lei Liu, our Research Director at ETS, and by Zoom today, hopefully we're getting it set up. By Zoom today, Dr. Randy Bennett. He's the Fredrickson Chair in Assessment Innovation at ETS. I will also have ETS Executive Director Marianne Arcilla, who will assist the team in answering questions. The item before you today is an information and action for the California Assessment of Students' Performance and Progress, or CASP. Today's presentation will cover the following. Dr. Vang will provide an overview of CDE's recommendation for board action, a brief history of CAST, or the California Science Test, and the context for the CAST innovation work. Then Ms. Bolton will provide context and information about the development of the CAST Innovations Concept Paper. Dr. Liu will present information about the conceptual approach presented in the paper, and Dr. Bennett will present the theory of action. Finally, we'll return to CDE's recommendation for the board's action and conclude this item. So I will turn it over now to Dr. Vang. Thank you.
Good morning, Chief Deputy Nicely, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and our esteemed board members. I am happy to be here with you today. I am Mal Vang, the Director of Assessment, Development, and Administration Division here at CDE. I am pleased to present the recommendation before you. The CDE recommends that the California State Board of Education approve the receipt of the CAST Innovations Concept Paper provided in Attachment 1, pursuant to Task 6.8 of the California Assessment System, Contract Number CN 220002. The CDE also requests feedback about the concepts outlined in the paper and direction from the SBE on next steps. To set the context for this presentation, I'll briefly go over the history of the California Science Test and the focus on the assessment innovations. This slide provides a brief timeline of the California Science Test, which began when the board adopted the California Next Generation Science Standards, or California NGSS, in 2013. And the board's adoption of the original test blueprint in 2017 was really a significant milestone at that time. And since then, the CAST was developed and refined in recognition of the innovative approach and the complexities of the standards. So in January of 2020, the board adopted a revised blueprint to have an assessment that best represents the science domains and to reduce testing time. So the history of innovation continues with the board's approval of the new California assessment system contract in November 2021. And with that, just another quick timeline of the assessment innovations activities so far. In July 2022, when ETS began the new contract, which had the task 6.8, the assessment innovations in it. This task directed ETS to explore further assessment innovations for the CAST. And then during the 2023, at the direction of CDE, ETS did begin research and coordinating discussions about the development of the concept paper being presented to you today. Remember that in March 2023, the board had a study session on assessment innovations with experts Lillian Pace and Lillian Pace was with KnowledgeWorks and Dr. Stephen Pruitt of the Southern Regional Education Board. And the goal of that study or that study session was to discuss assessments that can inform teaching and learning. And then today, Today, CDE and ETS, we are presenting the concept paper, which you will hear from Kelly and Lei and Randy. And any future activities about the assessment innovations are to be determined based on additional direction from the board. I will now turn the podium over to ETS so they will be able to present the overview of our concept. And Kelly, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mal. Chief Deputy Nicely, President Linda Darling-Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. I'm Kelly Bolton, Student Assessments Manager at ETS for the California Assessment System Contract. On behalf of ETS and my colleagues, it's an honor to present to you today. But before we present the concept paper, it will be helpful to provide a little bit of context around the California Next Generation Science Standards, or the NGSS. CAST was developed to assess the breadth and the depth of the California NGSS, which is a three-dimensional set of standards that emphasizes the core ideas, the cross-cutting concepts, and the practices. So the disciplinary core ideas, or DCIs, cover the 4 disciplines in science: earth and space sciences, life sciences, physical sciences, and engineering. The cross-cutting concepts, or CCCs, apply across multiple disciplines. And then the science and engineering practices, or SEPs, are really the practices that scientists and engineers engage in. So the NGSS and the CAST are not just about science content, but about the intersections in application. The current design includes both interim assessments and summative assessments. The interim assessments support teaching and learning and became available this school year in October of 2023. They do provide information for educators to get a better understanding of what their students know and can do across the science standards. They are optional, available to all K-12 educators to administer to any student in any grade, K through 12. A second set of interim assessments will be released this coming school year, 24-25, and from then will be available year-round. The summative assessments are required for all students in grades 5 and 8. High school students will take CAST once during high school, either in grade 10, 11, or 12, depending on when they take their last science course. The CAST includes standalone or discrete items, such as selected response, constructed response, fill in the blank, grid, and so forth. And this is to measure the breadth of the standards. The CAST also includes extended activities or performance tasks. that measure students' ability to integrate knowledge and skills across multiple standards, and this is for the depth. As Mal mentioned earlier, Task 6.8 in the California Assessment System contract is devoted to exploring further assessment innovations for CAST. Task 6.8 specified two specific goals. One, to develop performance tasks embedded in learning, or PTELs, for the California assessment system. And two, to further revise the California Science Test Blueprint to shorten testing time for the end-of-year assessment. The vision of the California NGSS is to provide a high-quality science education for all students. To fulfill this vision, the concept paper outlines the research and outreach that ETS has done. First, a review is conducted of existing performance tasks, or PTs, and systems from across the world. And then discussions were held with educators and experts. And this led to a set of common features to prioritize. Then the development of several conceptual approaches occurred. From there, further discussions led to the recommendation of one proposal, or one concept. I'll turn it over to my colleague Lei Lu, who will talk through the details of the concept described, or of the approach described in the concept paper. Lei?
Thank you, Kelly. Chief Deputy Nicely, President Darling Hammond, and Vice President Glover Woods, board members, I'm Lei Lu, Research Director at ETS. I'm honored to present the conceptual approach here today. Before I introduce the conceptual approach, let's talk about performance assessment first, because that's an important focus of this approach. Common definitions of performance task assume that students produce an analysis, product, performance, or solution to a creative or investigative task that might take a class period or less, or up to several weeks or months. The proposed conceptual approach places a strong emphasis on the use of performance tasks embedded in learning, or PTELs. These PTELs would enhance the measurement of student mastery in science and engineering practices and to support instruction in classroom. There are several priority features to be considered for these PTELs. First, PTELs should be authentic. They are designed to highlight, center the key concepts, modes of inquiry, and ways of learning in the discipline. Second, PTEL should represent the NGSS dimensions to facilitate students' application and integration of the disciplinary core ideas, science and engineering practices, and cross-cutting concepts. A third priority feature of PTELs is to involve sense-making of phenomena, so that these PTELs provide opportunities for students to meaningfully make sense of scientific phenomena in contexts likely to be familiar to them. Another priority feature is to reflect and be responsive to learners. Specifically, PTEL should follow principles of universal design and responsiveness to learners' experiences and ways of knowing. This feature ensures accessibility and opportunities for students to show what they know. Last but not least, PTEL should be useful for informing decisions that impact instruction. Still here, the priority feature. This is still here. And lastly but not least, PTEL should be useful for informing decisions that impact instruction. They help encourage, model, and inform high-quality curriculum and instruction. There are 4 key assessment-related components in this approach, which I will introduce later in detail when I overview the approach. They are through-year classroom PTELs, through-year common PTELs, end-of-year summative or state assessment, which may include a section of discrete items and a mini performance tasks. The last component is opportunity to learn indicators in science. Here is a graphic representation of the conceptual approach. As Kelly mentioned, the purpose of the approach is to support science teaching and learning and to improve measuring the depth of the California NGSS. I will now walk you through the 4 components in this approach. Oops. So the first approach, the first component is through-year classroom PTELs. They are a curated set of PTELs intended for classroom use to support formative assessment and instruction of the California NGSS. They will be available for teachers in all grade levels, K through 12, throughout the year. They could be supporting materials for teachers to implement the standards. The through-year common PTELs are to supplement the end-of-year summative assessment within the state testing window. These common PTELs will both contribute to measurement and positively influence instruction. End-of-year summative or state assessment may include a section of discrete items and a mini performance task. The mini performance task would be designed to align with the key features of the through-year common or end classroom PTELs. The mini performance task should be also suitable for an end-of-year test. Both the common PTELs and the mini PT could be scored by teachers through training and moderation. Moderation is a technique to ensure consistency, minimize biases, and to support teachers to fairly and accurately evaluate students' work. It's possible that the scoring can also be supported by AI techniques. The last component is opportunity to learn indicators in science. They are indices intended to reflect the extent to which students have equal access to the resources necessary to achieve learning goals required by the California NGSS. This information might include variables such as time devoted to science, curricular activities, availability of materials, and teachers' opportunities for professional learning. These indicators provide contextual information to help interpret the summative scores, but may not contribute to the scores. I will now turn it over to Dr. Randy Bennett, who will discuss the theory of action through Zoom. Randy, I will drive the slide for you.
Thank you. Chief Deputy Nicely, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. I'm Randy Bennett, Frederickson Chair in Assessment Innovation at ETS. Any innovation, including a new assessment program conception, should have a theory of action that makes clear what the innovation is supposed to achieve, and at a high level, how it's going to achieve those outcomes. That information helps the focus designers and implementers on the program's essential elements. This slide shows the theory of action for the conceptual approach that Dr. Liu just described. There are several columns, there are multiple boxes, there are many arrows, and there are dozens of words. But by far, the most important part is what the approach is ultimately intended to accomplish, and that is to improve student learning and motivation in science. How is the conceptual approach supposed to do that? Through multiple avenues. In the next few slides, I'll briefly walk you through the theory of action, the details of which are available in the concept paper. Next slide, please. Here is the top portion of the previous slide, showing the first avenue for improving learning and motivation in science, which is enhancing teacher practice. Most importantly, by helping educators more effectively integrate NGSS science and engineering practices into their instruction, and giving them the professional support needed to carry out their instructional and assessment roles in the system. Next slide, please. A second avenue for improving science learning and motivation is by directly impacting students and teachers through use of the performance tasks themselves, the through-year classroom PTELs, the through-year common PTELs, and the mini performance task given at year end. Using these performance tasks is expected to engage students in authentic and rigorous science learning and give students and educators information about learning in a timely fashion. Next slide. A final avenue for improving learning and motivation is by impacting local and state educators, policymakers, and community members through the summative components of the assessment system. These summative components are intended to provide the information needed for more effective decision-making and increase public support for providing equitable learning opportunities. I'll now turn it back to Mao Bang. Mao?
Thank you, Kelly, Lei, and Randy. So in the concept paper, ETS provided some potential implementation scenarios that may be better revisited at a later time. So they're provided here, and pretty much executing any of these conceptual approach for the assessment system will require some thoughtful engagement with various stakeholders like teachers and school leaders and administrators, and also direction from the board. There are several possible future considerations, as well as the state may need to consider for potential incorporation in CAST innovations, such as diversity and fairness, which is really ensuring all students have the opportunity to more completely demonstrate what they know and can do. The role of artificial intelligence, pretty much in generating and scoring PTELs or performance tasks in learning, in conjunction with like human experts or scores. And also, a broader range of general competencies like critical thinking, collaboration. Those are some contexts that we should consider as well. And with that, we will pause here for a few moments to answer any clarifying questions or that the board may have, and I'll turn it over to you, President Darling-Hammond.
Thank you so much. And I think we do want to get the public comment slide posted so those who'd like to comment can queue up. And members of the public wishing to call in can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code on the slide that's shown now. And while we're waiting, I want to ask our liaison member, Orozco Gonzalez, to see if she has any initial comments before me, and then we'll see if there are clarifying questions. Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Hi, good morning. Thank you, President Hammond. I just, such a thorough presentation. Thank you so much to the CDE for the presentation. As a teacher, I'm deeply committed to fostering engaging science education. I endorse the approval of the CAST Innovations concept paper as it aligns with our shared goal of providing authentic and meaningful learning experiences. From a teacher's lens, key considerations include the alignment of the PTLs with next generation science standards. Ensuring this alignment is crucial to guarantee that tasks resonate with the curriculum, making science education a dynamic and integrated experience. I have some questions. I want to save them for the public's comment and see maybe if they can be further clarified through that process.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And I will also add a couple of thoughts. First of all, I want to appreciate our CDE colleagues and our ETS facilitators who really helped us think through a lot of the potential possibilities. You'll remember that we had an assessment retreat about a year ago and talked through what we wanted to see in assessment in our classrooms, and I would say this is very faithful to, and they were, both our ETS and CDE colleagues were participants and listeners in that retreat, and this is very faithful to the ideas that we discussed and described at that time. So I'm very grateful to that. Beneath this paper, there are lots of other research elements that ETS undertook to look at performance assessments across the country, around the world. So there's a lot that went into the conceptualization, and I really want to appreciate that. The approach is seeking to help us figure out how to support inquiry science, both in the classroom and in assessment. It is also kind of going back to the theory of standards-based reform, which is that curriculum, instruction, and assessment should be integrated and speak to one another, and that we should be supporting the kind of classroom activities that we want students to be able to use as they engage in higher order thinking and problem solving and inquiry, and that should also then be both reflected and encouraged by the way in which assessment unfolds. The approach is complex, so I know there will be a lot of questions. The idea that we would have a bank of performance tasks that would be available to teachers in grades K through 12, and they could use them at any point in time that they want to use them with their classes, or schools could decide to use things across a department or across schools, that there would be some smaller number of common tasks that could be used at an assessment moment that could be scored, with training and rubrics and so on, and that at the end of the year test there would be a performance task, much like on the Smarter Balanced assessments. We have a performance task in English Language Arts and one in mathematics. This would bring that same concept to our science assessment, and it would be coherent in some way with the resources that are being provided in the performance bank for teachers. So you will, if you happen to have read the A pages carefully in the governor's budget proposal, you'll see a little proposed allocation of funding to get going on the building of that performance assessment task bank that would then be available to folks to use as they please. To support inquiry science in their classrooms. So this concept has all of these elements in it. It is very thoughtfully designed. I'm appreciative of that. There are more than 25 states right now that are trying to work in this direction to make the science standards really come alive, both in classrooms and in assessment. And this would put California right at the very front of the line in pursuing that vision, which I think was intended by the NGSS, but it is a vision that takes some work to accomplish. With that, I'll just again sort of be thankful to our colleagues who've really gone down a long road to figure this out as a starting point for us. I want to see if there are any clarifying questions. I imagine there are a lot of clarifying questions, so if they're really deep, you might want to hold them until after public comment because we want to get to public comment relatively quickly. So if there are easy clarifying questions, we'll take those now, and the hard ones we'll come back to. Are there any clarifying questions you want to ask about now before we get to public comment? Yes, Member Patillo-Bronson.
I think this is an easy yes or no clarifying question that will, I think, get us to also later discussion. I wanted to confirm, is this the first time that we'll be using AI for scoring of performance tests?
There are some machine-scored elements already in Smarter Balanced.
So it's not total new territory.
Right now, our science assessment is almost exclusively multiple choice and has a very short, few sentences constructed response. But we have more robust performance tasks in English Language Arts and Math.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying? And just on this AI thing, we could ask our colleagues to speak more to it, but of course it's advancing at leaps and bounds right now, and ETS is doing a lot of work in that regard, so we can get more insights into the possibilities there. If there are no other modest clarifying questions, we will come back to all the deep questions, and right now we'll go to public comment. Is there anybody in the room who would like to comment?
And Jessica Sacco is signed up.
Yes.
Good morning, Jessica Sacco on behalf of the California STEM Network and Children Now. I'm very excited to see this item and thank Mao and her team for pulling together what is really an innovative and thought-provoking concept paper in terms of what we can do in terms of supporting science instruction consistent with the next generation science standards. As an organization that has been committed to advancing access to equitable STEM instruction for more than a decade, we are definitely pleased to see this new and innovative approach. I would add that we are concerned, I agree with Dr. Darling-Hammond's words around the need for alignment between curriculum and instruction and assessment. And I would add to that, we also need to think about the influence that accountability has on those three things and how our districts choose to invest. If you review the 2024 report card, which Children Now just released, we will find that there is much room for improvement for the state in STEM education, and we do thank the governor for the investments that are proposed in his January budget. And with that, I'll just conclude that as you think about this innovative assessments, that you also consider the impacts that it may have on accountability as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thought somebody else was calling time.
Is there anybody else in the room? If not, we'll move to callers online.
It looks like we have 4 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 0820. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Jane Steinkamp, Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services for the San Joaquin County Office of Education, the CISC Science Subcommittee Chair, and the Fiscal Lead for the California Math Science and Computer Science Grant, as well as the statewide Lead for Science for that same grant. I would like first to thank the board for your ongoing attention to science education and your desire to formulate an equitable approach to science assessment and accountability as you formulate your next steps. I would like to draw your attention to a letter submitted Friday, January 12th on behalf of 9 organizations, including the California County Superintendents. Many points are enumerated in the letter, but I will draw your attention to 2 priorities. 1, including without delay science as an equal indicator on the dashboard, and 2, facilitating a process which encourages and allows classroom teachers to be involved in the development of the PTELs. Thank you for your support and consideration and ongoing partnership.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 2005. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Dozier, and I'm a professor of science education at California State University, Long Beach, and I'm also a member of the Legislative Action Committee of the California Association of Science Educators. I'm a former science teacher myself, and my research interests are really in assessment. So I want to thank the board and ETS for the hard work that you did putting together this concept paper. I guess I would like to draw attention to the letter as well, and I'd like to point out that we know that single occasion assessments underestimate the academic ability of students who are marginalized in school, and that includes students living in poverty and those experiences the consequences of structural racism, ableism, and language ideologies. And so I really want to emphasize the importance of collecting data on more than just one day in a school year. And I want to emphasize the power of opportunity to learn measures, which are described in the concept paper, and also emphasized in the letter from the organization from the 9 organizations that was just mentioned. And
thank you, caller.
Thank you very much to the board.
Next caller with the last 4 digits, 7768. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
I'm Peter Ahern, past president of the California Association of Science Educators. I want to both thank CDE for their thoughtful work on improving science assessment and thank the SBE for their strong ongoing commitment to adding a science indicator to the dashboard. The proposed innovations seem very much in line with the vision of the next generation science standards, and we are excited by the theory of action. Classroom formative assessments, as well as measures of opportunity to learn science, could be powerful ways to move science learning forward. We hope that CDE partners with classroom teachers and science education experts statewide to ensure that the design and implementation of these innovations achieves the goal of giving teachers meaningful feedback to improve instruction. We know that assessments that are poorly designed can be a burden and a hindrance to real learning. We also want to ensure that these changes are phased in over time. This is both so they do not delay the long overdue addition of science to the dashboard And so there is time for thoughtful design and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 6075. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello. Hello, this is Melissa Marcucci, and I am a high school teacher in the Central Valley, as well as the president-elect for the California Association of Science Educators. I want to thank the CDE for this hard work on the CAST and for evaluating when and where science will live on the California Schools dashboard. I'm very excited by the concepts of the innovations, including the opportunity to learn measures, but want to note that good implementation of NGSS in all grade levels is key to student achievement. My hope with the innovations is that all stakeholders, including classroom teachers, are involved in the design, implementation, and feedback phases. In addition, my hope is that science being placed on the dashboard is not delayed due to these innovations. Science is key to building a strong economy in California, and schools rely on dashboard measures for accountability. The presence of science on the dashboard with equal weight to math and ELA as well as ELD will ensure this accountability as well as equity and access for all of our students. My question to the board is how will this new innovations affect the release of science on the dashboard? Thank you for your time in considering this.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 3.
Thank you so much. And so now we can dive in. And I know in addition to Mel, we have Leilu, Randy Bennett, and Kelly Barton available to answer questions. So, yes, Vice President Glover Woods, and then Member Escobedo.
First, again, thank you guys so much for the presentation, the time that was put into developing the concept paper and the graphics that went along with it. I have a clarifying question related to the through-year common PTELs or PTELs. I'm not quite sure what acronym we're going to be using now. Can you give me a little more insight as to the vision as to how and when these common PTELs would be administered in relation to when the end of year summative assessment is administered, since that will also have a performance task component? Just trying to see how these are going to come together for those tested grade levels.
We might also, as you answer that, speak to the relative scope of the classroom-based versus on-demand.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I think the common through-year common PTELs will be supplemental to the end of summative assessment. So they will be administered during the state testing window. I think the exact implementation of these common PTELs still need to be determined, and also we will definitely consider the connection between the common PTELs and the classroom PTELs to make sure they're well aligned with the instructional purpose and learning purpose.
In our testing window, it goes from, Mao, you want to remind everyone?
July.
January to July. So there's a lot of choice for districts about when they would want to administer the two components of the assessment, the sit-down and the classroom-based.
Okay, and my assumption, but I want to be sure that I clarify and know for a fact, is the intent that the common PTELs would be administered prior to the end-of-year summative assessment within that testing window.
That could be one of the options. I think that's the assumption that we hope that it can be more throughout the year so that the teachers and students can have more timely data to react to.
There's a lot of decisions that will need to be made about this that I think part of our goal in this meeting is to give input into the processes that would unfold then to figure out an implementation plan. So Member Escobedo, and then I know Member Orozco Gonzalez is also waiting, and then I'll come around to Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
So I'm really curious about your performance assessments. I know, like in English language arts, when students read about backgrounds similar to theirs, right, comprehension improves, they're able to articulate and dialogue on the subject enhances. And in science, I'm just wondering, when you're creating these authentic assessments, is there a connection maybe to the workplace or to their background? I mean, I think it's really important, especially for marginalized communities to see science as part of their own world, part of what they experience every day. So I'm just wondering, the concept of relevancy, is there an effort to create relevancy in the field of science?
Yeah. And, I think you may have had a slide about what the features were or the criteria. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, the first feature actually is to be authentic. That indicates that we want to try to build connections with students' experiences and connecting to the meaningful sense making so that they really know why they're learning science and also how the science learning can contribute to their future work, life, and career. And then the fourth one down, being responsive to learners when it's elaborated in the paper, talks about both cultural responsiveness, connections to experience, prior knowledge, et cetera. This is an area that Randy's done a lot of work on. I don't know if he wants to, I can't see him, but I think he's there somewhere. I wonder if he wants to pipe in.
I'm here. Yeah, there's nothing that says a common PTEL or some of the classroom PTELs couldn't be designed such that students bring their own backgrounds, experiences, identities to the task, and even to the definition of the task, or part of the definition of the task, thereby allowing that task to become more responsive to what it is that kids bring to school from their homes and communities.
And there's a lot of work going on in the field about how to do that we would definitely want to build on. Member Orozco Gonzalez, I know you're there somewhere, so if you start speaking, I think you'll pop up on the screen.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I think so. I actually want to, Member Escobedo's comment resonated with me, and it's one of the things that I actually wanted to mention also, that his question and statement underscores the importance of ensuring that assessments align with the practical needs and experiences of students. By emphasizing the relevance of tests, we acknowledge the significance of creating assessments that resonate with students, facilitating a more meaningful and effective learning experience. I also wanted to state that it is crucial to ensure active participation of classroom teachers and science educators in the development and implementation of these innovations to foster equitable support for students across California. And my question is, what strategies does the CDE plan to employ to actively engage classroom teachers and other science educators in the development of these assessments and the implementation of innovations aiming for this equitable support to students across the state?
I could share a little bit about how we have designed our current science tests. I mean, teachers have always been a part of the development process, from the item writing all the way to the item reviews. Sorry, I'm not sure where that feedback is coming. So teachers are involved in each of those stages of the process. And as you may be aware, there's no science consortium across the US to be a part of. So California did take this innovative approach initially to design our own assessment. And it was always built with teachers' input and with teachers' access to helping with the development of the items as well as reviewing them. And as we do field testing, they were reviewing the data to make sure that it was sound. So yes, we are truly blessed that California educators are very willing to be a part of the development process. And every time we call upon them, there's always people who have the expertise from the field who engage in this process. So I just wanted to remind that this is just the concept paper. ETS has done some research and they're sharing all the big ideas here with you in the concept paper. Any next steps, we're really asking for your direction and input as well. And then including educators and administrators, school leaders in the process is probably the best thing that we could talk about, how to go about doing that if we should proceed with the performance tasks embedded in learning approaches that are shared through this concept paper.
Thank you. Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Thank you for this informative concept paper and for all of your work across the state. I wanted to just refer to the comment I made in item 2 today, which is to talk to students, because I see in the paper, high engagement with science educators and school administrators, and I think being the mother of two 17-year-olds, they have a lot of opinions about assessment. And I don't know if they tell me just because they know I'm in education, but I hear a lot of opinions. And so I think that young people can tell us a lot about their experience in course sequencing, particularly in high school. And I know we give some guidance as to how to sequence courses or integrate that sequence of course material, but perhaps we can, through this process, also highlight what some of those promising practices are across the state in actually impacting the journey of our young people as they have that experience. And so that's one. Two, if you're looking for feedback, I think that for me, the scenarios are vastly different in the phasing. And it does go back to the theory of action. So I appreciate that you put that in the concept paper. And the one thing I wanted to call attention to is there on several diagrams, there's the blue cloud. And that blue cloud is encompassing of all K-12 teachers and students versus the green cloud, which is 3 times in a child's journey, as well as the summative. So depending on how we really think about the impact of the through-year classroom PTELs, my thought would be to move forward first with the resources that are going to support all teachers at all grade levels, and students' engagement with that teaching and learning, which shows the integration of the assessment, curriculum, and instruction, as opposed to specific 3 times in a child's entire journey, putting that first. So whichever scenario could help to develop all of those, because it takes time for us as teachers to also learn how to teach differently when assessments shift. So that would provide that basis. And then my last comment is I hope that also in the blue cloud, when it says K-12, that K is also inclusive of the 2-year kindergarten experience, so that maybe we could change that to TK just to be a little bit more explicit. So, thank you.
Great. When I earlier noted that in the proposed budget there is proposed allocation for the beginning of that performance bank, that's exactly the TK through 12 conception that you're talking about, so that there is a body of support and instructional support that people can begin to build inquiry science upon as the rest of it may proceed. So just to clarify that is relevant to the point you're making. Yeah, and I think that part of the whole idea of engaging, providing supports and resources for teachers and schools for this kind of work. We know during a period of time, science almost disappeared in elementary classrooms in California. We've been reminded by our science colleagues that, we have to really lean in to get attention paid to science, that even in places where it's beginning to be taught again, inquiry science is not necessarily known and part of the routines that people, are familiar with. So building that capacity for instruction and then making assessment relevant to that kind of instruction is part of really building a system. Member Olken?
I was just thinking about that same sort of a conundrum. You need to move all teachers and all classrooms, even though the testing is only 3 times, right? And how do you do that? Also in a state where we allow and encourage a fair amount of autonomy and freedom for, maybe those aren't quite the words, creativity for teachers. And so changing approaches to teaching and thinking about the connection between assessment and instruction can be very, very slow. And so I was thinking about what you were saying, Allison, about the supports that are for all classrooms and all teachers, and then also the role of pre-service teachers and how we're training up and coming science teachers to think about the role of science instruction and authentic tasks and inquiry. And I know that's not quite our purview, but I think that's an important place where maybe even some of those banks could be of tasks could be played with.
Yeah, and of course, these are things that teachers can adapt and add to, and teachers would be part of developing the bank. There is a lot going on across the country, and I mentioned there are more than 25 states that are doing work like this. And then in one of the projects that the Council for Chief State School Officers oversees, which brings science folks together, they have been pulling tasks from across states, and there are some 900 tasks that have been counted that could be drawn upon and vetted and decided upon to begin to build that capacity for people then to be able to pull things by grade level and standard and topic and contribute to, as well as borrow from and adapt. Did you want to say something else? You looked like you were...
I was just thinking about this is not part of the white paper, but more of the rollout, which is how do we get that, and how do we ensure that teachers at all levels and school leaders know that those resources are there and build it into their planning. And it goes beyond the white paper part of thinking about what our theory of action is and how we're going to support it, to, okay, now how are we going to actually ensure that something moves in relation to this? So.
I'm going to call on you, but first I'm going to check this side of the room. Is there anybody over here who wants to ask a question or make a comment? Okay, Member McQuillan. I don't want to neglect the folks over here.
Just a short comment. What I heard earlier about including the student's home perspective in this effort, and I think of the tribal TEK effort, traditional ecological knowledge, and how much the inquiry-based science can go that direction, from California's 120 plus tribes. So just I was glad to hear that there'll be a home including the student's home perception. Thank you.
And that really speaks to how do we want to be sure people are involved in the design of the bank and the tasks and the thinking about the pieces that go on the test as well. Yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
I wanted to get a little more understanding on the opportunity to learn science indicators. I did get to read the information that was in the white paper or the concept paper, but could you guys just give some voice to really what might be considered in determining the opportunity to learn science indicators? I know it's going to be data of some sort, some type of state collected data, but if you can just add a little more clarification to that aspect of this, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so the OTL, the opportunity to learn indicators in science may include variables such as time devoted to science, and also curriculum activity, what curriculum activities available for students, availability of any instructional and learning materials, and also teachers' professional learning opportunities. Those are some examples that we listed in the paper.
So one of the examples that got discussed in the process is that on the NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, there's a survey that students complete. And we, I think, have a survey now that students may complete at the end of the test. So you can ask questions about what has happened in the classroom, what kind of experiences they've had, et cetera, and one can imagine also a teacher survey that would also ask what kind of experiences and supports teachers have had as part of the. And then you can look at the relationship between those things and how kids are progressing and performing.
So and thank you for the clarification. Those are all very important areas to look at. I'm trying to visualize the state collected data portion. So would these be things, be it through a survey, as President Darling Hammond mentioned, or otherwise, that would be collected across the state by students that are testing, and then they would be utilized in some type of way? I'm sorry if I'm foggy, and if some things haven't been determined, it's okay to say we haven't really got through all of that at this point. But I'm having a little difficulty connecting how this information is going to be brought together at a state level to help inform this area.
Well, do you want to speak to what's done with the survey data that we currently collect?
Yeah, so when we first, our current test does have a few questions at the end, just for the very purpose that you have brought up, President Darling Hammond, about just to be able to collect that data from every student who took a test and to make some comparisons about whether they had the opportunity to learn and how they performed on the assessment. So I know that we have the data. We have, that is something that we have not summarized to present to any particular group, but we do have the data, and we do look at it to inform the development of the assessment and informing the year-to-year any adjustments that need to be made.
And so to your question, I think, the board could request that those data be analyzed and presented every year, like how many kids in California are getting access to different kinds of science curriculum and investigations and what kind of time and so on. So those are things that could be analyzed and presented. You could also imagine people engaging in studies that link the data for individual students to outcomes, which has been done often with the NAEP data, so that you can then start to say how does what kids get access to determine how they do on the assessment. So I think the idea is to build a little corpus of information that we could use for the purpose of productively understanding what kids are getting, and also making some headway on understanding what needs to happen to get the conditions in place for more kids to both experience good science and become enthusiastic about science, and then do well, in the performance assessments.
Yeah, and all those, I'll just chime in a little bit, that all those are like different approaches, right? Looking at multiple measures from different angles to get some data to inform your decision making.
And ideally, again, back to the theory of what, our previous board adopted, which was, standards-based reform, was, that you figure out what your goals are, you figure out what that should mean for curriculum and instruction, you try to assess it in some way, and then you try to continually improve by using those data. And I think we can build a system here that would allow us to do more of that. Anya.
So I wanted to kind of go back to Member Escobedo's point on relevancy, and I think one of the biggest aspects of science being relevant to the real world is how interdisciplinary it is. It connects several disciplines. And I think in high school, and that's something that changes with how you're taught in class, is that you're doing it based on like physics, chemistry, biology. And in some cases, you lose that interdisciplinary thinking, right, to apply that to the real world, to think, because, real world innovation doesn't typically happen within a specific discipline. It happens at the intersection of several. And I was seeing how you were considering using the College Board AP seminar research, how those models as kind of a example for how the common P-TELs could be formulated. And I think, right now I would be in my AP research class actually if I was at school, but having taken AP seminar and research, I think one of the most valuable aspects of those models is that they draw on several disciplines. You're taught to think of all the fields that would be drawn upon to solve a real-world solution. or to solve a real world problem and arrive at a solution. So I think that would be something really valuable to incorporate into the common P-TELs, that interdisciplinary thinking, especially when you somewhat lose that in high school is kind of the experience, because you do go into the biology, chemistry, physics specific courses. So that's just something I wanted to highlight. But thank you so much for this presentation and all the great work that you're doing.
That's why we need your input.
Are there any other clarifying questions at this point, or other pieces of input that you want to be sure to make today? We will come back to this, obviously. This is a complex proposal, but what we're looking for today is some indications of general direction, approving the receipt of the concept paper, and then getting started on the next steps. Member Olken.
Sorry, I just realized, wearing my environmental literacy hat as the liaison for environmental literacy, just wanted to sort of build on what Anya just said about the interdisciplinary nature of innovation and change, and also how that feels more relevant for our young people. And I think, for all of us, frankly, but I think we see that in work related to environmental justice and literacy and climate change. We see that it really draws upon a variety of resources, and there may be a model there in terms of how to think about developing some of the P-TELs from the work that's already being done in the state related to environmental literacy.
Included among the examples that were in the paper are things like the climb time tasks that Washington State is developing as performance tasks. So I think there's already some thinking about that. Yes.
So I will say, quite excited about the innovations that have been proposed. I think based on our conversation, we can see there are a lot of details to be worked out, but quite excited about hearing more about those details and the time frame in which these things will actually begin to impact classrooms. And if it's okay, President Darling-Hammond, I'd like to move forward with the motion, if that's okay. I move that we do approve the receipt of the CAST Innovations concept paper that we have received and discussed today.
Is there a second? Member Rodriguez, thank you very much. And I think we can, do we want to do a roll call because of Gabriella being off-site? Okay, so I think we're going to do a roll call vote.
Member Ayapan?
Yes.
President Darling-Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olken?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari? Motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We look forward to the next steps and additional conversation. Thank you. And at this point, because we took an earlier break, I'm going to continue us to move forward. That will give you maybe even a little more time at lunch. So we're going to move forward to the item 4, which is the 2025 California Mathematics Instructional Materials Adoption. So we have made progress. We've adopted the framework. We're now going to talk about the materials. The approval of the schedule of events, review our application, adoption notice, criteria map, and standards maps. And we are going to have this item presented by Mike Torres. Dr. Torres, are you? There you are, of the CDE, with an introduction from Cheryl Cotton. Thank you very much.
Good morning again. We are moving along. This is really exciting. Good time. Again, I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent here at California Department of Education. So happy to be able to share with you and move this work with our math frameworks along. We are at a point now where we are supporting today the 2025 California Mathematics Instructional Materials Adoption. So we're ready to move that forward. As you remember, in July of 2023, the State Board approved the 2023 Mathematics Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12. or the math framework, as we're familiar with it. The instructional shifts called for an updated framework document, which was last adopted in 2013. This also created a need for new mathematics instructional materials. The current list of state-approved instructional materials was adopted in 2014. So it's time. It is time. The field is eager, very much so, for an updated mathematics program that aligns to the best practices and strategies that are in the new framework. So your action today, we hope, will launch a new adoption cycle that will culminate in the 2025 updated framework-aligned list of state-adopted instructional materials in mathematics. That is my introduction to this item. I will go ahead and pass this on to Dr. Torres, who will present these documents to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Superintendent Cotton. Good morning, members of the board. Congratulations, President Linda Darling-Hammond and Vice President Cynthia Glover-Woods for your reelection on this leadership for this body. Good morning, Chief Deputy Mary Nicely. So I'm Dr. Mike Torres. I'm the Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division here at the department. And thank you for bringing me back here and listening to this item and considering this very exciting and momentous topic. Personally, a product of K-12 education here in California and a former mathematics teacher, so this is something, again, very near and dear to my heart. So I'm deeply honored to stand before you today and witness this kickoff to a statewide mathematics instructional materials adoption. Now, in preparation for this moment, last November, the Instructional Quality Commission, your advisory body, reviewed and voted to recommend a number of documents needed in order to officially begin this mathematics instructional materials adoption. And I'm happy to say we, because in addition to staff here, we have esteemed members of the Instructional Quality Commission here to speak today on this item. We're bringing these documents before you for final approval, along with the notice of intent to hold an instructional materials adoption. So the CDE then recommends today that this board, that this body, approve the following documents: the draft 2025 California Mathematics Instructional Materials Adoption Notice of Intent to hold an adoption, the draft Schedule of Significant Events, the draft online application to serve on the review panel for the adoption, the draft evaluation criteria map, and the draft standards maps templates to hold the adoption. Before we present each of these documents, we wanted to give you a bit of background on these documents, on the adoption, and a little bit of throwback to the curriculum framework and what we've been doing with the curriculum framework since you last saw it in July. So let's back up and say, well, what is a curriculum framework? The framework, according to California Education Code, calls for the development of broad minimum standards and guidelines for educational programs. Curriculum frameworks then offer that guidance for implementing the content standards in a given subject area. The frameworks describe the curriculum and instruction that is necessary to help students achieve proficiency in that content area, and they provide research-based approaches for implementing instruction to ensure optimal benefits for all students. The audience for the framework are teachers, educators, school administrators, decision makers, publishers, and developers of instructional materials in general, as well as our other education partners who are interested in that content area. Frameworks do adhere to relevant California Education Code requirements and provide the guidance on the development and the evaluation of instructional materials programs for approval. It's worth noting that when the state board's framework discusses all students within that document, all means all, means that all students can access the material, and equity include major components of every curriculum framework. Curriculum frameworks in the core curriculum areas include English language arts, English language development, mathematics, science, history, social science, all aligned to the State Board of Education adopted academic content standards. And in addition to those, the State Board of Education has adopted content standards and frameworks in visual and performing arts, physical education, health education, and world languages. So now let's talk about everyone's favorite subject in the whole wide world, and that's mathematics, right? The mathematics framework itself provides detailed guidance to educators on how to engage all learners in a content area that, let's be honest, many students have struggled with. Let's take a look at the core ideas that was set forth in this curriculum framework, because this sets the stage for the instructional materials and its adoption. So first of all, this new framework takes the stance that all students are capable of accessing and achieving success in mathematics. That is, all students become inclined and are able to consider novel situations. They're able to consider novel situations either within or outside of mathematics through a variety of appropriate mathematical tools. So students can use those tools to understand new problems and new situations in the real world, and using their own understanding and abilities to take action for their own. At all levels, there's an emphasis on equity, the idea that mathematical power is not reserved for the few, but is available for all students. Teachers are encouraged to build from cultural and personal assets that students do bring with them into the classroom, and to emphasize the kind of growth mindset that develops persistence in the face of struggle. It structures the teaching of mathematics standards around big ideas at every single grade level that integrate rather than isolate math concepts. This is, as you recall, a best practice in high-performing countries. These big ideas enable rigor, focus, and coherence across grade levels. The framework itself encourages the integration of the standards for mathematical practice, and if you remember every single word of the 2-hour presentation last July, you might remember that I was saying that standards of mathematical practice they exist in the previous framework. This 2023 version of the framework includes those standards for mathematical practice, emphasizes those, and employs drivers of investigation and content connections to help educators and curriculum developers design instruction in inquiry-based and meaningful ways that helps students form deeper connections to the content that we're trying to teach them. We'll take a closer look at the role that each of those play in high-quality math instruction in a little bit later in this presentation. The framework also encourages students across the grade spans to become proficient at understanding and using data. Educators today use data in order to make informed decisions about what to do about their classroom, as just demonstrated by the previous item here, using data to assessment data to inform science instruction. That's a key skill in the 21st century job market. This provides the opportunity for greater emphasis on statistics, which happens to be an area of mathematics that has had insufficient attention in the past. Framework-aligned curriculum should also connect learning to the real world through authentic examples and problems, prompting students to ask and answer meaningful questions. And adding this kind of authenticity not only helps students form those deeper connections to the material, but it sparks student curiosity, inquiry, and problem solving. And let's face it, it helps teachers answer that age-old question, why do I need to learn this? And when am I going to use this in real life if we teach it in real-life contexts? Multidimensional instruction will employ the use of numbers, equations, graphics, and words, as well as student movement and touch, different forms of expression, and multiple representations of mathematics, all of which to increase access to mathematics for all types of learners. The framework contains many examples to help teachers as they plan multidimensional learning experiences, not just lessons, including information on enhancing instruction through the use of technology and distance learning. And finally, the framework, and very importantly, lays out pathways and course options, ensuring that all students can access mathematics, including higher mathematics, as far as calculus at the high school level. It also expands high school math course options to encourage more students to go beyond the minimum course taking requirements based on their own interests. So I'm going to pause here and summarize how the framework itself helps educators meet the diverse needs of our student population here in California. The math framework itself specifically encourages special attention to the differing needs of students as they progress through mathematics at every grade level. It does this by calling for differentiation for both high achievers and those who need more assistance at any moment in time, as well as personalization for learning strategies, strategic grouping, additional coursework, additional time, and support for English learner students. The framework also encourages acceleration to move forward coursework when students are ready and offers research-based insights about how to support successful acceleration at multiple junctures at and beyond 8th grade. So at this point, it sounds kind of like I'm trying to sell you the framework. But this governing body has already bought it. So the framework itself does an excellent job of providing the best practices and the latest guidance on how to teach mathematics in alignment to standards and across these big ideas. What I'd like to emphasize here before I give up this podium spot is the framework provides the instructions to educators and to developers of curriculum or textbooks of what it means to meet the needs of all students in a mathematics classroom. It also provides the instructions on how those programs will be evaluated when it comes time for the Instructional Quality Commission to make their recommendations of high-quality programs to you, the State Board of Education, to consider. Now, with all of that said, Dr. Marla Clayton-Johnson from the Department of Education will now introduce you to the instructional materials adoption itself.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. I finally broke down and purchased readers yesterday, so we're going to see how this goes. Good morning, all of you. The State Board has the constitutional responsibility and authority to adopt instructional materials for grades 1 through 8 pursuant to Article 9, Section 7.5 of the California Constitution, and a statutory authority to adopt instructional materials for kindergarten. There are no instructional materials adoptions for grade 9 through 12. California conducts instructional materials adoptions in accordance with the applicable provisions of the California Education Code and the California Code of Regulations, Title V. State law describes the process for the adoption of instructional materials and the requirement that submitted materials be evaluated for consistency with the state-adopted academic content standards and evaluation criteria within the state-adopted curriculum framework. As you know, California content standards detail what students should know and be able to do, grade by grade or by course, in each subject for kindergarten through grade 12. The State Board, under specific legislative direction, develops and formally approves or adopts academic content standards. Based on the standards, California commissions standardized tests, develops curriculum frameworks, and adopts instructional materials. The frameworks give directions to publishers and content developers by providing the criteria for evaluating instructional materials for the associated content area. Instructional material programs adopted by the State Board represent the last step of a three-tiered system of educational content: content standards, curriculum frameworks, and instructional materials. Instructional materials are broadly defined to include textbooks, technology-based materials, accessible materials, or other educational materials. The State Board traditionally adopts only basic instructional materials programs, that is, programs that are designed for use by all students and their teachers as principal learning resources, and that meet in organization and content the basic requirements of a full course of study that is 1 school year in length. Instructional materials serve as the primary mode of access for California students to the state's content standards and the knowledge and skills they are expected to master. Instructional materials also support teachers in making instructional decisions and selecting effective teaching strategies that lead to student mastery of the content standards. I'm happy to report that we had a tremendous amount of interest in both the new framework and the next mathematics instructional materials adoption from the education community. Just this past November and December, the Instructional Materials and Access Unit hosted a series of 3 webinars aimed at familiarizing publishers and content developers with the new framework. The first one being an overview of the framework, and the second having a specific focus on the shift in instructional strategies from standard by standard coverage of grade level content to organization of instruction around major conceptual ideas, like the big ideas, in the mathematics frameworks. And the third was around Chapter 13 in the mathematics frameworks, detailing the evaluation criteria for submitted instructional material programs. We covered the criteria established in the framework for the evaluation and state adoption of mathematics instructional materials in depth in that third webinar. These webinars were extremely well attended, with over 150 viewers at each webinar, and even one of them had over 200. In addition, we've posted an extensive list of answers to frequently asked questions from those webinars, as well as from inquiries from publishing content developers. Let me see where I'm going with that. There we go. Okay. And those are posted on the mathematics website already. I now have the honor to introduce Commissioner Kimberly Young, and she's going to give a brief history of the 2014 adoption and then some information regarding the upcoming 2025 mathematics adoption.
Good morning. Let's go here. Okay, so to provide a baseline for what we might expect as far as participation in the coming instructional materials adoption, we can look to the last adoption process. In 2014, we received 36 submissions from publishers and developers, and though one of those was withdrawn, out of the 35 that were considered by reviewers, 30 were recommended to the Instructional Quality Commission. Through the IQC's consideration process, a previously denied program was added to the recommendations list after making non-content related fixes for usability and clarity. Then in January of 2014, the State Board of Education, after considerations and discussions and public input, approved those 31 programs. Given the changes in instructions called for in the 2023 framework and the longer than usual length of time since the last adoption, we do expect a significant amount of interest in this upcoming adoption in the process and are prepared for an even greater number of submissions this time around. So this brings us to the very first document before you today for approval, the draft 2025 California Mathematics Instructional Materials Adoption Notice of Intent. The Notice of Intent will be posted on the Mathematical Instructions website for the 2025 webpage and will be emailed to the publishers and developers database. Once approved by the State Board of Education, this notice serves as the official kickoff for all mathematics instructions materials adoption process. Included in this notice are the publishers and developers, also referred to as manufacturers, fees required for participating in the instructional materials adoption process. Supporting the education code citations are provided within the notice, along with fee reduction allowances for smaller publishers or developers, should a publisher or developer qualify. Let me turn to the schedule of significant events, which the second document being presented to the State Board of Education for approval today. So that's what you see in front of you there. This document is the schedule of significant events, which outlines all of the important steps of the adoption process. If approved today, it will be posted to the Math Adoption webpage. Please note that this slide is not a complete list of the milestones in the adoption process. Attachment 2 provides the entire schedule, but for presentation purposes, I'll just touch on a few of these highlights. Of course, your approval to the Notice of Intent to hold instructional materials adoption will be the official start, again, to this adoption process. In April, we'll open the reviewer application period. Educators interested in serving as an instructional materials reviewer or content review expert will submit online applications, which will be due by late September 2024. In January of 2025, you will consider the IQC approved list of reviewers, and those approved reviewers will attend a week-long reviewer training here in Sacramento in April of 2025. Both publishers and developers participating in the adoption will submit their programs in their entirety by May 7th, 2025, and these programs will be reviewed independently by reviewers between then and the third week of July, when they will gather again in person. Again in Sacramento for this first week of deliberations. Again, because we expect such a large amount of submissions, this will be followed by a second week of deliberations with new reviewer panels. Deliberations conclude with written reports from each panel detailing the programs that were found to meet the criteria laid out in the mathematics frameworks. At its September 2025 meeting, the IQC will use these reports to make recommendations to the board about which programs to include on the new state adoptions list. And then in November of 2025, the state board will take action on these recommendations, concluding the 2025 California Mathematics Adoption of Instructional Materials. Okay, while that concludes the items on the schedule of significant events that you're considering today, there are a few steps that occur after you approve the final list of adopted programs. First, a list of adopted and unadopted programs will be posted on the CDE website. Then, an online searchable database will be posted of all of the adopted programs components along with pricing. CDE will work with publishers, developers on very minor edits and corrections. And then finally, developers of adopted programs will deliver files for student accessibility so that Braille, large print, and audio books for students with disabilities can be produced. Now, Dr. Clayton Johnson will move us on to the reviewer applications.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. All right, the next item for your consideration is the application questions for reviewers for the upcoming adoption. And there are two types of reviewers that will be applying. There are instructional materials reviewers, or IMRs, and those are mostly classroom teachers, but they can also include teachers on special assignment, also administrators, parents, or members of community groups. And then there's also the content review experts, which are the CREs, and they are required to have a doctoral degree in mathematics or a related subject, and they serve as a resource to the panel in understanding pedagogy in their academic field. The draft application questions provided will be reformatted into an online form and posted on the CDE webpage during the recruitment period, which, as mentioned before, is going to be from April 2024 through September 2024. Applicants will then be brought to the Instructional Quality Commission in November of 2024 for recommendation to the State Board, with board action to appoint reviewers at your January 2025 meeting, a year from today. Or not today, maybe, but a year from now. The next documents pertaining to the 2025 Mathematics Instructional Materials Adoption are the evaluation criteria and standards maps. The criteria for adoption that appear on the evaluation criteria maps are taken directly from Chapter 13 of the 2023 Mathematics Framework. Both the criterion map and the standards maps are organized into table format, allowing space for publishers and content developers to document how their programs meet each of the criteria and how they include the required content and standards for mathematical practice. These maps, which also ask publishers and content developers to demonstrate how the grade level content is organized around major conceptual ideas, will then be used by the instructional material reviewers, or IMRs, and the content review experts, the CREs, during their review of the submitted programs to ensure compliance with the framework's evaluation criteria. These maps, I believe, were sent out digitally for your review. In looking closer at each of the 5 criteria, evaluation criteria 1 states that mathematics materials should support teaching to the California Common Core state standards for mathematics as further interpreted through the curriculum framework. To be eligible for adoption, programs must include a well-defined sequence of instructional opportunities that provides a path for all students to become proficient in the standards. Criteria 1.1 requires that all programs must be aligned to the state board adopted content standards and standards for mathematical practice. Criteria 1.2 states that materials must be consistent with mathematics framework and develop conceptual understanding of key mathematical concepts and offer engaging applications of the mathematics using real-world examples and data as a means to spark inquiry and apply mathematical concepts. Criteria 1.3 states the programs must be accurate and use proper grammar and spelling. And criteria 1.4 requires inclusion of content based on the California Environmental Principles and Concepts, or the EPCs. While for evaluation criteria 1, a program must meet all 4 criterion statements, for categories 2 through 5, a program must show strengths in each of those categories. Criteria 2.1 states that the instructional materials must be consistent with the progressions in the standards and guidance in the curriculum framework for relating content to the concepts of the big ideas in previous and future grades, and fully integrate content into strategically designed opportunities for students to use the mathematical practices. Criterion 2.2 calls for the instructional materials to be designed for students and teachers to spend the large majority of their time on mathematical investigations that address the big ideas. Criteria 2.3 through 2.9 call for the programs to show strengths in several additional areas: consistency with other subject area content standards, intervention components, supporting activities, overviews of chapters or units that identify the target mathematical concepts and practices, explicit statement of the grade level standards, big ideas, and standards for mathematical practices in the student editions, content including assessment and activities that address a full year of school in each grade, and teacher guidance that includes a list of the California Common Core standards in mathematics organized around and within the major conceptual ideas. Category 3 consists of 6 individual detailed criterion statements that represent a new direction for assessing student learning. Specifically, criterion 3.1 calls for student and teacher materials to include formative assessments that provide multiple methods to assess student understanding to inform instruction, such as graphic organizers, student observation, student interviews, journals and learning logs, mathematic portfolios, self and peer evaluations, tests and quizzes, self-reflection, and performance tasks. Furthermore, criterion 3.2 asks that student and teacher materials include summative assessments to provide multiple methods of assessing what students have learned and are able to do, such as selected response, constructed response, real-world problems, performance tasks, rubrics, and open-ended questions. Both teacher and student materials should include assessments designed to permit teachers to scaffold student learning and inform teachers as to student-based knowledge and learning progression. 7 criterion statements represent category 4, which is the access and equity category. This category is about providing all students with meaningful access to the mathematics content, doing so through both the student and the teacher materials. This category requires resources for specific student populations, including culturally responsive content for linguistically and culturally diverse students, universal design strategies, including visual design that's not distracting but supportive, comprehensive teacher guidance, and strategies for differentiated learning. For English learners, that means strategies consistent with the board-adopted English Language Development, or ELD, standards. Category 4 also requires a clear guidance for both students below grade level proficiency in academic English, suggestions for advanced learners, and visual design that enhances rather than distracts from the mathematics. Lastly, Category 5 requires that instruction materials contain a clear roadmap to assist teachers when planning instruction for the specific needs and context of their students. The instructional resources should support universal design for learning, or UDL, and culturally and linguistically responsive instruction to improve and optimize teaching and make learning more equitable for all students based on scientific insights into how humans learn. Instructional materials in mathematics should have strengths in many of these areas to be considered suitable for adoption. There are 10 criteria statements in Category 5, teacher guidance to explain math concepts across the grade levels, teacher guidance for implementing the student's materials with a focus on student engagement, unit and lesson plans with suggestions for pacing and/or scope and sequence, a curriculum guide for the complete grade level course, answer keys to all activities. 5.6 is clear guidance regarding integration of technology, optional homework for reinforcing classroom instruction, examples of student work, strategies to support learning of mathematical language skills, and teacher guidance that well explains math concepts and examples. Before moving on to the standards maps, I'd like to take a moment here to highlight the supports for multilingual learners that the criteria require instructional programs to include. As we've seen, Category 4.4 requires instructional materials submitted for adoption to show strengths in providing teacher materials that include strategies for students who are English learners that are consistent with the California English Language Development Standards, kindergarten through grade 12. That criteria category in Chapter 13 of the framework specifically recommends the CDE resource, Improving Education for Multilingual and English Learner Students, Research to Practice, which contains a wealth of guidance, resources, and tools for helping schools better meet the needs of multilingual and English learner students. In addition to 4.4, Category 5 states that programs should support universal design for learning and linguistically responsive instruction. In fact, throughout the framework, publishers and content developers will find references to a multitude of language learner resources that offer guidance for developing materials and instructional activities to ensure that California's multilingual students continue to learn and thrive. These include California's English Language Development Standards, the California Department of Education's guidance for integrating the ELD standards into mathematics teaching, the Principles of Universal Design for Learning, and the CDE's guidance for asset-based pedagogies. The framework also points out strategies that support English learners that can be found in the work of Felicia Darling, including strategic grouping students for language development, making work visual, and providing opportunities for pre-learning. In short, the criteria for evaluating instructional materials in mathematics, as well as the framework itself, places a high priority on ensuring that California's multilingual learners have the support they need to become powerful users of mathematics as they progress through the grade levels and onto college and career. Here to talk about the proposed tool to ensure alignment to standards and major conceptual ideas is Commissioner McGaffey, the Vice Chair of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee of the Instructional Quality Commission.
Good morning. The standards maps that are before you today are designed as tools for both the publishers and the reviewers to ensure that programs considered for approval are aligned with the California Common Core state standards for mathematics. These standards maps will be completed by publishers and developers and submitted with their programs. The shaded columns will then be used by reviewers as they evaluate each of their assigned programs. In light of the new framework's emphasis on organizing instruction around big mathematical ideas, the first section of each grade level standards map asks publishers to communicate the major conceptual ideas included in their program and to explain how the content standards are covered within these. As an example, the math framework establishes 9 big ideas for grade 5 mathematics, which will be listed in the first column under major conceptual ideas in the program. Publishers and content developers may choose to use the big ideas of the framework as the organizing structure of their programs, but they might also choose to arrange the standards around different major conceptual ideas. If they differ from the big ideas, publishers and developers will use the second column to explain how their organizing structure maps to this framework's big ideas. In the third column, publishers and developers will indicate how the standards are addressed within each of the major conceptual ideas or big ideas. The standards maps next include a table in which the publishers demonstrate how each of the 8 standards for mathematical practice, which are identical for all grade levels, are addressed throughout the program. Here, the standards for mathematical practice number appears in the first column, with the language of the mathematical practice in the second column. Publishers and content developers will then use the third column to cite where in the program students will encounter opportunities to learn and practice these standards. Again, reviewers will receive these standards maps for their program review and will use them as a tool for their evaluation. Finally, the content standards maps ask the publisher to provide citations for each of the content standards for the grade level, arranged by domain and cluster. This represents the bulk of each standards map. Reviewers will use the citations provided by the publisher or developer to determine whether the program is aligned to the mathematics standards, which, as we've seen, is a requirement for evaluation criteria 1.1. As you can see, these standards maps in their entirety will help the publishers demonstrate and reviewers confirm alignment to the California Common Core State Standards in Mathematics, the standards for mathematical practice, and the curriculum framework by way of major conceptual ideas. I'm going to return the presentation back to Dr. Torres.
All right, so an isosceles triangle, a rhombus, in a octagon walk into a cat. Oh, sorry, that's different, totally different. I'd like to thank you for your attention here today to talk about the mathematics instructional materials adoption. I'd like to thank our speakers today. Thank you, Commissioners Young, Commissioner McGaffey, for traveling up here to present on this very important topic, to really kick this off. Very, very excited about holding a mathematics instructional materials adoption. I know I'm excited. I'm not even in the classroom anymore. I know there's math teachers out there right now, just their classes are doing something behind them, but they're watching this meeting right now like, let's do this, let's do this. So the recommended action, the CDE again recommends that the State Board of Education approve the draft 2025 California Mathematics Instructional Materials Adoption Notice of Intent, the draft 2025 Schedule of Significant Events, the draft 2025 online application to serve on the review panels, the draft 2025 evaluation criteria maps, and the draft 2025 standards maps templates for the proposed 2025 mathematics instructional materials adoption. That just sounds so nice. We're here available to answer any kinds of questions that you might have, or did I advance that too soon?
No, that's great. We want to have the public comment slide. Thank you. And we appreciate your enthusiasm. And I know there are people who are eager for this to move forward quickly. I'd just like to note that for people who are going to call in for public comment, they can use the phone number and the access code on that slide. We'll do a little framing and see if there are clarifying questions, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion. I'll just note, because I've been working closely with the team on the math process along the way, how grateful I am that A, we're here, B, that there's been a lot of work done to try to move us forward in the process of catching up with the current field. We have a set of procedures that had assumed, over many years of history that we would have, hard copy textbooks, and, that the publisher market would be, the way it has been for decades. And we've tried in this, as you recall, to update Chapter 13, which guides the publishers and guides the department to include online resources of various kinds. And also I want to thank the CDE staff for thinking about how to focus publishers on the sort of big conceptual changes in the framework, and that's going to be a whole challenge as well. How do we take into account the big ideas and the way of thinking about mathematics that is really evolving here. I don't know if either of the IQC liaisons want to say a word. Vice President Glover Woods, Member Lewis.
Sure. It's already on. I'm glad I was quiet during that. My mic's already on. Good thing, I know. They probably heard me coughing, though. I apologize for that. But just a few comments. Thank you, Dr. Torres and your staff, for putting the presentation together, and appreciate the work of the IQC and bringing these items. You know, there's their work towards bringing these items toward the board. I just think that it's a representation of some of the robust discussion that we heard at the IQC meeting, and a lot of those things that were brought up by the commissioners are represented here in this report, so in this presentation. So glad to see that things are moving forward, and again, thank you for your presentation.
And I'll just add to that by saying, for my fellow board members, you can see it's a very robust process to ensure that the materials that get in the hands of our students are directly aligned to the information in our framework and our standards. It's quite an extensive process, and I thank the commissioners that came up to present today. Thank you very much for traveling to share. Quite excited, just like Dr. Torres, quite excited to see us moving along with this so that we are able to go through, ensure that there are materials in the hands of students. And I'll stop my comments there, President Darling-Hammond. I do have a couple of questions, but that can happen after the public comment.
And if there are any brief clarifying questions at this point for Dr. Torres? Yes, and then we'll do a bigger discussion later. Member Olken?
This is, I think, a very quick and simple clarifying question. This adoption process is only K-8, correct?
That is correct, Member Olken. It is K-8, but it is also inclusive of Algebra and Integrated Mathematics 1.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Any other clarifying questions? If not, we'll move to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room?
Yes, we have 5 people signed up for public comment. Renee Scaron, Layla Bravo, Christina Salazar, Jessica Sacco, and Connie Choi. If you could line up at the back.
And Dr. Torres, if you want to take a break, you're welcome to do so, and then we'll definitely be needing you in a few moments.
Renee Scaron, representing the English Learner Success Forum, a nonprofit whose... All right, can we start? Okay, Renee Scaron, representing the English Learner Success Forum, a nonprofit whose mission is to expand educational equity for multilingual learners by increasing the supply of high-quality instructional materials that center their linguistic and cultural assets. We commend the state board members for the promising vision for equitable access to math set forth in the newly adopted math framework. Excuse me. I lost my place here. Okay. Over the past 7 years, we've worked with nearly 30 publishers in many states across the country. In partnership with content developers, states, practitioners, and MLL experts, we've gathered best practices in what is necessary to design, adopt, and implement instructional materials that support academic success for multilingual learners. What we've learned is that executing a vision that transforms the lives of students requires clear and explicit guidance from education leaders on what quality materials should look like. More specific criteria and indicators that outline research-informed practices. Thank you.
I also represent the English Learner Success Forum, and in the spirit of supporting California's ambitious math vision, I want to share 4 best practices from our experience working with states. And we hope you consider these in your adoption tools and guidance. First, a clear research-formed vision of instruction across the state is an essential starting point. We commend California for this vision in the California Mathematics Framework. Second, clear and explicit criteria on research-based practices for multilingual learners are essential for publishers to include them in their materials. Third, state reviewers of instructional materials must be trained on what best practices look like for multilingual learners. MLL expertise at the table is essential, and all reviewers should have a baseline understanding of what the research shows are best practices for multilingual learner success. Fourth, states should also include evaluation reports on accepted instructional materials that clearly outline how materials should meet the needs of multilingual learners. Evaluation reports empower districts to make informed decisions
Time.
for their specific populations. Thank you.
Good morning, Cristina Salazar with Californians Together. I would align my comments with the previous speakers, and I just want to say that we submitted a written testimony last week for more detail, but I just want to highlight the fact that under the application to serve on the review panel, we would appreciate stronger language on the expertise for serving English learners and students with disabilities, so that we have extensive experience and not somebody who just has served these students once or twice in the past. So that's the first one. And then the other one that I'd like to highlight is on the criteria map. We would like just an additional level of specificity when it comes to incorporating language development, so that it's not an add-on, but it's embedded into the math framework. And thank you for your consideration.
Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now and the California STEM Network. I'm really excited and encourage your support and adoption of the documents presented today in support of the mathematics framework. The overall adoption of the math framework was a hard-won battle, and it is one that really promotes equity in math instruction and provides a promise that we can do better by our kids relative to math instruction. Right now, our kids are really struggling with math, and the importance of high-quality instructional materials cannot be underemphasized. I applaud the department for their efforts to strengthen and provide standards maps and other resources that should lead to the adoption of high-quality instructional materials. However, I am fearful that we may find ourselves in a situation where publishers do not give us what we're looking for. So I would really encourage that our reviewers take a critical eye and ensure that the materials are in line with our framework. Thank you.
Bring this down because I'm short. Connie Choi with Public Advocates and on behalf of the LCFF Equity Coalition. I just want to say thank you for highlighting how the needs of multilingual learners are being addressed within the materials in today's presentation. In addition to the pieces highlighted today to align with my colleagues here at CalTOG and other speakers, I want to really encourage stronger language in the application to attract educators with expertise in instructing English learners and students with disabilities. Equity should really be incorporated throughout the map and not included as a supplemental resource or a separate workbook. And so really thank you for the consideration today.
I think that's all the in-person speakers. Do we have anybody online?
We do. There are 3 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1385. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California. Our teacher leaders enthusiastically support the bold vision for mathematics teaching and learning within the ADOPT framework, but we do believe the materials review process and evaluation criteria should have greater clarity to ensure the adopted materials leverage that vision to meaningful change in student outcomes. We have provided specific feedback in our letter, but wanted to note a few things related to the application to serve on the review panel. Like our colleagues at the LCFF Equity Coalition, we recommend the application include a separate question or a deeper question around candidates to discuss their experience with multilingual learners. More broadly, our teachers are concerned that without compensation for their time, you're less likely to get educators, particularly educators from socioeconomically disadvantaged communities. Barring additional compensation for the reviewers, we urge the board and department to provide guidance to ensure that outreach and support for this role reaches key educators in diverse communities throughout the state. And as with the review panel process, as we've outlined in our letter, we are concerned by the lack of clarity within the evaluation criteria map. In many cases, it's unclear what constitutes met and not met.
Thank you, caller.
Please refer to our letter for additional details. Thanks.
Next caller with the last 4 digits, 9060. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Madam President, this is Brian Rivas calling on behalf of the Education Trust West. We agree with our colleagues from Californians Together And as you know, we were strong supporters of the math framework, but we think in order to fully realize the benefits, especially for English learners, we would like to see their needs incorporated across the categories in the evaluation criteria maps. Right now, they're somewhat limited to the access and equity category. Language is an important consideration in all areas of instruction, and so therefore we would like to see some changes made to address the needs of English learners throughout the evaluation criteria maps. Also, we agree that with our colleagues at Californians Together about the qualifications of teacher reviewers. We would like to see the qualifications that you're looking for broadened to clarify that a teacher should have extensive and experience and expertise in providing instruction to English learners.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last four digits, 4301. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board. This is Lindsay Tornatore calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent with very enthusiastic support of the adoption of the items that will guide and kick off the work of the instructional materials adoption. I would like to lift up the letter we submitted from our CISC Math Subcommittee chairs. In our letter, we advocate for the importance of instructional materials as a crucial element of student learning, and the quality of these materials significantly influences student outcomes. However, and unfortunately, numerous LEAs have not updated their materials since 2014, the last statewide adoption. So therefore, we hope the 2025 adoption will commence as scheduled, and we are eager to engage in this process. In closing, we would like to extend our appreciation to Director Mike Torres and Deputy Superintendent Cheryl Cotton for their ongoing partnership with the county offices, especially in working with CISC. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 4.
Thank you so much. And we're now going to open up for board discussion. Vice President Glover Woods.
I can't find my button under my Snicker bar wrappers. All right, I am now ready. So just a couple of questions. Going back really to timeline that it will take for our process. So my first question is in relation to what was on slide 13, the post-adoption requirements. I think Commissioner Young touched on that during her presentation. Approximately how much time does it take for those post-adoption requirements to be put in place? And I'm going to add a little bit to that, Dr. Torres. I understand that the goal is for this body to approve the list that the IQC sends forward in November 2025. How much longer does it take for those post-adoption requirements past November 2025?
That is an excellent question. And what that really boils down to is the edits and corrections process. And so part of that review process is maybe there is a program that is identified to be recommended upon the condition that certain things be changed and there be certain updates be made within that program. And it really depends the extensivity of how many changes need to be made. It can happen very quickly. If there are no edits and corrections, those lists can be updated fairly quickly. And then it's then up to the publishers to basically mass produce the approved content.
So if, and President Darling Hammond, I have like 2 questions here. So if a publisher needs to do some cleanup, if you will, does that stop the list coming out for the other publishers? For example, so I think my question is, when the list is released so that districts can now do their process to review materials and select them, do they have to wait until all of the approved publishers are ready to go?
So essentially, it's once the state board approves the list of instructional materials, that then becomes the list, and then CDE then works with the publishers individually on their edits and corrections. And so the list will be published, and then if there's one publisher that's ready to go, then they are welcome to already start. They don't need to wait for all of the publishers within that adoption cycle to be available.
Okay. So I will tell you where a little bit of my concern comes in, and I can't say that at this time I have a recommendation on how to resolve this. I'm thinking about our timeline and knowing that with a list, let's say, coming forward a couple of months after November 2025, the districts will then engage in their review process to select materials, which will take a bit of time as well. My wondering and my concern is when these materials actually get in the hands of students. And based on my calculation, it looks like it might not be until the 26-27 school year, somewhere no sooner than that. Would that be a fair analysis there or a fair statement, Dr. Torres?
I would say that that's highly likely. I mean, as we all know, it's local control, and every school district has their funds and their own processes and their own ability to review instructional materials. In fact, foreshadowing, you guys most likely will see guidelines for local instructional materials adoption fairly soon at a future board meeting, so that they can conduct their own local instructional materials adoption processes. So even if it is on the list, they can still go through and make their own, perform their own processes, whether it's piloting, et cetera. But that is definitely likely that instructional materials programs wouldn't actually get into the hands of students until the following school year, since the 25-26 school year will be well underway by the time that list is published.
Okay, so my final statement, I think, is, and I said I think this is my final. I know it's a statement, but I don't know if this is my final.
This is in jeopardy, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. There is going to be what I would consider to be a long span between we've approved the math framework, it's the 2023 math framework, materials actually get in the hands of students in the 26-27 school year. Professional learning needs to take place, of course, for teachers so that they are able to utilize the materials in a way that's effective. There's a long span of time there. So 2 points I think that is going to be really important for us to think about. One, we need to be sure that these materials are going to be able to support TK as well. By that time, we will be well underway with TK. So what that looks like for the K materials when we're thinking about a 2-year kindergarten program, there needs to be some consideration on how students and teachers who are teaching that grade level are going to be able to also start at that base foundational level with materials and the concepts. The second is how we are going to fill this gap, if you will, between now and when materials are in hand to support teachers in their understanding as they move forward in their lesson planning over these next couple of years before materials are available. Because we surely don't expect and want for them to wait until 26-27 to start moving forward with what is in the current framework. As one of the speakers said, children are in need now of strong mathematics instruction, and we sure don't want to wait another 3 years for that to happen. So I just kind of throw it all out there to you, Dr. Torres. I would ask that there at least be some thought and consideration as to how we might be able to mitigate this time frame here and get materials in the hands of students sooner, or at least be sure our teachers have the supports they need to make sure students are getting that instruction that's so necessary while we go through this very robust and important process. Thank you.
Do you want to make any comments on that, or shall we move to other questions? It's useful.
I absolutely can. So just a couple of points to that, and all very valid, very, very, very good points. I mean, when you look at the whole process of going from standards, the 2 to 3 year cycle of development of standards to the 3 year cycle of developing a framework, and then the 2 year cycle of developing instructional materials and then adopting them, you're looking at a long span of time. to turn a ship around, so to speak. But we also want to make sure we do things correctly. We want to make sure we give enough time and ample time to developers of curriculum. If you recall back at the adoption of the Common Core state standards, there was some funds that we wanted to use, the Race to the Top funds, in order to help with the instructional materials adoptions, and subsequently we forced a very short turnaround time for an adoption. And so brand new standards, brand new framework, and then instructional materials developers had a very, very short amount of time to create solid, robust programs. We want to make sure we give them ample time, because this framework is far different than the previous framework. There is that intersection of these SMPs to the drivers of investigations, the content connections. Just that alone can be quite tedious. And then you put those in the sense of big ideas and major conceptual concepts. So we want them to put a lot of time and effort into the development of these programs. So giving support to LEAs. We're kind of on that already. The Instructional Quality Commission has been reviewing and developing guidelines for local instructional materials adoptions to help provide them with support and best practices in conducting their local adoptions. And so we're hoping that will come before the state board here fairly soon. And then there are conversations internally about creating mathematics adoption toolkits. In the past, we've partnered with some of our collaborators in the field to create some toolkits to help local educational agencies conduct instructional material adoptions earlier or sooner.
Thank you. I think Member Yoshimoto Tari and Member Olken both have thoughts. Member Patillo Bronson. Okay, and then Member Escobedo. Go ahead, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
You said okay.
Did I get you out of order? I saw you were, okay.
Well, first, I just want to say, in my planning for this item, I had read the item first, and I was a little taken aback when I read the regulations around the minimum, and I realized it's a minimum of one teacher and one teacher of students with ELs and one student of teachers of students with disabilities. And so that being said, I'd like to suggest that the application itself be more than just a checkbox, yes or no, that we have an open answer response for so that the applicant can demonstrate their expertise in teaching English learners and or students with disabilities. And I see that we have 6 questions on conflict of interest, which I understand. But just to give a little bit more deference to that as an important piece of the process. And given that the regulation is a minimum, I would assume that the actual composition of the committee has more than one teacher in both categories. So that's sort of a comment and also a question. And then I have one more follow-up.
So the answer to that is we'll take the review applications, we'll vet them, and we'll make recommendations to the Instructional Quality Commission to then make recommendations to this board. So this isn't where the review application actually ends. This body will be able to make those determinations of who they want to be part of these participating on the review panels. As far as updating the review application, we have no hesitation to updating the review application to collect additional information. But just know we're expecting a really large instructional materials adoption in the size that Commissioner Young had mentioned. I think previously we had about 33 or 35 programs. And so multiple panels. And so we're looking at a really large number of applications that we're going to need to look through and vet. And so asking for an open-ended would create an opportunity to read volumes of experience that individuals have, and that would be available to us should we make that change to the reviewer application.
Or perhaps it could be a compromise where there's still the checkoff, yes or no, and then maybe an area for comment with a character limit or something.
Or a character limit.
And then secondly, I just want to, and this, I think this speaks to what the conversation is about the timeline, that it takes a long time for a good purpose to have high quality instructional materials. And in the past, these materials often stay in a classroom 10, depending on the budget and what else is going on, it could be 10 or plus years, sometimes even 15 years. And obviously as short as 7. But in the past, sometimes there have been great strides in what we understand about the teaching and learning of a particular content during that 10 to 15 years, but we're still stuck with the content that we had originally adopted way back when. And I know that in the state and in the nation, there's been great movement with open education resources and these research practice partnerships where the curriculum developers don't just sell curriculum that's static and stays that same way for 10 to 15 years, but they actually engage in partnerships and research with the people that are implementing to make those better along the way. And with OER, a lot of times at a lower cost to the districts as well. So students end up getting more relevant material, and some of it speaks to the online material that you mentioned, President Darling Hammond, but also the materials themselves and the professional development the teachers get. So my question is that at all incentivized or being talked about at the Quality and Instructional Quality Commission? In other words, moving sort of for consumers to research partners and co-responsibility for student achievement.
So the instructional materials adoption, anyone who submits an instructional material program is considered a publisher, or we've started to use the phrase content developer. But in statute, they're considered publishers. So in the past, we've had small, very, very small publishers with just one person creating curriculum, and they submit it, and they go through all of the rigorous evaluation process, and then they get approved through that process. So the one thing about OERs, and I actually do want to put in a plug for our website that we're working on high quality instructional materials, the California Educators Together website, where any teachers and educators can go in and submit lesson plans, and then they're evaluated by a rubric. The one thing about open educational resources, although it is a wonderful practice to be able to have something that's not static and that's changing and that can be updated on a regular basis, means that a program that's been evaluated may possibly change. It may change for the better, and it may not. And an instructional materials program that can change, that goes before the board, and then the board approves it, can change. And then what kind of stamp of approval is that? And what does that say about the instructional material program? So we can't really wholeheartedly say we've approved this and this is high quality now, and it's something, go forth and we recommend this program for you to use, but it can possibly change.
I don't know if there's a good answer. It's just something that's been on my mind in terms of positioning curriculum and instruction with real-time research about how to make those tools the best in real time, as opposed to having static materials for sometimes over a decade. So just leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to start by saying this is my first go-round as a member of the state board when we've had an adoption, and it's really fantastic to see the depth of thought and all the things that are considered in how we decide which materials we're going to adopt for the state. So I really appreciated the overview and also the quality of work that's being done on behalf of our schools and teachers and students. So I just want to start with that. I also wanted to echo, and I don't think, again, I'm not sure there's a real answer, but my first response was, in seeing all the work that's being done, was just awe and appreciation. And my second was about timeline, was this question about the length of time between the adoption of the framework and students having materials, core instructional materials that reflect it. And I remember so clearly trying to figure out math materials after the movement to the Common Core standards, and sitting with math teachers, trying to figure out how we were going to implement something that we wholeheartedly believed in, but we couldn't figure out what materials were going to help keep us from inventing the wheel night after night as educators, and so it really, my comments go back to the questions you were raising at the beginning, Cynthia, about what to do in the meantime, and I don't know if that's even your divisions. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a conundrum, but I remember it so clearly, and the burnout effect on teachers, where they were so thankful for the change in approach from what sort of felt like the move from No Child Left Behind to the Common Core, and yet it left them wondering what to do without creating everything themselves. So I'm just sort of pointing out we're in that moment again, and I remember also the state accountability shifted before the materials were ready, and so it felt like it was complicated. So anyway, that's not a question, and it's both a huge thank you and also a recognition of what teachers are facing at this moment.
And if I may, just really quickly, I appreciate the kudos and the recognition of it is an extremely detailed process. The regulations are extremely thorough on how we go about conducting instructional materials adoption to make sure we're fair and we're thorough. And I was actually a math teacher during that switch to Common Core and needing to change from one style of teaching to another. The good news here is that the standards haven't changed, and the standards are still here, and there are still standards-aligned curriculum out there, and the existing list of instructional materials are to those standards. So it's not as bad as the situation that we were in when we changed everything and then sat there. And the internet's so much better now, and the OERs are definitely available now. But that's actually the good news, is that the standards haven't changed.
Thank you.
Member Patil-Bronson?
Thank you, Dr. Torres. I appreciate both the incredible diligence that you've clearly worked throughout this process, as well as the enthusiasm. And I will just name my aspiration that California kids will share in your enthusiasm for math for generations to come, as I think would be appropriate and is certainly, I think, normalized in many countries outside of the United States, that it's just a normal skill that everyone learns in the same way that every other skill is relevant across the grade spans. 3 quick comments. One, I'll align myself with Vice President Glover Woods. Because TK is brand new, however we can lift this up to publishers in the future to really put it on the agenda that there is something different to do here, and that this is a place where our framework and California's teaching needs to reflect that we're doing something different here that most states are not yet, and I'll say yet, doing in terms of early learning and focusing on the early ages. The second, I think Board Member Yoshimoto Tauria has already surfaced around the potential to be a little bit more specific on the application review process, to formalize this idea that it should not just be past experience of any sort, teaching English language learners and children with disabilities, but a level of expertise. The CalTOG letter, I think, has language that might sort of drive between the middle of an open-ended response versus a checkbox that actually gets to expertise rather than past experience. And then the last is a question based on the letter from Sarah Lillis and also comment from Teach Plus. So I was under the impression that teachers would be compensated in some form for participation and the gift of expertise. If you could just clarify that, and if in fact there is not some base level of compensation, if you could just address any efforts to ensure participation from all Californians across the socioeconomic sort of groups that we have.
Thank you so much for those comments and for that question. So I do confirm that there is no compensation for instructional material reviewers stipulated within education code or regulations. There is a mention of providing a stipend to content review experts who serve on a panel because of their expertise and the degree that they hold within that content area. In this case, it would be mathematics. But as of this moment in time, there is nothing in statute and there's nothing within regulations that allow for paying teachers in order to participate in an adoption. That's another reason for the long timeline is historically our division, and as you know, has been doing this a long time, way before me standing before you. But the staff have learned very quickly, and so with the state board, that in order to get robust participation, we need to provide teachers their summer months to be able to look through programs, because some teachers may look at upwards of 3, 4, even in world languages, we had them looking at 5 programs. And some of these may be K-8 programs. And so you're looking at, 9 years basically of programs and needing some time to review that. And so typically that's why in that schedule of significant events, you see the timing is the week-long training in April, typically right before the summer break. And then providing the publishers submit their materials in the early May. And then after that, teachers have the materials to review over their summer months and then reconvene at the end of July, right before it's time to start up a new school year. And so that's one of the reasons that it is pushed to 2025.
I want to go next to Member Orozco Gonzalez, then I'll come back to Member Rodriguez and Member Ayapan. Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. Well, a lot of the comments that have already been mentioned, I wanted to express my alignment with Member Petrillo Bronson's emphasis on recognizing and compensating teachers for their invaluable expertise and contributions. As we know, teachers play a pivotal role in shaping the educational landscape, so compensating for their dedication also brings a bigger pool of contributors as we move forward. But also, I want to recognize that in recognizing the rich linguistic diversity amongst California students, it's crucial to underscore the practical measures that will be taken to support multilingual learners in the instructional materials adoption. Beyond aligning with standards, the selection material should actively address language barriers, ensuring that multilingual students can fully engage and comprehend the content. Incorporating tangible strategies for linguistic inclusivity will be instrumental in creating an educational environment that caters to the diverse language needs of California's student population. Therefore, my question for the CDE's plan is how do they plan to integrate support for multilingual learners in the selection process of the instructional materials for the adoption? Are there any specific actionable guidelines in place to guarantee that the chosen materials not only meet standards, but also provide effective language supports for students with diverse linguistic backgrounds?
You want to say a word about that?
Absolutely, yes. So in the schedule of significant events, and I'm looking at that screen, there is that reviewer training in April. And that's an opportunity for the department as well as the facilitators, the Instructional Quality Commission facilitators, to train reviewers on the entire instructional material process all of it, everything related to the evaluation of instructional materials, and that also includes tips and tricks on how to keep organized, tips and tricks on how to stay on task, tips and tricks on what to look for in the evaluation criteria, and in this case, talking about Category 4 related to meeting the needs of all learners, the access for all learners in there. So that's an opportunity for the department and the Instructional Quality Commission to be able to provide guidance and training to potential reviewers.
Can we, just on that point, can we request that the training include the importance of the supports for language development to be incorporated and integrated throughout the materials rather than just as an add-on?
So I guess the part about the conception that it is an add-on, I'm not exactly sure how to like the so is it the idea to have English language development in all of the other categories, or is it to have English language development resources put in throughout the instructional material program that's being reviewed? I guess I'm asking for clarification.
Well, I think we heard from a lot of folks, and we have received a lot of letters about the importance of integrating supports for language development throughout the curriculum. And there are a lot of resources and best practices known about that. And so, and it is represented in the evaluation criteria map, but I think the interpretation of what those supports mean is important to train around. But it has to do with, if you just think about a curriculum, the way in which you present language, the way in which you help teachers think about how to teach, with language supports is something you'd want to infuse everywhere throughout the curriculum. And we'd want people attending to that. So I think we heard a lot about that, and it's represented in the evaluation criteria map, but not, I think as explicitly elaborated upon as, I think we could, and we've got a lot of help from the field about how to do that. So I'm just wondering if we can be sure that can be thought about as the training is designed.
Absolutely, that can definitely be taken into consideration as part of that training for best practices during a review.
Perfect. I'm sorry to interrupt the flow because
Thank you. And while you didn't interrupt the flow, you kind of read my mind, because that's what I wanted to mention too. And I don't want to be redundant, but I do want to echo Member Patillo's comments about considering the language in the letter that was submitted by CalTOG that has some very good recommendations. Thank you. And of course, compensating teachers is also, if it's possible, would be a fabulous thing to do.
Member Iapon.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation and all the work that you and your staff are doing. My question pertains to the review panel application. I was wondering if students could be a part of this, or at least students who are serving on their school district's Board of Education. And I ask this because I know there's a student member on the Instructional Quality Commission, and there'll be a new student board member on the Board of Education who will be kind of reviewing all of the recommendations you ultimately make. But I think, and I've seen that there is so much value in having students directly involved in the decision-making process, reviewing materials, and providing input directly there. So I was just wondering if that's something that your team considered.
That's a really good point, and that's actually something we'll have to look into more deeply to see if that's possible. But that's definitely a great idea.
Thank you so much.
I think we have gotten a lot of clarification. I don't know, on this question of TK, I know that, as TK is unfolding, there's also a curriculum support effort going on in that division, in literacy and in math, et cetera. So I don't know how that would dovetail with, what was raised here. I think there are pros and cons to asking publishers to address TK, because if they do it badly, we take developmentally inappropriate practices down to the TK level. So I have a little more confidence that the folks who are working on the curriculum in early childhood are actually, they're trying to build the curriculum up and meet the K-12 standards. So I don't know exactly how that's going to work out. I don't know if you want to speak to that, or if any of the members of that division are in the room, or whether we want to come back around to that question at some point.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of traction, as you know, around TK within the department. Our division has been pulled into some of these conversations with early education in the efforts to revise the Transitional Kindergarten Preschool Learning Foundations document, as well as the progressions document within it. But yeah, we've definitely started to have some conversations within the department about how does TK interact or fall within an instructional materials adoption? Does it fall within this process? Does it fall within early education? So those conversations are occurring.
If any of it does fall in this process, I think just really emphasizing that people would need to be familiar with what's been worked on in California around developmentally appropriate TK. Programming and mathematics would be important. Otherwise, maybe leave it to them to be sure that the work is, implemented. Okay, I think.
I was just going to say, beware that the solution being chalkboards for math problems for shorter people. Not that.
Yeah. I mean, it could be
more than that. Yes.
So I want to thank you, Mike, and the whole team for all of this. I do think a few things were raised here that we want to keep in mind as we evolve our processes to come into the 21st century. And there is, a set of regulations, as you noted, that were created at a time and place where the world was different. And, I'm keenly aware of the work that's going on in knowledge explosion. There's a group over at Berkeley that is tracking the growth of knowledge in the world, and knowledge is doubling faster than once a year. So the points that Member Yoshimoto Tauri made about the evolution of knowledge, the fact that we should have a living curriculum, that the way in which people are getting knowledge and using it is changing, are all things that weren't, fully anticipated in the way that, California set up this process many decades ago. So I think that, we've done a number of good things to try to begin to evolve the process at this moment in time. But I want to just hold up the comments of the board members about the speed and the speed at which we can do things, and the ways in which we can be more present in the evolution of the world. And big data is changing, AI is going to change a lot of things, et cetera. So I don't think that in the long-term future we should be constrained to, once to this process as we've had it. I think we're going to need to do some more inventing. That said, we really appreciate all that's been done to move it already a great distance, towards the way in which knowledge appears and exists in our world today, and the way in which teachers can access materials. So we appreciate that. I think we need a motion to move this forward. Do I have a motion? Member Escobedo? And do I have a second? Member Lewis? Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second, and I think we now need a roll call vote.
Member Ayapan?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Aye.
Member Olkin?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri? Motion carries.
With that, I see that Kieran is at the podium, so you must have something you want us to know.
Yeah, just for clarity, there was a motion, but I don't know that the motion actually had a content regarding the recommended action. So just thought I would.
Would you like to clarify your motion, Member Escobedo?
We've been going for a long time, and it's way past lunchtime. So.
I will let Member Escobedo clarify his motion.
I absolutely will.
We could read his mind and we knew what he was moving, but.
I motion to recommend that we approve CDE's recommendation of the draft of the mathematics instruction material adoption notice of intent, the adoption of instruction material schedule of significant events, the California adoption of instructional materials online application to serve on the review panel, also the criteria map, and the standards map template.
Thank you. Very clear, and I don't think we have to vote again. We've just clarified the motion. All right. With that done, I know it's been a long morning. What we're going to do, because we have a very packed afternoon, and I'm very mindful about getting people out to their modes of transportation at the end of the day, is we're going to pick our lunches up right here around the doorway and ask everyone who's not on the board or staff to leave for a half an hour, and we'll eat in chambers here rather than going upstairs, which saves us maybe 10, 20 minutes that we're going to value later. So with that, we will reconvene at 1:05. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back. We have a busy afternoon. I'm going to try to keep us moving. If we can stay on it, we might get out of here by 6. So that's the goal. Maybe sooner, but want to keep us moving with item 5, which is the State Annual Performance Report for Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, of 2004. Covering program year 2022-23. This has been prepared by the Special Education Division and will be presented by Shiloh Duncan Besserell and Rachel Heenan of the CDE with an introduction from Sarah Neville Morgan. Welcome, Sarah. You have a fan club.
Fan club. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, President Darlene Hammond, Chief Deputy Nicely, and board members. I am really pleased and excited to be able to introduce this item today. Every year we come before you, but this year we have a brand new special education director, and I know our state superintendent mentioned her earlier today, so you got a brief introduction to her. But Dr. Heenan has worked in special education for 2 decades. She began her career in Massachusetts, working in the field of deafness as an instructional aide, a speech and language specialist, and a school counselor. After relocating to California, she served as a social worker for foster family agencies, serving deaf and hard of hearing children and families. Along with her extensive local experience, she has also served in various education leadership roles. So an assistant principal, early intervention service coordinator, and special education administrator. So she has a long bio, but the most important thing to me is that she is another champion for early intervention and prevention. She loves the fact that we're working on universal pre-K and the fact that it needs to be fully inclusive. So with that, I'm going to bring Rachel up here, and she's going to start off on our item, and then Shiloh will walk us through some of the deeper data components that are a requirement as part of what we provide back to the U.S. Office of Education, Office of Special Education. So, Rachel.
Thank you for that warm welcome. I'm going to actually go back to the opening. Here we go. Good afternoon, everybody. State Superintendent Thurman, Chief Deputy Superintendent Wisely, Deputy Neville Morgan, thank you. Madam President Darlene Hammond, who, again, I'm honored. I think I was telling her I cited her so many times in my doctoral dissertation that it's like an honor to be in front of her. Vice President Woods, and distinguished board members. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for the honor and opportunity to be here today. My name is Rachel Heenan, as Sarah shared, and I'm the new director for the Division of Special Education. It is humbling and an honor to be in this job. A little bit about me, I'm from a very small town of about 3 square miles, a lobstering community called Swampscott, Massachusetts, on the map. You do? Oh, beautiful. But I've spent the past 25 years in special education in the state of California. As Sarah said, I started out as an early interventionist. I worked for a foster family agency in Southern California, working with abused and neglected deaf children. I've spent some time as a counselor in the schools working with our students with disabilities and worked as a program specialist, and also my last role was the Director of Special Education in SELPA for the 4th largest district in the state of California. I'm here today with Shiloh Duncan Besseril, the Associate Director of Special Education, and she is a veteran, which I'm sure most of you know, in special education, and has been supporting me through this. I believe I've been on the job for about 40 days. We're here to present the annual performance report for the federal fiscal year of 2022, and as most of you know, this data relates to specific outcomes for students with disabilities in our state. Shiloh will present the data, and I'll follow up briefly with some plans or some systems in place to improve these outcomes, and then the information will be provided for you to approve so that it can be forwarded to the U.S. Department of Education. So I'm going to just briefly present the big picture slides and 2 slides that relate to the growth of special education in the state of California. I'm going to also talk briefly about the percentage of students with IEPs in our LCFF subgroups and provide a quick recap of our annual performance report, or APR, another acronym that we use, and the requirements for us to submit this report. As you can see from this first slide, it relates to the trends and identification of students with disabilities in our state of California. I'll let you review the data for a moment, but 2 points that are noteworthy is that we currently have 800,000 students with disabilities in our state, over 800,000. To put that into perspective, there are 6 states in our country with populations less than the number of students with disabilities in California. 6 states. Another noteworthy fact is that over the last 10 years, special education enrollment has increased every year while the general education population decreases. And if you look at the year 22-23, there's an almost 22,000, an increase of 22,000 students with disabilities. And we may draw that correlation to the fact of COVID-19 and its effect on students in our school system. As a point of reference, students with disabilities now make up 13% of our enrolled students. 13%. The data continues to show our need for resources, state investments, professional development for our educators, our administrators, and our paraprofessionals. Here's just simply another slide. I'm about visuals. It's a representation of our growth over 10 years for students with disabilities. Our numbers with student disabilities only continues to grow. When we talk about increasing special education enrollment, we must also talk about the LCFF subgroups. Noteworthy is that 70% of our students with IEPs are in one or more of our LCFF subgroups. So when we talk about the state system of support, investments for foster youth, low socioeconomic students, and English learners, we're also talking about our students with disabilities. Remember, students with disabilities are general education students first. The percentage of LCFF students with IEPs has stayed consistent for the past few years. That is something you should note. Now I'm going to pass over the microphone to Shiloh, who will guide you through some of the important data, and then I'll follow up with some of the support, a little bit of my vision and mission to support and improve outcomes for students with disabilities.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Shiloh Duncan Besseril. I am the Associate Director for Special Education, but for 9 years prior to that, I was the data administrator. So if there's something I know about this work, it's special education data, and I've been preparing this report for about 12 years. This report is a required report for the U.S. Department of Education. We are required to submit it on time on February 1st of each year. It has a number of indicators, but prior to the submission to the U.S. Department of Education, the State Board of Education must approve it. If we fail to submit on time, it will impact our $1.4 billion federal grant, 99% of which goes directly to students with disabilities to serve and support them. The targets that we're going to be kind of going over today are were approved in the 2021 November board meeting, almost 2 years ago. And previous APRs can be found online, so you can see our trends. I will be talking about this year compared to previous year, so you'll be able to see. What I will not be doing today is going through each and every indicator. There's 17 of them, but I will be selecting a couple of indicators to talk about, both in performance and compliance, but I'm happy to talk about any indicator that you have questions about. We have a number of compliance indicators. Compliance indicators, their target is either 0 or 100%. And so we rarely ever meet these targets. It's not because we don't try, it's because it could be 1 or 2 students that we don't meet. We could even be 99.99% and we would not meet the target. So I just want to note that although it says we're not meeting the target, I think in general we are making progress in a very positive manner towards meeting the target. And I want to highlight that fact by highlighting indicator 11, which is child find. And this is ensuring that children who are referred for an assessment of eligibility for special education are evaluated within 60 days of receiving parent consent. That is the requirement in law. Last year, we were at 93%. This year, we are at 94%. So we are heading in the right direction. And that represents a little over 130,000 students who are referred and determined eligible on time each year. So that's a big lift when we talk about the number of students who are determined eligible. I do also want to note that while we have seen an increase, a decrease in 2021, a lot of that was a COVID impact, we are now seeing numbers of referrals that are higher than what we saw pre-pandemic. And that's what this chart shows. We do have a number of performance indicators. Don't worry, I'm not going through all of them. I know we just had lunch. But I do want to note that these indicators are they're wide and various, and we meet some of them and we don't meet some of them. And so if I were to say there was a trend to highlight, it would be we're not quite there yet, but we're heading in the right direction. Some places slower than others. So I think that's really the theme of the work that we're seeing here in this data. There's more indicators. I do want to highlight our preschool least restrictive environment. These are children for whom have a disability who are age 3 through 5, and they're enrolled in a preschool program. And this asks whether or not they're receiving the majority of their services in that preschool program. And right now, California is not meeting its target in this space. And we're falling a little bit behind. We have increased about 1% from last year, but it's not where we would want to see. In fact, only 19.86% of our students with disabilities who are ages 3 to 5 are receiving all their services within a regular preschool program. I do want to note this indicator, though. It does not mean the students are not enrolled in a program, a regular preschool program. It just means their services are not being delivered in that program. They might be receiving the services separately outside of their school program. Also, this will measure students who are receiving services in a provider location, that is 6C. And while we are not meeting that target, we are seeing a decrease in the number of students who are receiving services inside of a provider program. That means they might be receiving speech or language services at a county office as opposed to inside of a special education or inside of a regular preschool classroom. The next indicator that I think is also important to note here is our school age least restrictive environment. This is different from our preschool least restrictive environment. These are children with disabilities who are aged 5 and older, and whether or not they are in a regular school program. This does not mean their services, about where their services are located. This is about whether or not they're spending the majority of their school day in a regular preschool program. I will say we are not meeting the target. We're close, of 62% is the target, and we are at 61.30. We increased about 0.5% for students who are served for the majority of their day in a regular regular classroom. Thing I do like to note, which is important, because our improvement in this area has been very incremental. But the thing I like to note is that for each percentage point that we increase, we are changing the accessibility and inclusion for about 8,000 students. So what does that mean? Last year, we were able to increase the inclusive environments for about 4,000 students in a year. And that's sometimes the equivalent of all the students in a single district. So it's not, again, where we want to be. It's not as quick as we would like it, but we are moving in the direction we would prefer. The next indicator I wanted to highlight was our suspension and expulsion indicator. A lot of people have questions because we went up from last year, but this is the indicator that identifies the number of students who are suspended or expelled greater than 10 days, and so in a school year. It is important to note that this is a lag year data, meaning this was data from 21-22 instead of 22-23. And so the previous year's data would have been 2020 and 2021, which, if anyone remembers, most of the students were in distance learning and there was no suspension that we were really recording for greater than 10 days. So that's why we see an increase from 0% the previous year to 0.67% this year. And then to end on a highlight, I think it's important for us to note some of the good work that we're doing here in the state, and that is in graduation. So our 2022 target was that 76% of youth with IEPs will exit special education with a regular high school diploma. And we achieved an 82% graduation rate for our students with IEPs who exited with a regular high school diploma. And as our folks our partners that we work with at the Department of Rehab, Director Joe Xavier will say, this is the ticket in for many, many students into the next level of college and career readiness, is to have that regular high school diploma. So we're excited to see that the students who are leaving special education, the majority of them have a regular high school diploma to go to that next level. I'm now going to turn it over to Director Heenan so she can talk a little bit about our state systemic improvement plan, which is an indicator, but is really our system of support and all the investments we're making in order to help us move along the pathway a little bit faster. So again, we're moving in the right direction. We're just not there yet.
And I know we have very limited time, but it's, I think, critical that we do talk about addressing these areas for our most needy students. So I'd like to introduce you, if you haven't seen this yet, to the Raise the Bar initiative, which is coming out of our Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services from our Department of Education. This model sets the priorities for the United States in working with students with disabilities, addressing teacher shortages, providing evidence-based practices in classrooms, increasing the use of technology, partnering with our community members, and focusing life after high school. For California, our question is, how does California align with this vision and mission? And how is our state systemic improvement plan supporting our outcomes for students with disabilities? And how are we leading for equitable outcomes? If you look at our data, obviously we have some improvement. We need to focus on specific areas in special education with the goal of continuing to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. I'll be a broken record in that area. But to do this, we do also need to focus on academic achievement using evidence-based practices to drive instruction. We need to connect our families from birth to the resources they need to be successful. And we need to make sure our students with disabilities are included in their least restrictive environment or general education setting as much as possible. And we need to make sure our students are working towards that maximum potential, whether that be a diploma, an alternative diploma, preparing students for college and career readiness based on the student's IEP. So the big question is, how are we going to do this? We have a big lift to raise that bar. In brief, we can't do it alone. The Office of Special Education cannot do it alone. We need our educational partners and our statewide system of support to help us in this endeavor. We need data-driven and evidence practices in every single school, in every classroom where students with disabilities are. And we need to collaborate with our general education peers and leaders so that they can lead these efforts in our schools. And again, students with disabilities are general education students first. One last highlight I would like you to see is that in 2022-2023 Budget Act provided $12 million to improve pupil outcomes as a part of the statewide system of support. California Department of Education, in conjunction with CCEE, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, they work to select, we call them special education resource leads, to build capacity within special education in our county offices, our SELPAs, and our school districts to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. So CDE and the State Board of Education work diligently to put together a comprehensive and targeted RFA to address the highest need areas in the state. So these listed in front of you are the areas and leads for this work. And one of them is creating an individualized education plan and IEP best practice lead. And those is East County, SELPA, Santa Clara County, an English learner lead, which is Imperial County, SELPA, an alternative dispute resolution lead so that we can continue to settle issues and concerns at the lowest level possible. And that is Ventura County, SELPA, and Tehama County, SELPA, our Universal Design for Learning lead, our Open Access Placer County SELPA, Building Capacity leads, and El Dorado County, Riverside County SELPA, LACO, or Los Angeles County Office of Education, and Santa Clara County as well. So just know these resource leads will join the statewide leadership team and includes CDE, the State Board of Education, and work with our systems of support to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. We have a lot of work to do, as you can see from this data. We have a lot of work to do to meet the needs of our students with disabilities, but California can raise the bar. We can do it. And we can improve outcomes for our students with disabilities. So with that, Shiloh, we're requesting that CDE we are requesting that the State Board of Education approve the annual performance report and the State Systemic Improvement Plan for submission to OSEP, the Office of Special Education and Improvement Plan.
All right. And if that concludes your report, then I'm going to note that we want to put the public comment slide up so that we can queue up for public comment. And members of the public who wish to provide comment can do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access codes shown on this slide. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison, member Yoshimoto Tari, to offer any initial comments.
Thank you. Again, welcome to Dr. Heenan, and thank you to the entire team for the presentation, and also for collaborating with multiple entities and practitioners across the state to get the student outcomes that we want. As we heard today, these data are representative. In some cases, there's a lag year in some cases, and so some of it is reflecting the time of recovery, which I think is important to note. And while there is some progress, there's still much progress to be made. And I think what an important slide is the slide that showed that our students with disabilities, 70% of them are in other LCFF categories. And so when we think about what the improvement plan needs to look like, it has to include multiple divisions, multiple departments, working with our English learner department, working with all of our supports for our students that have multiple needs. And so, again, thank you to our county offices, our SELPAs, those working on inclusive practices. Our community school effort also impacts this work. And even the last two items that we saw today on math and science have a relationship to the data that we see today in this item. So again, thank you for your diligence in making sure we get the intended impact out of all the work that's happening, and appreciate the efforts.
Any clarifying questions at this juncture before we turn to public comment? All right, let's see if there's any commenters in the room.
We have no one signed up in the room.
And any on the phone?
Yes, we have 2 callers in the queue, and I will open the phone lines now. Good afternoon, caller ending in 4234. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute, and your time starts now.
Hello, President Darlene Hammond and board members. My name is Anthony Segura. I'm a preschool special education teacher in San Jacinto Unified School District and a Teach Plus policy fellow. As a preschool teacher in an inclusive setting, I have witnessed firsthand how beneficial it is in supporting children's development. My student, Amanda, with autism, entered my class with 1-word responses along with no social skills. She left speaking 5 to 6 word sentences and developing relationships with her peers because she felt she belonged and equal to her neurotypical peers, which allowed her to excel. This year, her kindergarten teacher said, Amanda has seamlessly transitioned into my general ed class and been very successful because of the inclusion class. Understanding the power of inclusive settings for our earliest learners, I was disappointed to see the results for Indicator 6 in the annual IDEA report. How can fewer than 20% of the 3 to 5-year-olds with IEPs be receiving the majority of the services in inclusive classrooms? With the disappointing results in this report, we urge the board to have a study session to explore how the state might create a more comprehensive and proactive approach to fostering inclusive education in early childhood. We urge the state board to take this issue up, and my fellow teachers and I are eager to support this.
Your time is up.
Work.
Next caller ending in 8323. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Myra Martinez with the Community Schools Learning Exchange. CSLX has been working directly with both RTACs and LEAs across the state. Our comments today are from this on-the-ground vantage point. The annual presentation to the board of the Performance Report and Systemic Improvement Plan for Part B of the IDEA presents an important opportunity to illustrate how the state's historic investments in whole child initiatives, namely community schools, expanded learning, and early education, should also amplify and strengthen LEA efforts to increase inclusion and early responsive intervention for children and youth with disabilities. When designed and implemented explicitly to include students with disabilities, each one of these state priorities underscore the importance of strong, meaningful relationships with all students and their families as a foundation to high-quality learning. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for item number 5.
Thank you. I want to just note that appreciate all the data and information that you provided, and of course this is the report required by the federal government and the indicators that they ask for. And I really resonated with the caller who said, let's have a study session. And I'd love to think about how we can move forward in that, and also think about indicators we'd like to know about that are different than the federal indicators. So, for example, you made the point, Shiloh, that even when they're looking at whether you're fully, all of your services are provided in the setting, it may just be that you're getting speech services somewhere else or something like that. So really the question should be that we want to also understand is to what extent are kids in an appropriate setting for the different services they have, and to what extent they're in a mainstream setting for the things that are most necessary and appropriate in that way. In other words, there's not an appropriateness lens that the federal government brings to the question. I think we'd like to know, how many kids were suspended for even one day, not just how many were suspended for more than 10 days. And, how does that break down by, race and ethnicity and other categories for students? We'd love to hear more, I think, about the alternative diploma and how that's, emerging and will affect graduation rates. There's been a 300% increase in autism in the last 20 years in the state. There's a whole set of questions about how do we best support, these categories of growth in special education identification. And then you mentioned teacher shortages, which is near and dear to my heart and that of others. How are we dealing with those? So there's a lot of issues that You appropriately mentioned and flagged for us on the way to the federal report that I think I'd just like to say we'd like to dive into, and several people are nodding. So rather than asking you to answer all of that today, because especially since we're on this very difficult timeline, I would love to see if there's any burning questions or any other things that you'd like to add at this point, and then we'll make a motion around accepting the report that does need to go to the federal government. Yes, Member McQuillan.
Yes, thank you for your comments. I agree. Maybe a more in-depth study session is in order. We're tight on time here, but I was curious about the expulsion and suspension rate on ethnicity, the 4B. It says no target, and then yet we met the target there. I'm curious about that. And then comparisons to, I know when you opened up, you said there's nobody like California, but how do we compare to other states in some of these, some of the data? But maybe for another time.
We could take a response to that before we move on, please.
Certainly, Board Member McQuillan. So I agree with you. I think it is an important factor for us to look at, and the less than 10 days is very important. It's actually a cornerstone of our monitoring piece, including all students who are suspended or expelled, and we do look at disproportionality. Disproportionality is a more complicated indicator, so we didn't have time to really get into that, but our disproportionality indicators there's 98 indicators, and about 60 of them are just focused on suspension and expulsion. And so, I agree with you that there's more to look into there in that space. I would say we are going to be presenting some more data along these lines, looking at both suspension, equity, and disproportionality at our February board meeting, or AXI meeting, the Advisory Commission for Special Education. So that might be a starting place for us to begin that conversation that we can bring back to the board at your convenience.
I think one of the things I would encourage is that, as people have a lot of questions, let's try to consolidate those and share them with our colleagues in CDE so that when we have the session, we can think about all the things we'd love to know and then be able to do. Thank you so much. We really appreciate A, the work, B, the progress, and C, the report, and we want to talk more. Is there a motion to accept the recommendation of the department?
Sure. I make a motion to accept the recommendation of the department.
And is there a second? Okay, Member Olken, thank you very much.
I second.
Okay. And now we get a roll call vote.
Member Ayapan?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olken?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to move on then to the consent agenda, which is regular items 6 through 15. And I understand that members Escobedo and Olken need to recuse themselves. Don't go far. And we will open the phone line for the queue for public comment on consent items 6 through 15. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on these items may do so in person or by calling the telephone number that is about to be on the slide, that is about to be put on the screen. Alex, do you know what the hang-up is? Okay. There we go. Members of the public who wish to call in can use the dial-in number on the screen and the participant access code, and we encourage you to turn down the volume if you are watching the proceedings so that there is not an echo effect. And so I would ask, is there first any speakers lined up in public comment in person?
We do have 3 speakers signed up. On item 6, we have Christina Salazar. All right. And on items 8 and 13, we have Connie Choi.
Once again, short. Good afternoon, Connie Choi with Public Advocates and the LCFF Equity Coalition. With regards to item 8, we appreciate the amendments proposed for the school climate self-reflection tool. However, more must be done to disaggregate the reporting of school climate data and at the school level. As with the Priority 1 teacher quality indicator, the board should revise this policy and begin reporting local dashboard indicator information at the school level where available and reliable. Aggregating survey results to the district level will mask the needs of school sites with serious climate issues. It is well known that schools within the same LEA often have very different school environments and offer very different experiences to students. With regards to item 13, under ESSA, federal law requires that a state educational agency approve school site improvement plans for CSI schools, yet CSI plans in California presently receive no direct review by any state or county agency. And we believe that these plans deserve more oversight and attention, as these schools often represent the highest need schools in the state and have ended up on the CSI list in part because they have not received the necessary attention and oversight from the LEA. If we do request a future agenda item, a study session of sorts to discuss how the system of support is meeting this federal obligation to meet our the needs of our highest need students. Thank you.
Speakers, but I'm not seeing any others standing up. Are there other speakers we're expecting in person, or shall we move to on the phone?
He's not here.
Okay. So let's check on online.
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay. And so with that, given that there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent items 6 through 15. Member Rodriguez, thank you. And can I have a second? Member Glover Woods, thank you very much. Can you please call the roll, Lisa?
Member Ayapon?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on to item 16. This is an exciting item. We've got so many this meeting. Item 16 is the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel and the recommendation of independent experts to serve as panel members. Sorry? Oh, yes, we do. Somebody should holler at our two members who are wandering around in the, they might get too much.
I texted them.
I was going to say, there's a lot of sweets out there. I think it's dangerous. Now we're going to move on to the exciting item for Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel. The SBE Screening Committee recommends that we approve the recommended members as identified in Attachment 1. And this item will be presented by Nancy Brynelson and Bonnie Garcia of the SBE. Welcome. Nice to see you. Please begin.
Thank you very much. Bonnie Garcia and I, as literacy co-directors, are pleased to be here today to bring you the recommendations for the individuals to be members of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel. With that, as you know, recent legislation, Ed Code 53008, establishes the requirement to have a screening process for reading difficulties, including dyslexia, for children in kindergarten through grade 2. So as a part of that process, the state board needs to appoint a panel of independent experts to identify the screening instruments that school districts will use for this. You need to do that by January 31st of 2004, and so that's why we're here today. The purpose of the panel is to create a list of evidence-based and culturally, linguistically, and developmentally appropriate screening instruments for students in kindergarten through grade 2. And I highlight those adjectives, or adverbs, if you will.
It's one or the other.
Because the State Board Screening Committee that reviewed applications and interviewed individuals were mindful of these requirements so that people have background and expertise in evidence-based instruction, the ability to speak to issues of what is culturally appropriate, linguistically appropriate, developmentally appropriate. With that, there are a few caveats that you should be aware of in terms of appointing this brand new panel, and that is the statute prohibits the appointment of anyone with a financial interest in such a screening instrument. So everyone was reviewed for that. And you also have the ability to periodically reconstitute the panel or update the screening instrument review process or direct the panel to amend the list of screening instruments. And the other condition here is that all of the meetings of the panel are subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. And so already the screening process was open to the public, so that will continue. The State Board's usual screening committee process was used to identify the individuals for the panel. And this is the same process you use for student members and for other members of your advisory commissions. So the screening committee reviewed applications and then interviewed selected applicants and then made the recommendation for the 9 individuals who are presented in the item today. And I just want to talk for a moment about the application itself. So to ensure that panel members will possess the professional expertise and experience to accomplish the purposes as were set forth of the screening, the application asks for information about each individual's professional experience and expertise, any potential conflicts with financial interests for the any screening instruments, and then evidence of experience in at least one of the following areas, and in several cases more. But as you see here, working with screening instruments, now that could be creating, evaluating, administering, interpreting screening instruments, or communicating the results of those screenings to parents in English and or other languages. Also, working with students with disabilities or students who are multilingual or identified as English learners, or students in the elementary grades. So we're looking for individuals with background pertinent to this task. And then using student data to design instruction and interventions, and communicating student information with parents or guardians. So these were things that the applicants had to address as a part of their written application. And then the interview process probed further. With that, I will turn it over to Bonnie to talk more about what the panel will be doing.
Hi, and thank you, Madam President Darling Hammond and Vice President Glover Woods and the rest of the board. Thank you for letting us present here today. I want to point out that the purpose of the screener, the purpose of the panel is going to be huge in education. It's going to specifically be huge in systems and instructional practices, especially at the early elementary level. And ultimately, it's going to support the lifelong and learner outcomes of all students. So in order to meet that purpose, we have the panel has responsibilities, which include reviewing the screening instruments, using a review process and evaluation criteria that has been set forth by the panel and later approved by the board. And we do plan to have that presented to the board in May and spring of this year. And in order to establish a list of a review screening instruments and establish a list. And with that, the panel also has to establish that list of high quality instruments, list of evidence-based, culturally, linguistically, and developmentally appropriate screeners that are meant to minimize and also to minimize the over and under identification of students with reading challenges and reading differences. And by doing that, by using instruments that use direct measurements, so directly assessing students to determine risk of reading difficulties, as well as using other supplemental data to support that evaluation. Also using measures of domains that may predict dyslexia and other reading difficulties, and those include but are not limited to oral language, language comprehension, there's vocabulary, phonological and phonemic awareness, there's also decoding skills, letter identification, letter sound correspondence, rapid automatic naming, visual attention, as well as reading fluency. So they have to include that, but it's not limited to that. Also, that the instruments selected are normed and validating using contemporary multicultural and multilanguage samples of students. That is students who represent the student population in California today. And that the data that is reported by these instruments is inclusive of data of students who are not native English speakers. Also, that the instruments integrate so that they use relevant demographic information, and that can include information such as, did the students attend pre-K before? What's their home language? How long have they been speaking or learning a second language? And other demographic data to paint a better, more comprehensive understanding of what the student's performance is. Also, were they the list or the screeners that are being recommended provide guidance and resources for educators to administer, to interpret, as well as to explain not just the results, but next steps. So what's going to happen next regarding instruction, regarding intervention, any further assessments, and to be able to explain that in the pupil's primary language, whether that be English or another language that is not English. And in addition, with that guidance and resources, for it to be informed by California literacy policy that's already in place, which is the English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework, the California Dyslexia Guidelines, and the multi-tiered systems of support. And again, the panel will be providing a recommendation for the application review and as well as the evaluation criteria to review the instruments by May at the May board meeting. To begin this work, we start with the state board appointing the panel by or before January 31st, and we are ready to make our recommendations today. Also adopting a review process of and evaluation criteria so that the panel can use to evaluate the list of screeners or the screeners, and so they can create a list of approved screeners. And having that review process and evaluation criteria presented to the board in May for approval. And then by December 31st of this year, the panel will select and vote upon an approved list of screening instruments that were pursuant to that review process and that evaluation criteria. So that by the beginning of the 25, or actually I'm skipping, so that by June 30th, 2025, all boards of local education agencies select a screener or screeners that screen students in both English and as well as assessing students who are non-English speakers as well. So the screeners will have to be in languages that are reflective of the primary languages of the state. And so then that by the time that the 25-26 school year commences and every year thereafter, the screeners are implemented and as well as the related services are implemented to begin the screening process. And I just want to note that the LEAs are the ones who determine the dates where they will, setting the dates for the screeners and when they're going to administer that. So based on considering the purpose, the statutory provisions, the appointment process, and the responsibilities of the panel, the California Department of Education is recommending that the board approve the following members to the RDRSSP. And I have to always remind myself with this, how to say this acronym, but it's the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel. And so this is, and the term that we are recommending is from today's date to December 31st, 2025. So the list of members that we're recommending here, I just do want to point out that we were recently informed that Carlin Graveline, who he is no longer with Mind by Design, she is now participating or building her own proprietorship. And so we just learned about that today. So I wanted to make sure that I made a note of that. And so with that, I keep thinking about all of the desserts in the back, but with that, we making our recommendations, and I think would now be ready for public comment or whatever the next step is.
Thank you very much. So we should we do have the public comment slide up. Those who wish to queue up for public comment can call that number on the slide and use that access code. But before we turn to that, I want to see if our Vice President Glover Woods, who chaired the selection committee, would like to make any initial comments.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. First, I want to thank Nancy and Bonnie, as well as members Escobedo and Lewis, and SBE staff member Jessica Holmes for the time that was dedicated to reading and reviewing the very extensive application that was submitted by multiple people and participating in that paper screening and interview process. As has already been shared with you, board members, this is a very important panel, and they will have a very important task in front of them in identifying a list of screeners that would be appropriate to use in our California schools. We took a lot of care to be sure that the knowledge and expertise that was needed is represented on this panel. It was important to have people who had a strong knowledge base in the technical aspects of assessments and screeners, as well as those who had a lens on the practitioner side on actually utilizing them in the setting. So I'm happy to bring forward, along with CDE, this recommendation to you and look forward to any comments that you may have or that members of the public may have. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions? I actually have one, which may lead me to a small amendment. If we were to find that the situation of a member of the panel shifted or that a conflict of interest emerged, I would assume that we would then, that would remove them from the committee. So I would like to be sure that the way the motion is framed makes it clear that the appointment is for those 2 years, barring any, emergence of a conflict of interest. And if you're nodding, so I'm assuming that my clarification is okay.
And that is addressed in the bylaws that you approved in item 6. So, and they are required to periodically attest to their lack of conflict of interest.
And we might uncover one aside from that. Exactly. So anyway, I would just like the motion to be understood in that way, that is the expectation. Any other clarifying questions? All right. Well, I think Allison, you look like you're gearing up for something. Okay. I do want to note, by the way, that we heard a very good description, thank you, Bonnie, of what the expectations are for the process, and we'll have more to say about that. But it will be important that not only do the people who bring screeners for consideration have them normed in multilingual contexts with, a sample of students, but that there also are not findings of large disparities between and among those students, particularly by language background or by other factors that may have nothing to do with a reading disability, but may be, in fact, a function of their experience, their language development, and so on. And that's been a concern for everyone as we've thought about this process. So the expectations that we'll be asking the panel to consider will be really including not just is the data there, but what does the data say? And how does it demonstrate a validity of that screener? We will not necessarily, as it's written, expect that every publisher or every screener will be in every language, because it's very challenging to get valid measures in different languages, but that they, when they're recommended, it's clear what languages they have validated the screener in. So it will be a very complex process, and that's why we're lucky to have so many expert people on the committee who are being recommended here to look at this. Yes, Member Olken.
Your comment just brought up one clarifying question for me. I think I understood from the timeline that there's not a step where it comes back to us to approve the screeners. Is that correct?
The legislation authorizes the panel to make the decision to vote on it and present it. It would seem logical that we would at least bring it to you for information, if not some other formal act, and of course we'll take your direction on that process.
And I think we would.
Yeah, thanks. That just came up for me as we were thinking about the ability, well, the screener's ability to be useful for all different students in a fair way.
And for people who choose different screeners to know what are the values and virtues and validities, if you will, of the screeners that they've chosen.
Right, and so then it would be part of our record, yeah.
All right. With that, I think we're ready for a motion on this list of very...
We haven't taken public comment.
Oh, we didn't. Sorry. Is there any public comment in the room?
No speakers have signed up for in-person comment.
Is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, there are 2 callers. Good afternoon, caller ending in 2616. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 2616. Please start your public comment. Next caller ending in 4301. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board. This is Lindsay Tornatore calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent. We are in very strong support of the CD's recommendations to approve the proposed selection panel experts, in particular, Tamara Wilson, Director of Development and Training from Sacramento County Office of Education. We are very eager to follow and engage in the screening instrument selection process. We really appreciate the requirements for these meetings to take place in accordance with Bagley-Keene. And to facilitate better communication information sharing, we realize this is probably coming, and so we just want to make sure that we are suggesting CDE consider setting up a dedicated email, listserv, webpage specifically for updates and information related to the meetings of the expert screening panel. Again, we look forward to engaging in this process, and we are here to provide support to the CDE and state board staff as would be helpful for this very important and essential statewide initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for item 16.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we are now ready for a motion.
Yes, President Darling Hammond. I move that we approve the recommended list of members with the amendment that if any of the members on this list disclose a conflict of interest during their term, they would be removed from the panel.
I'd love to change that verb from disclose to are found to have.
Yes. So let me restate it. I move that we approve the recommended list of people that we have before us with the amendment that members who are found to have a conflict of interest during their term may be removed from the panel.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Member Olkin? Any further discussion?
I just have one question that I don't know if we answered. So even though it doesn't have to come back to us for approval, will it return to us as an information item? Once
You can certainly ask for that, yes. All right. With that last question, I would think we need a roll call vote. Thank you, Lisa.
Member Ayupon?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olkin?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Batillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari?
yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move right on to item 17. And that is the request to approve revisions to the criteria and standards for local educational agency fiscal stability. And I understand that Member Yoshimoto Tari needs to recuse herself from this vote. Don't eat all the cake while you're out there. I'm counting on a piece at break.
Really good.
The CDE recommends that we adopt the attached revisions to the criteria and standards for the 2024-25 fiscal year. And this item will be presented by Elizabeth Deerstein of the CDE. How are you, Elizabeth? Welcome.
Thank you for having me today. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Nicely, members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Deerstein, and I am the Director for the School Fiscal Services Division. The purpose of this presentation is to review and discuss the proposed changes to the criteria and standard regulations, which are foundational to local educational agency fiscal oversight and California's fiscal intervention system. Before we review the proposed changes, I will provide background information about the criteria and standards. The criteria and standards were first implemented in 1989. In 1991, they were incorporated into the fiscal oversight and monitoring system put into place following the fiscal insolvency of a couple school districts. This system is known as the AB 1200 process after the original implementing legislation. Criteria and standards is an umbrella term that describes various metrics that help oversight entities evaluate fiscal health of school districts, county offices of education, and joint power authorities, with the goal of preventing fiscal insolvency. COEs have fiscal oversight responsibility for its school districts and JPAs, and the CDE has fiscal oversight responsibility for county offices. The criterion standards guide the development of budgets and interim financial reports that are used by finance oversight agencies during their reviews. JPAs follow the criterion standards of school districts, and so for this presentation, I will refer to school districts and JPAs jointly as the school district. There are three components to the criterion standards: criteria, supplemental information, and fiscal indicators. Each component provides valuable information to school districts and COEs and their oversight agencies. The criteria have an established range of acceptable values, which are either met or not met. These are specified in regulation and require SBE approval to change. Some examples include ADA, enrollment, and LCFF revenue, which look at historical data versus projected data. Not meeting a criterion does not necessarily mean the entity is in fiscal distress. Rather, it must explain why they failed the criteria, and then the oversight entity will review and evaluate whether the issue presents a concern. Supplemental information provides more data to help interpret the information in the criteria. These are also specified in regulation and require SBE approval to amend. Examples include the identification of the use of one-time funds for ongoing costs and long-term financial commitments. The last item, fiscal indicators, are questions about external or non-budgetary factors that have a correlation to fiscal health and are not part of the regulations. Before you today are proposed changes to the criteria and supplemental information. No changes are being proposed by CDE to fiscal indicators. As I mentioned, school districts and county offices are required to provide financial reports to their oversight entity. These reports are the adopted budget, the first interim report, and the second interim report, and in some cases, a third interim report may be needed for entities in fiscal distress. This system of reporting provides multiple touch points along the fiscal year to look at the fiscal health of school districts and COEs, and several opportunities to begin measures to correct any impending problems. School districts and COEs prepare these reports using CDE's financial reporting system. Authority to create the criterion standards is in Ed Code, and the criterion standards themselves are part of Title V of the Code of Regulations. Ed Code makes them exempt from the Administrative Procedures Act, which means the process for making changes is streamlined and faster. The criterion standards have been updated 5 times since their inception, most recently in 2013, with the implementation of LCFF. Revisions require CDE to convene a committee of affected groups for review and comment, and then changes are presented to the board for review and adoption. As required by statute, the CDE convened a committee in September of 2023 to review and obtain feedback regarding recommended changes. The committee consisted of various statewide educational organizations and state agencies. No concerns were raised by the committee about the proposed changes before you today. There are 4 primary reasons why changes are being proposed. The first is due to changes in education code, most notably Senate Bill 913, which became law in 2023, modified several Ed Code sections that provide flexibility based on the size of ADA of a school district by lowering the ADA threshold from 400,000 to 250,000 to account for enrollment declines in the state's largest school district. Secondly, we made terminology changes to conform to new governmental accounting standards. The third reason is to remove terminology no longer consistent, no longer applicable to the LCFF. And lastly, other technical changes are being proposed to improve fiscal monitoring reviews. This slide summarizes the categories and regulation sections of the proposed changes to the criterions and the supplemental information. These are listed in more detail in attachment 1 of the item. Attachments 2 and 3 illustrate all the text changes to Title V of the Code of Regulations, and attachments 4 to 7 contain the final version of the criterion standards and the proposed changes, if the proposed changes are adopted by the board. I might have to take my glasses off. Fogging up. 4 years, and I still can't figure out how not to get them to fog up. No, thanks, Sharon. In the next few slides, I'll go through a few examples that illustrate the exact modifications from a representative selection of the proposed changes. Proposed text additions are shown in underline, and strike through, and proposed text deletions are shown in strike through. In this first example, the word projected is being added for consistency with how other ADA criterion are currently read. And in this next change, we are illustrates language cleanup to remove references to elements of LCFF that are outdated and no longer applicable. In this next change, the addition of text to this criterion is to conform with governmental accounting standard changes. And lastly, this change illustrates updates to the regulations for new legislation and to improve fiscal monitoring. The first change shows the lowering of the ADA threshold to conform to SB 913. And the second change relates to improving fiscal monitoring by requiring school districts in the counties to review their projected end of fiscal year cash balance at budget period, which is currently only required interim. The CDE recommends that the State Board approve the proposed changes as outlined on attachments 2 and 3, and if approved, the revisions will be incorporated into the Code of Regulations in July of 2024 and will be in place for use by school districts and counties starting with 2024-25 budget preparation. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. At this point, we want to welcome people who may want to call in for public comment to do so. And if you could get the public comment slide up, that would be great. You can use this phone number on this slide and the participant access code. Members of the public are welcome to call and line up. And meanwhile, we want to ask our liaison member, Olken, if she has any comments before we get going.
Sure, thank you. First, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Elizabeth and her team from the Fiscal Services Division. They, as a group, don't come before us too often, but the work that they do is so important to the health of our schools and to the ultimate outcomes of our students. And so it's been really a pleasure for me to get to work with them as we're preparing for this item. So thank you for that. And just quick comments, as Elizabeth said, the criterion standards are used by school districts, county offices of education, and joint powers authorities to help LEAs ensure fiscal stability. So they're foundational to the early warning system that monitors the financial health of districts and counties and JPAs. And so that there's a warning when they deviate from what seems to be a path of financial health. Over their existence since they were first implemented, they've only come before us a handful of times for changes. As Elizabeth pointed out, today the changes are all technical in nature. They relate to changes in accounting policies and standards. They relate to the implementation of the LCFF. And so really it's just an attempt to bring these really important ways of understanding financial health of LEAs into compliance and with today. And all of the changes, as you saw, are really minor, and they are, what's the word I want? Technical in nature. They were vetted by the committee as required by a committee as required by statute, and there were no issues raised. So this is coming before us without any flags that we might be concerned about. And we have not heard any concerns about the changes, the proposals from the field. So that's sort of where we stand, and look forward to moving on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment? Is there any clarifying question among the board members? Is there any public comment in the room?
No speakers have signed up.
And any public comment on the phone?
Yes, there are two callers. And with that, good afternoon, caller ending in 2671. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 2671, please begin.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
This is not a public comment. I am waiting for the Sagebrush, La Cañada, and Glendale Unified issue.
Okay, yes, please call back during item 19. Thank you. Next caller ending in 8964, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 8964, please begin. Okay, this concludes public comment for item 17.
All right, thank you very much. We're now open for any board discussion or questions. And seeing none, I think we're open for a motion.
I move that we approve the proposed changes as presented by CDE.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Member McQuillan, thank you very much. And at this point, I guess we need to call the roll. Lisa?
Member Ayapan?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olken?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Batillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll take a little break. It is 2:20-ish, and we'll be back at 2:35. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. We are going to proceed with item 18. Item 18 is an update on the California Department of Education's artificial intelligence guidance and support for districts, including a practitioner's perspective of artificial intelligence in education. And this item will be presented by Catherine Goyette of the CDE and Parvin Ahmadi, Superintendent from Castro Valley Unified School District. Thank you very much. Please begin.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you today to speak about something about the emerging technologies that are coming out in our world and what the potential implications may be for education and how we as an educational organization have been working to support educators and our districts in this process. So I first want to start by talking a little bit about how artificial intelligence has actually been in education for quite a while. By artificial intelligence, meaning that there are machines, so to speak, that are thinking like people do, looking for patterns, making predictions, etc. So in 1965, actually Stanford used AI in a program called Plato to teach basic math and science concepts. In the 80s, AI was used in a lot of learning to read programs. And in the 2000s, there was a huge influx of adaptive learning platforms that were used across schools in California and across the US. What's new now in the public eye is what's called generative AI. Generative artificial intelligence. So as you may know, November 30th, 2022, ChatGPT launched publicly. And in just 6 days, it reached over 1 million users. This was unprecedented growth at the time. In May of 2023, the CEO of ChatGPT testified about the dangers of AI at a U.S. Senate hearing. So this is something where those that are creating the technologies are asking for regulation because they know that there are some risks and they want to make sure that they are being ethical about that. CDE held a panel discussion called Demystifying AI for California Students in May. It was very well received, and it was because people were asking. Educators were asking us, can we have some support? What should we do? What should we think about all this? The U.S. Department of Education released a report on AI at that point, and then in August, our internal STEAM work group began discussing guidance for districts as was requested by many of our educational partners. We also began partnering with teachai.org, which is a global initiative of multiple organizations, including the World Economic Forum, Code.org, Educational Testing Service, and others. And beginning in August, even before that guidance came out, there were CDE representatives supporting schools at county office meetings and conferences and the like. So the guidance was released on September 11th, 2023. That was the same month that there was an executive order, you may recall, from Governor Newsom about AI. There was a webinar series that we launched at CDE, and the CSBA research and policy brief on AI was released as well. So organizations were beginning to provide guidance, to provide support. And you'll see a bit later on that there are parallels in all of this. We have been keeping up with all of this guidance that's coming out from the governmental, both national and state levels, to ensure that we are in alignment with that. October, teachai.org toolkit for schools released, and I have to say that the California guidance was quoted. So that was pretty exciting. And then there was some Gen A readiness checklists released, and some other things happening after that as well. So what is still happening in the news in regards to generative AI? So just this month, New York Times came out with an article, Will Chatbots Teach Your Children? So there are some fears about is the AI going to replace teachers? The U.S. Department of Education and our CDE guidance emphasizes the importance of human relationships, of keeping teachers in the loop. There's also was an article that came out this month saying that most teachers are not using AI. Largely, that is because they need support. They need some professional learning, which is something that we want to help provide. We want to help build the capacity of our county offices to help provide as well. Also in the news this month, San Francisco schools bringing AI into classrooms was featured, as well as some lessons from California's teaching with AI guidance. So how do we get to this place in September of 2023? Well, we felt that as CDE, according to our superintendent initiative regarding professional learning, you'll see circled here, it is the department's responsibility to try and keep educators up to date on emerging technologies. And so this was within the realm of that initiative. Like I said, in the spring, we had that artificial intelligence panel. We had educators, post-secondary individuals, people from business, and we also began using AI to help us begin to figure out how we should guide educators with AI. So we took the U.S. Department of Ed report, put it into something called Chat PDF, so that we could have a little bit of a jump start and some ideas on what we might want to do with that. Regarding CDE, continued to support schools, and then in September, the guidance was released. I want to give you a bit of an overview about what this guidance says. First, there are two focuses. One is learning with AI. Learning with AI, I'm going to quote here from the guidance. Learning with AI can enhance academic learning in any content area when implemented with safety and ethical use in mind. Fortunately, our national and state privacy regulations for students continue to be relevant in this area, and so AI fits well within all of those laws that are already in place regarding privacy. We also want to emphasize learning about AI because, as I will quote, as educators and students demystify these AI systems, as they see past the perceived magic of these technologies. Not sure if any of you have tried to use some of this generative AI, but it might feel like magic. But as they start to see that it's mathematics and it's prediction, then they start to become better, more responsible, ethical citizens of these emerging technologies. So we really feel that it's important that we want to make sure that our educators and our students alike have that knowledge about safety and efficiency when utilizing these systems. It is here. AI is here. It is something that we want to embed into our media literacy conversations and just move forward with an understanding of this is what our world is like. So I want to talk a little bit briefly about how the parallels between the AI guidance and some of the other items that came out, the executive order. You'll see that both indicate that there are positive and beneficial use cases of GenAI, but there's also risks. And so we need to be aware of both. Also an emphasis on safety, on data collection, on privacy, and on algorithmic bias and discrimination is also in both. Considering the social impacts, particularly for underrepresented groups in the tech field, is also something that is in both. And the executive order called for trainings for state-approved use of generative AI. And of course, at CDE, we are encouraging professional learning and implementing some webinars as well. So here are just some slides, some images of the webinar promos that we've been doing. This is the Teach AI toolkit that refers to and quotes the California Department of Education guidance. We were the second state in the nation that came out with guidance. To date, there are only 4 states that have come out with AI guidance for their schools. White House AI Bill of Rights and CDAI guidance also have some parallels, notably making sure that we are safe, that we understand algorithmic bias, that we understand social impacts of AI, data privacy, and also making sure that we understand that humans and connections are invaluable, particularly when we start to be inundated by technology, right? So, again, there are some parallels with the generative AI report, which built upon that executive order. CDE's guidance has been in the press. I'd like to read a quote from this article. In California, state education officials also point to the potential for bias and inequity when using AI. At the same time, their guide notes that giving access to AI education to all students could also remedy equity and diversity workforce gaps in STEM fields. California guidance further recommends districts integrate AI concepts and computer standards into their curriculum. This is not meant to be something additional, but to be something that is integrated into the way that we teach our students about the world around them and the tools that they are using. So, we do have our State Superintendent Tony Thurman's Anti-Bias Education Initiative, which aligns to this. We also want to make sure that we are educating for equity, because the more that we demystify these systems, the more that our students and educators alike will understand that we shouldn't trust the AI systems all the time, right? We need to have that media literacy piece. And so this is an opportunity that many have seen to incorporate AI, where some of you may be thinking, well, where does it fit in regards to education about AI? If students want to go deeper, they fit very well within the state board approved computer science standards with their concepts and practices. So this is something that does fit well in with that. Also, computer science really does support STEM equity. We talked a little bit about that earlier. And so there is a report from College Board that the APCSP assessment increases the likelihood that underrepresented populations major in a STEM field. So, we want to educate for equity. We appreciate the opportunity to continue to support state board approved initiatives and standards. And in moving forward, what we really want to do is leverage AI to increase equity rather than allow it to exacerbate inequities. And so that's why we appreciate the support in bringing this this literacy and this opportunity for our educators and students alike to learn. So how might AI impact future state board deliberations? Perhaps there will be conversations about instructional materials utilizing AI and the considerations about the ethics, the data privacy, the data collection, thinking about those things. Perhaps assessments will be something that will need to be discussed in regards to AI. Standards, at the point that there may be new updated computer science standards, perhaps AI would need to be a part of that. Perhaps in curriculum frameworks, we could consider ways in which AI can be used in pedagogically sound, safe, effective ways. These are all perhaps things that may occur. So I want to thank all of you for all you do to support the educators and students of California. And I want to bring up a practitioner's perspective, one of our LEA superintendents and president of AXA, Parveen Ahmadi.
Thank you. While he's doing that, good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, as well as board members. I'm excited to be here. I'm hoping that some of what I'm going to say, will be a bit of a repetition. However, I want to kind of talk about more than just AI when we talk about technology in our practices. So I'm Parveen Ahmadi, Superintendent of Cañada Unified School District, proud superintendent, and proud president of the Association of California School Administrators. I think when I think about technology, I would be remiss if I don't talk about the lessons that we learned during the pandemic. And I think there were many. We learned a lot, we've gained a lot, we lost a lot. And moving forward, I think thinking about what we learned, we all know that as teachers, we are in education. This is my 34th year in education and 14 years as a superintendent. But I loved every minute of my teaching career, knowing that every teacher gets into this profession to support children and to do the best they can. But there was always this pushback against technology in general, not because people don't want to do the best, but it's because they need training, it's new, it's always something that we might think is an addition. But pandemic kind of pushed us into that area of acceptance more than we ever thought we would. So it was really, technology was a lifeline during the pandemic for all of us. Within a week, we all kind of realized it's not going to be just 2 days, 3 days. This is a long haul. So we all did our best, access to device and internet as much as possible for districts. There was a lot of professional development as this was happening because our teachers all of a sudden had to change really the way they thought, they interacted with children, made their lesson plans. We had learning hubs because we knew what struggles children had who didn't have resources. And the policy updates that you are all a part of and the state was extremely important for us to be able to manage what we had to regarding grading and all of those things and attendance. And of course, the funding that came from the federal government as well as the state was absolutely necessary for us to actually get to a place where we could feel like we're doing some good things for kids. But I have to say, during that entire time, in spite of all of the things that we did, yes, we, in our district, we made sure that every single student had a device and a MiFi if they need it, but I can tell you it wasn't the same for every child. And we all know that. So that access and outcome gap really increased. And this reminds me of James Baldwin's just amazing words all the time about what this means. He says, anyone who has ever struggled with poverty knows how extremely expensive it is to be poor. And that really resonates with me when I think about what happened to our children and what continues to happen to our children, whether it be AI or any other resources and technology that we use. That lack of access exponentially, more than anybody else, impacts those historically underserved and under-resourced. And we saw this during COVID. We still see it and will continue to see it until we address it. And that's because we knew that the best computers we gave, the MiFi that we gave to students wasn't the same for one child in a room with tutors and everything else versus 4 kids in a garage. And then when we started asking these children to upload materials using those MiFi, that didn't work. So I want us to be really cognizant of that when we talk about any kind of technology or resources for kids. And I think universal access, to me, is the key. I know we talk about universal access a lot, and we get a lot of pushback, but this is what it is. So that the zero-sum story that we hear that says progress for those historically underserved means taking it away from those who have privilege ultimately harms everybody. It really does. And I just think of the author Heather McGhee, whose book, The Sum of Us, really sums it all up. And for any of us in education, we get to see it on a daily basis. So post-pandemic, we still have needs for technology. Infrastructure, huge piece. When we talk about infrastructure and dependable and strong internet access at school and at home, our teachers are doing the best they can. They do come up with activities that you need to do at home. And I'm telling you, once we expect children to do things at home, it's almost like not having internet it would be almost the same as us saying we're going to give a textbook to these kids, but not these kids. So thinking about that all the time. Device replacement. Many of us have thousands of devices we've purchased, and now we have to replace them, which is something we will do, but just a challenge. And as always, as you also heard, improved instructional practices through ongoing PD. Professional development is key. And to me, professional development that is localized with our own experts in that field is really, really important. So these needs are going to continue to be there regardless of what we use. And when I think about effective instructional practices, so we all know it should be balanced, should be engaging, it should enhance knowledge when we think of technology, and it should provide opportunities for creativity and collaboration. So as a superintendent, walking through classrooms, which is one of the most important things for me to do, every week, at least 2 days a week, I'm in classrooms at different schools, and I watch what our teachers, their magic, I watch our brilliant students, and I see that although there was a lot of pushback before, and I don't think I would be alone as a superintendent or an educator to say this, but what we see in a lot of our classrooms is a lot of engagement. You see it on the left with the teacher actually engaging with students, a human connection. And then, of course, you see kids actually using technology. But what a lot of us are noticing is because we have shifted and we've come back, but there hasn't been enough training and professional development to dig into this, that sometimes people might think using a device instead of paper and pencil, but doing the same thing is actually is additive. It really isn't. To me, having a page with 40 problems of the same magnitude, 2 times, 2 plus 2 and 2 plus 3, versus on the computer, you just have to run to do 2 plus 2, isn't really additive. So that shift in our mindset needs to really, it's important. And I think any kind of technology that we use, whether it be AI or anything else that we talk about, we have to ask, is it balanced? Is it engaging? Is it enhancing what we're doing? Or is it all the same, just doing it differently? And does it provide opportunities for creativity and collaboration? So when it comes to AI, as you heard again, the not so new frontier, we all know that. When you get in your car and you're after a board meeting at 9, 10 o'clock at night, and your car tells you it's time for you to have coffee, right? So we all know that it's been around, but challenges and opportunities that exist policy, student and staff use, impact on operations and efficiency, many of our departments, ethical considerations, extremely important, and implication for teaching and learning are all things that we need to be taking a look at. So as when I think about our efforts, the Association of California School Administrators statewide efforts, I wanted to share a few things that we've been doing. We have an AI advisory group. We have had focus groups in Northern and Southern California, in Napa, as well as Los Angeles County with the superintendents in the county, kind of talking about AI and demystifying it, but really using those as hearing sessions of what people are concerned about or what they want to know, what opportunities they see. It's obviously a topic as every one of our academies and conferences, and the hearing sessions with students and teachers is absolutely critical. The teachers and students are the consumers that we really need to be paying attention to. So we are hearing from educators in the field, need for policy, legal framework related to privacy, use, and consent, professional development for not just teachers, but administrators and boards as well, equity and ethical consideration, and of course, impact on other areas of our operation and efficiency in that way. Continued efforts, one of the things that we have been working on, collaborating with a legal firm that we work with at AXA F3, we're creating guiding questions and considerations for boards of education and district leadership to support responsible integration of generative AI in instruction and operations with the following in mind: ethics, privacy, data storage, and access. We felt that instead of telling people which ones to use, which we really can't, we're not all experts at everything, and every day a new thing comes up, it's more important for us to create some guiding questions that we use, kind of like not just necessarily a rubric of some sort, but in that vein, what questions should we be asking as we adopt programs, as we talk about what kinds of AI to use and how to use it. And then, of course, professional development for teachers and administrators. We're working with Common Sense Media to get some of that done as well. Ethical consideration. I just want to spend a couple of minutes on this because we hear a lot. And having read the book Algorithm of Oppression, that I'm sure many of you have seen or read, what Safiya Moja Noble says, the near ubiquitous use of algorithmically driven software, both visible and invisible to everyday people, demands a closer inspection of what values are prioritized in such automated decision-making systems. What values? And I think this is where, when I think about education and what we are actually trying to do with our students, despite the pushback that some people get, our students are and will be the creators in the future. And that's all why it's so critically important to help our students become skilled critical thinkers and compassionate and conscientious human beings. So as they're creating, as they're using, as they're having conversations, that consciousness actually is what guides what they do, what they use, and how it's used. And I think that's a really important point to remember. In closing, I would say we need a change in our mindset about students. We have amazing students today in our classrooms that are that demand better from us. They are smart, they're brilliant, they ask questions, they critique. They're incredible. And often the first question that comes up in education is, are they going to cheat? And my question would be, let's ask why they would need to cheat, right? So that change in mindset about our students is really important. Also, to think of our students again as creators and conscientious developers and users, and to provide opportunities for them in every way that we can. to help them actually continue to be critical thinkers. And then, of course, more than anything that I want to leave with you today is equity as a centerpiece in policy decisions and requirements at all times. Every single time we make a decision, if we are not really having that equity mindset as the centerpiece, we can really hinder student progress, and we'll continue to have the structures that we've had in place that really does not allow us to get to where we all want to be, where every single student, regardless of their unique circumstances, can actually be the best they can. And I think of this when when we talk about standards, when we talk about computer science, for example, it's really important. And I come from a family of, people in technology, but I have to tell you, when we think about access for students, when we talk about requirements for example, for computer science, it is absolutely important for them to have computer science. But when we talk about requirements, if we don't remember that equity piece, if we can't guarantee that the children that don't have the same resources will actually have the ability to do what they're supposed to do, then we're just creating more of a chasm. And the implications for statewide policy, and I would agree with what you heard before, when it comes to technology-related matters, really, including AI, it is imperative that all students truly have equitable access. So consideration that we hope everyone careful considerations should be given to developing policies, approving curriculum and standards, and making changes, especially in this case, to grade level or graduation requirements to really have that equity centerpiece. And I'll end my presentation with something I know I have used a few times when I have spoken, because it really resonates with me when we talk about technology, AI, just education in general, healthcare. Like we know what happened to students who didn't have resources. It wasn't just that they didn't have the device, they didn't have that. But at home, they were also dealing with things that they had no control over. Healthcare, right? We knew that their families lost their jobs. So really, when we think about what our responsibility is in school, is do everything we can to actually address as many needs as we can. So the bottom line I want to leave with you is from Ron Edmond, who is an education researcher. He said, "We can, whenever and wherever we choose, successfully teach all children whose education is of interest to us. We already know more than we need to do this. Whether we do it or not must depend on how we feel about the fact that we haven't so far." And that was in 1967. And we're in 2024. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We do want to open the public comment line for this item so that members of the public who wish to call in can queue up and do so by calling the number on the slide that is about to appear and using the participant access code. And while we are waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison member, Olken, if she has any initial comments before me, and then I'll ask board members if they have any clarifying questions, and we'll proceed from there.
Thank you. First, thank you so much to both of you for your presentations and for being so forward-thinking about education in general, and specifically in this case, the implications, possibilities, challenges of AI. It's been a real pleasure to learn from and with you. And many of my fellow board members were with me at the National Association of State Boards of Education conference in San Diego, where we got to see you speak previously on this issue. And I just want to say thank you for the great work you're doing. Sort of my framing comments on this are, I feel like as a human in 2024, you can't get through a day without there being some conversation about AI. Somebody who thinks it's going to be the end of humanity as we know it, or it's going to move us forward in ways that we have not yet imagined. And specifically when you talk about it in schools, I think there really is a lot of focus on threats, whether it's student safety or students not taking the opportunity to learn because they're using artificial intelligence as a way to get answers. That's a long way of saying cheating. What I really appreciate about these presentations and the direction we're heading in California is that we're trying to think about it more holistically than that. I appreciate that we're one of the first states who has put forward guidance. I'm really thankful that you're here today so that we can join this conversation at the state board as well and start thinking about, as you both pointed out, the ways that we need to be considering AI in future policies and responsibilities that come before us. And so I know this is just the beginning of the conversation, but I think we're starting at such a rich place, and I want to thank you for sharing with us where we are and being here with us today.
And I'll just echo the thanks for getting this conversation going. It was good to go on the website and see the early work that's been done on giving people some framework for thinking about this. This does bump into the work of the board in a number of places, so we can begin to think about, when we think about curriculum frameworks, we're asking the question, what's to be learned? How is it to be used? Because how you learn it is how you're going to use it, and the ways in which AI both will shape what is to be done with the knowledge that people have and the way that they will learn are really going to be important. Thinking about the ways in which we're pressing towards the evaluative higher order thinking skills that AI could lay a foundation for, and then people can go beyond the critical thinking, the media literacy, all of the things that you brought up should be part of what we think about as we're developing curriculum frameworks going forward and ideas. It obviously brings a lot of implications to us around computer science and the access to computer science learning through all the grades, and for whom and how. And there, of course, access to both the hardware and software and connectivity issues that are all embedded in that. So we appreciate having that on the table. As you were talking, I was thinking about Anya's earlier point about the AP exams. So we were thinking about our science assessments. The new AP Computer Science applications course and exam has a task in which students collaboratively design an app that they choose what problem they want the app to solve. They develop the app, they test the app, and then they, as part of the exam, they explain what they did and how they did it and how it works and so on. And that is really the way that knowledge is going to be used, in the future. And so it also has implications for our assessment systems. How are we asking students to demonstrate, those kinds of ways of using knowledge and skills for developing it? So anyway, I just think it opens up a very rich conversation for us. We're very appreciative for the work you've done and the conversations we will all yet have. And we want to use this as an opportunity to get our own thinking in gear around the many ways in which this will be important to us. So I want to thank you for that. Are there clarifying questions that anyone has at the moment before we go to public comment? If not, we'll go ahead and see if there's any public comment in the room or and on the phone.
There are 3 callers in the queue.
Okay.
Good afternoon, caller ending in 5619. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 5619, please start your public comment. Are you there? Next caller ending in 4301, please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. Lindsay Tornatore calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent. We just want to express our deep appreciation to the board and CD leadership and our colleagues at AXA in supporting LEAs in navigating the opportunities AI brings to our students while remaining vigilant of the necessary safety measures. I would like to lift up the letter we submitted from two of our statewide county office working groups, the Technology Support Committee and the Curricular and Improvement Support Committee, Computer Science and Digital Learning Subcommittee. In our letter, we provide some specific recommendations for future expansion of existing guidance and ongoing professional learning topics. These include continued discussion on identifying and removing barriers to access and equity, continued focus on security, safety that directly address cyberbullying, exploitation, and security, and finally, a prioritization of computer science that aims to develop creators, not just consumers of AI. We look forward to continued collaborations on this dynamically evolving topic. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to just add the gratitude to AXA for the activity and the county superintendency for really leaning in and getting our state ready, ready for all that is coming and is here. Any discussion from the board? Any questions or comments?
Sorry, there's two more callers in the queue.
Sorry,
they jumped in.
Jump back in, okay.
Caller ending in 4644. Please begin your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Any discussion from the board? Any questions?
Hello?
Yes, please begin.
We are watching from the Orange County Department of Education, and I just wanted to commend the Orange County Department of Education for hiring 2 administrators of AI, which is one, that's me and my counterpart, Kunal Dalal, and we have a human-centered approach to providing assistance to districts. And so one of the first things we're doing is interviewing people around the Orange County to see how they are thinking about AI and using it to form sort of a database or groundwork for us to move forward. So sort of a design thinking approach. And so I just wanted to commend the Orange County Department of Ed for investing in these positions. And we have a lot of work to do, and we're excited to do it.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4785. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute. Please begin your public comment. Oh, they dropped off. Okay, this concludes public comment for item 18.
This really concludes public comment. So thank you very much. And now we're open for board discussion. And Member Patillo Brownson.
Thank you both for the presentation. Just a quick comment to reflect a thread that I think really surfaced across both of your presentations. And one piece of this, obviously, is access to technology in order to learn in the more traditional ways and things that we all leaned into during the pandemic and during stay-at-home learning. I think there's also an aspect of this, and I'll say this as the parent of a middle school and high school age 2 students, is that there's also a skill here that is not just about how to use AI for research projects, but also how to use it to navigate the world, which will be a life skill for the next generation, to be able to use it for work, to use it for presentations. And it's a really interesting spectrum that I'm seeing emerging even within my own children's teachers of viewing it as a tool of suspicion, which is the sort of fear of plagiarism, versus thinking of it as the responsibility is to train the next generation of leaders, of students, to navigate and be proficient at the world that they're going to inherit.
Absolutely. I think that's really, really critical. is that's the when we talk about opportunities, that's the kind of opportunity we're looking at.
And Vice President Glover Woods.
I also wanted to thank both of you for your presentation, and Superintendent Amati, just a lot of the pieces that you lifted up. And as you were sharing, it just brought back to mind a phrase that we used pre-pandemic and even during the time that students were learning away from schools about the digital divide. And the digital divide is so much more now than a device and a way to connect to the internet. And for children that we may have in our own personal lives, it doesn't even hit the radar. It's like turning on a light. Nobody really thinks about the fact that some students don't have access. And as I think about what was shared on the implications for the areas that are within the purview of the board, I just lift up for all of us the lens that we need to have as it relates to, as the CDE's initiative or work is, learning about AI as well as learning with AI and the pedagogy that's needed for that. And if we're not able to ensure that these things are done well, we're going to create an even worse digital divide, because we will have students that get that and have opportunity to utilize it in ways that are ethical and helpful. And then we're going to have some students that don't have a clue of how to do that, and that will look very different for them in their adult lives. And Superintendent Amati, as you lifted up, it's not about taking away from other students. I think about my children who are, have graduated from high school now, but it's not about taking away from them, but it's all about us keeping in mind also students who have access and how these things can be built upon, and also students who don't have access, not of any fault of their own, and how they get the learning that's necessary as well. So thank you again, both of you, for bringing this topic forward and sharing with us. And as we move forward with those areas that are within the purview of this board, we must keep that, in my opinion, front of mind as we make sure we don't do anything to exacerbate the digital divide.
Well, and that's a great point, and we can't do that by holding some back. We have to do it by advancing others. To your point about learning about AI, learning with AI, and then there's learning to master and use it, for your own purposes, that all of those have to be on everyone's agenda for every student, Member Escobedo?
Just can't emphasize the importance. The thread that you also connected was the human element, and how critical the human element has to be part of this process, because that almost synergizes the learning in an ethical and constructive way. While if you take that human element, you have the danger of controlling, right, and not really thinking. So I really appreciate the presentation, and I think for all of us, it's how do we ensure the human element is always present and viable, in the use of AI is so critical, so critical. So thank you.
So I know we have a lot to cover in the rest of the day. Now, Member Orozco Gonzalez wants to make a comment, and then I'm going to encourage us to thank our presenters for this information item. Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Well, I'll be brief. I know that we're in a rush to finish, but I just want to be appreciative of this AI presentation, especially highlighting Ms. Amati's emphasis on the vital role of professional learning within districts led by educators attuned to their unique student populations. Given the rapidly evolving landscape of AI, understanding the specific recommendations or plans the CDE has to address the identified gaps in computer science education, disparities becomes increasingly crucial. This includes addressing concerns related to teacher credentialing, graduation requirements, and pathway alignment. Additionally, I encourage the CDE to incorporate a design thinking approach in these initiatives, fostering innovative solutions. This is especially important in navigating the swiftly changing terrain of AI and ensuring equitable access and opportunities for all our students across California, especially around the realm of computer science education, while also addressing those potential issues contributing to the digital divide. So I look forward to continuing this conversation. It's so essential because it's moving so quickly as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for this very interesting information item. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And with this, we're now going to move into the waiver consent calendar, which is waiver consent items W1 through W5, and we will open the phone line again for public comment and get that public comment slide displayed. And if you want to make a public comment, please call the number on the slide and use the participant access code that is there and identify your name and affiliation for the record. Are there any public commenters in the room?
No, we have no public comment in the room.
And is there anyone on the phone?
There's one caller in the queue. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, please begin your public comment. Okay, this concludes public comment for the waivers.
Okay, and do I have a motion? Thank you very much. And a second for the motion? Member Lewis, thank you. And Lisa, can you please call the roll?
Member Ayapan?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olkin?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Capetillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tari? Motion passes.
All right, thank you. And now the moment that many people have been waiting for, because I think that many of our public callers, many of our commenters were really trying to call in for this item. So we're up to item 19. Item 19 is a public hearing regarding the appeal of an action of the Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization to approve a petition to transfer territory from the Glendale Unified School District to the La Cañada Unified School District. The CDE recommends that the state board deny the appeal, thereby affirming the decision of the county committee to approve the petition and allowing the territory transfer to proceed. This item will be presented by Juan Morales and Joshua Speaks of the CDE. Juan, please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Nicely, members of the board. Once again, my name is Juan Mireles. I'm the Director of the School Facility and Transportation Services Division. With me here today is also Mr. Josh Speaks, who has been the lead on this item for us, along with Ms. Mary Levine and Christopher Miracle, who is the administrator over our school district organization team. I realize it's been a long day, and I wish I could tell you we have a simple, straightforward item for you this afternoon. That is not the case. There's quite a bit of background and complexity to this item. So we're going to walk you through the item and our recommendation as clearly and as concisely as we can, since we performed a very comprehensive analysis. So please bear with us. So let's get started. The reason we're here is because a sufficient number of residents from the neighborhood known as Sagebrush submitted a petition to the LA County Office of Education requesting to transfer that territory from the Glendale Unified School District to the La Cañada Unified School District. That petition was then reviewed by the Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization staff. They issued a report and they found that 4 out of the 9 conditions were met. They recommended to the LA County Commission that the petition be denied. However, the LA County Commission found that all 9 of the standards were substantially met, and they ultimately approved the petition. As a result, Glendale Unified exercised their statutory right to appeal before the State Board of Education, basically challenging the action by the LA County Committee. So what is the board's role in this process? It's basically to either approve or deny Glendale's appeal. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that means in the next slide. But beyond that, the board also has discretionary authority. We can act as de novo, which basically means that we can perform an independent analysis, which staff did for this item. And the board has quite a bit of flexibility in approving or denying the appeal, even though all 9 conditions may or may not be met. However, if the board does approve the territory transfer, the board will have to establish an election area, and we're going to talk a lot more about that a little bit later in the presentation. So going back to the board's actions of approving or denying the appeal. Once again, this is Glendale's appeal challenging the LA County Committee's approval of the territory transfer. If the board denies the appeal, then that means that the territory transfer process will continue and it will go to an election. If the board approves the appeal, then basically the territory transfer stops. It can be a little confusing given the item and the appeal that we have. We just want to make sure that we clarified what your action will mean. Based on our analysis, we are recommending that the board deny the appeal, which will allow the territory transfer process to continue. We are also recommending that the board set the election area of not just the territory area in question, but also to include the attendance areas of La Crescenta Valley and La Cañada High Schools. Now, before we get into the reasons for the petition and the conditions, I wanted to provide you some quick information about this territory. First of all, this is the largest territory transfer that we have reviewed. It includes 386 acres, 879 parcels. All of this territory is within the boundaries of Glendale. However, it's within the city limits of La Cañada Flint Ridge, which is very common to have the attendance areas extend beyond the city limits, particularly in LA County. We have about 400 students that live within this territory, and it's important to note that about half of them are attending La Cañada schools, even though they reside within the attendance of Glendale Unified. So with that, I'm going to have Josh get into the reasons for the petition and the conditions in more detail. Josh.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. As Juan said, I'm Joshua Speaks. I work within the Facilities Division as part of the school district organization team. I've been here at the Department of Education for about 2 years now. Many of you have seen some of my waiver items come before you in the past, but this is my first time actually standing up here and presenting. So I am excited to be here. The petitioners have presented us with several reasons for the transfer. Their entire justification is included on page 5, section 3.0 of attachment 1 of our analysis. However, I've listed some of the more significant reasons on the screen here. The petitioners feel that the La Cañada School District has deep partnerships with the city, local business community, school families, and non-families. They believe that their students, as part of the city, should be included in those relationships, should benefit from them. Not only do they see this benefit to the territory students, but they also believe that the current situation where their students are residents of the city but not included in the city school district actually creates a disparity between their students and the other students residing in the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge. And lastly, they believe that this transfer would respect and honor the voices of the community, which has overwhelmingly supported this transfer through their signatures on the petition and also polls that have been done locally that indicate overwhelming support for the transfer. So, both of the school districts that are involved in this transfer have taken positions on this item. Glendale Unified School District has consistently opposed the transfer. They adopted resolutions to that effect in 2002, in 2016, and obviously they're the reason for this appeal before us today. La Cañada initially expressed concerns about having the capacity to absorb all of the students. Now, I want to be clear, La Cañada never opposed the transfer. Even when they were expressing their capacity concerns, they were simply looking for ways to ease the transition. However, presently, La Cañada is fully in support. They do not have any concerns anymore about having the capacity to handle the students. And the district most recently adopted a resolution in January of 2023 reaffirming their support. And they verbally reiterated that support at a December joint meeting between the school district and the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge. As noted above, Glendale has appealed this item on both procedural grounds and the grounds of potential racial and ethnic discrimination. So there are two statutes that a territory transfer can be appealed under. One of them has to do with procedural violations or potential procedural violations. The other is specifically focused on racial and ethnic discrimination or disparities. Glendale has cited both of those sections in their appeals. Their procedural objection is that the county committee used an improper procedure and did not provide substantial evidence to contradict county committee staff's analysis and findings. So as Juan noted, the county committee initially recommended that only 4 of the 9 criteria had been met and recommended denying the petition. When the county committee voted, they voted on all 9 criteria as one single unit. They didn't vote on them individually. And the petitioners argue that that violates the department's school district handbook, which indicates that each criteria should be voted on separately. However, we would note that as the handbook itself says, it is purely an advisory document, and it is not binding on local educational agencies. Furthermore, we don't believe that the county committee is bound by its staff's conclusions, and disagreeing with a staff assessment is not an illegitimate exercise of the county committee's discretion. Disagreements like that over local decision-making are not subject to state board review under the provisions of the Ed Code. So our report will review each of those 9 conditions. As Juan said, you do have the authority to do a de novo review of one of these transfers. So we will review each of those 9 conditions as they currently exist on the ground, but we will not attempt here to second-guess the county committee's decision-making. The district also expressed concern that the loss of minority students would jeopardize their ability to educate students in an integrated environment, which is one of the 9 criteria. However, by their own estimates, the loss in minority students is offset by an equivalent loss in white students, leaving the overall racial balance within the district unchanged. For example, in their own appeal, they estimated that Mountain Avenue Elementary would lose 25.9% of its minority students, but they also estimated that it would lose 24.75% of its white students. And those numbers are obviously, they're functionally equal. So that would do no damage to the district's overall efforts to maintain an integrated environment. I will address the next 3 objections together as they all stem from the same fundamental argument. The district claims that their board's policies on racial discrimination and segregation are more robust. They claim that the transfer would have negative impacts on English learners, and that Glendale promotes diversity to a greater extent than La Cañada. Their evidence for those contentions all stems from the fact that as part of their bilingual education program, they offer dual language immersion as one of their options. And they note that La Cañada, while it has bilingual education programs, does not offer dual language immersion. That is true. They offer dual language immersion. La Cañada does not. However, dual language immersion programs are only one recognized option here in California for addressing the needs of English learners. It's an effective option, no one would dispute that, but it is only one option. A smaller district offering a more limited set of options, all of which are recognized by California as academically appropriate methods of educating English learners, is not the same as being lenient on discrimination. It's not the same as failing to serve English learners or failing to promote diversity. In fact, if you look at the numbers on English learner progress for both districts, they're fairly equivalent. Both districts have seen wide fluctuations in the last 2 years, with 52% of Glendale English learners making progress towards proficiency in 21-22 and 60.3% in 22-23. The respective numbers were 78.9% in 21-22 and 53.1% in 22-23 for La Cañada. The small sample sizes that are always involved in looking at subsets of students often lead to swings. As you'll note in those numbers, there are wide swings from year to year. But the important point is that both districts exceed the state average in English learner progress. Furthermore, La Cañada's English learners score in the green category in both the English language and arts and mathematics assessment on the state's Smarter Balance Summative Assessment and the California Alternative Assessment, whereas Glendale's English learners scored in the orange category for both English language arts and mathematics. Therefore, it's not evident to CDE that La Cañada's English learners are less well-served educationally than Glendale's. The final objection voiced in the appeal is regarding the student losses at Mountain Avenue. That's the elementary school that would be most affected by this transfer. The petitioners have suggested that any negative impact of enrollment losses at Mountain Avenue Elementary can be offset by transferring students from impacted campuses elsewhere within the district. Glendale objects in their appeal that such proposals are speculative and do not guarantee that the district can maintain its current level of campus diversity. It is true that any enrollment area changes or student transfers proposed by the petitioners are speculative. However, speculation by the petitioners does not constitute grounds for an appeal under the Education Code. As you may recall from previous district reorganization issues, the Education Code requires that 9 minimum threshold criteria are examined before approval may be given to a school district reorganization. The county committee, as Juan said, found that all 9 were substantially met for this transfer. These conditions are laid out in Education Code section 35753. CDE has conducted a thorough review of these 9 conditions, and we will look at each one of these. Some of them are relatively straightforward and will not require much discussion beyond what is in the item before you. Others are a little bit more complicated. The first of the 9 conditions requires that the reorganized district will be adequate in terms of the number of pupils enrolled. Now, CDE in the past has adopted regulations specifying exactly what that means for elementary school districts, high school districts, and unified school districts. And in CDE's regulations, the minimum enrollment required for a unified school district is 1,501 students. Both districts comfortably exceed that threshold. The student population of Glendale is about 24,400, and the student population at La Cañada is about 3,800. CDE finds this condition substantially met. Condition 2 requires that each district is organized on the basis of substantial community identity. Now, I want to emphasize that it is important to note that this condition does not ask about the community identity of the territory being transferred. A lot of the public testimony and public discussion surrounding this item, especially at the county level, was about the community identity of the folks in the Sagebrush area. But that's not what the standard focuses on. The standard focuses on how the transfer will impact the community identity of the 2 districts that are involved post-transfer. In this case, the county committee staff report emphasized that the territory has a strong community identity with the locality in general and not with any particular set of city boundaries. Now, at the LA County Committee staff level, they argued that this indicated that there was not an issue of organization on the basis of substantial community identity, and so they said that this condition was not met. However, we feel that that actually argues in favor of this condition because it implies that adding the Sagebrush residents to either of the districts is not going to substantially change the community identity of the districts involved. Furthermore, with over 250 transfer area students attending La Cañada schools in the 22-23 school year, without any notable changes in the community identity of the district, we feel it's unlikely that transferring the remaining students in the territory will have a significantly different outcome. So CDE also finds this condition substantially met. Condition 3 asks whether the transfer will result in an equitable division of property and facilities of the original district or districts. Now, there are no Glendale facilities within the transfer area, and thus no real property will be changing hands as part of this transfer. Because of that, no division of property, funds, or obligations other than bonded indebtedness is required, and facility impacts will be minimal. And again, we would note that already half or more of the students in the Glendale School District are attending La Cañada schools on inter-district transfers. So CDE finds this condition substantially met. Condition 4 requires that the reorganization will preserve each district's ability to educate the students in an integrated environment and will not promote racial or ethnic discrimination or segregation. Our report details the various factors considered in our analysis on page 11 of attachment 1. After examining these factors, CDE staff have concluded that due to the relatively small number of transfer students, the fact that both districts already have well-integrated populations, and the fact that the students in the transfer area reflect the same racial balances in the districts as a whole, the transfer will not significantly affect the racial balance of either district or its ability to educate students in an integrated environment. So we find this condition substantially met. Here you will see a breakdown of the districts on racial and ethnic grounds. As you'll see, Glendale is roughly 60% white and 40% minority students, with the largest minority group being Hispanic students at about 20%. La Cañada is 43% white, with 57% minority students, the largest minority group being Asian students at about 30%. So while you'll see that the districts are not identical, they both represent well-integrated mixes of racial populations. Our handbook recommends not only examining districts as whole entities, but examining school site data when looking at larger districts, as demographics can often shift from area to area within a large district. In this case, if we drill down a little further into the Glendale data, the student population at Crescenta Valley High School, which is the Glendale school that includes the transfer territory and its attendance area, looks even more like La Cañada, with 52% white students, 23% Asian students, and 15% Hispanic students. Now, Condition 4 does not specifically cite factors like socioeconomic status, students with disabilities, English learners, but we feel that this information can also provide helpful context. So you'll see that we also have a table here providing a comparison of those factors as well. There's more divergence here. You'll see that Glendale has a significantly higher population of English learners as well as students of lower socioeconomic status. However, again, if we drill down and look at school site data, going back to Crescenta Valley, some of those differences become a little less extreme. Crescenta Valley has about 4% English learners, and 22% of its students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So while the districts are a little bit further apart on these metrics, if you consider the actual schools these students attend, they're not quite as disparate as they seem. Condition 5 requires that any increase in cost to the state, as well as a result of the proposed reorganization, will be insignificant and otherwise incidental to the proposal. To this end, our fiscal staff here provided a hypothetical estimate of the impact of the transfer on both districts' LCFF funding, and that can be seen in attachment 3 of the item in front of you. No increase in state costs was identified. The LCFF funding would simply shift from Glendale to La Cañada. The other potential cost concern that we looked at was due to the earlier concerns expressed by La Cañada about housing all of the territory students. Now that the district has the necessary facilities in place to house all of those students, we no longer feel that there's any concerns on that front. Even if the district were at some point in the future to see a need for new school facilities, state funding is not automatic, and any request for the state to shoulder a portion of those future building costs would be discretionary on the part of the state. So CDE finds this condition substantially met as well. Condition 6 requires that the reorganization will continue to promote sound educational performance in both districts. Before continuing to discuss this condition, I actually want to say a word here about these districts. Both of them are top performers statewide. Unfortunately, in a contested transfer like this, sometimes everyone involved has a tendency to focus on the flaws of the districts involved. So I just want to note at this point that both of these districts serve their students extremely well and stand as examples to their peers around the state. However, having noted that, this condition is not really concerned with the overall quality of the offerings of a district, or the intention is not to draw direct comparisons between the two districts. One can believe that one district offers a better set of educational offerings than the other and still find the condition met. The condition asks us to look at the impact of the transfer on each district's existing educational programs. CDE staff agree with the assessment that was originally offered by the LA County Committee staff report. Both districts offer broad, high-quality offerings that outperform statewide averages. the number of transfer students is too small to meaningfully affect those district programs, and there is no indication that this transfer will cause any of the programs offered by either districts to alter or end. CDE finds this condition substantially met as well. Condition 7 looks at the possibility of increased facilities costs associated with the transfer. We took a very close look at this condition, which is the focus of your attachment number 2, due to La Cañada's previous statements about their inability to house all of the transfer area students. At the time that this was being heard before the LA County Committee, La Cañada ultimately committed to housing the additional students using portable classrooms. That only raised additional concerns here within CDE due to the small size of Palm Crest Elementary School campus, which is the primary recipient of any elementary school students if this transfer were to take place. However, in the time since the LA County Committee hearings, 3 factors have contributed to satisfy our concerns. First, the number of students in the transfer area in La Cañada overall has been on decline. In addition, the campus of Palm Crest Elementary has actually undergone a significant construction effort. Those upgrades were a product of the district's 2016 Facilities Master Plan. They were not a direct result of the discussion of this transfer. However, the result has been a significant upgrade in capacity while simultaneously freeing up additional play space. This was done because the site, they replaced portables and some single-story structures with 2 new 2-story buildings that allow them to utilize their campus space a little bit better, reduce the overall footprint of their buildings, while actually increasing the number of classrooms and the room for administrative space. Finally, the number of students attending La Cañada schools on interdistrict transfers has been on the rise in recent years, in effect partially implementing the phase-in that La Cañada originally suggested when they were looking at this transfer. So all of those factors have conspired to result in the free capacity to absorb the transfer area students, elementary, middle, and high school, without anticipating any need for significant new construction. So CDE finds this condition substantially met as well. Condition 8 requires us to determine whether or not the proposed reorganization was primarily designed to increase property values. Again, I want to be clear about what this condition is asking us to examine. It does not require that property values remain unchanged by the transfer. It doesn't even state that residents of the area cannot anticipate increases in their property values. The condition requires a determination as to whether that's the primary reason for the transfer. Analysis done at the county committee level found that the transfer would likely result in some increase in property values, and a similar investigation done by CDE staff confirmed that assumption. However, nothing in the transfer document submitted by the petitioners indicated a primary interest in increasing local property values. Further, we need to bear in mind that this attempt to transfer this territory actually began back in the 1960s, well before the modern increases in California real estate prices. So it seems unlikely that an effort that has been sustained for over 60 years by completely different groups of individuals was motivated primarily by a desire to see a moderate increase in property values. We find this condition substantially met as well. Condition 9, this is our last condition, we're coming to the end here, looks at whether or not the reorganization will continue to promote sound fiscal management and will not cause a substantial negative effect on the fiscal status of any of the districts involved. So it's important to keep in mind the word substantial negative effect. Any transfer of territory from one district to another is going to involve some loss of revenue or bonding capacity, even if it's only a single home. So the question is that impact substantial? CDE's fiscal staff conducted a thorough analysis of the effects of this transfer, which again can be seen in attachment 3. It should be noted that the analysis that was done by our fiscal staff assumed a loss of 210 territory students. These are the students who are not already attending La Cañada schools through interdistrict transfers. That number was based on 21-22 enrollment data. 22-23 actually saw a lower number of students remaining in the territory enrolled in Glendale schools by about 50 students. But because that was a significant divergence from previous levels that that had been relatively consistent for the last few years, staff chose to use the 21-22 data in order to make sure that they were estimating the maximum impact of the transfer. It should also be noted that some of that remaining 210 students could choose to remain enrolled in Glendale schools. La Cañada's board has adopted a policy ensuring that any Sagebrush area student who wishes to remain enrolled in Glendale will receive a lifetime rather than annual interdistrict transfer. This means that the estimate provided by CDE fiscal staff should be seen as the upper threshold of the potential impact, not a guaranteed impact. Under these assumptions, Glendale Unified would see a loss of up to $2 million in LCFF funding, which would go to La Cañada instead. This represents less than 1% of the district's overall revenue. Additionally, the territory to be transferred represents about 1.85% of the district's assessed valuation, lowering the district's potential bonding capacity by that same amount. The extent to which some of this revenue loss may be offset by reduced expenses is uncertain. District operating costs consist of fixed expenses such as facility costs, which are not easily adjustable on the basis of enrollment figures, and also variable costs such as school meal programs, which can be reduced as student numbers decline. CDE staff are unable to estimate what percentage of the revenue loss may be offset by reductions in variable costs. CDE staff do not believe that a revenue reduction of less than 1% or a decrease in bonding capacity of less than 2% constitute a substantial negative effect on the district's financial management or fiscal status. So we find this condition also substantially met. In conclusion, CDE finds all 9 conditions have been substantially met. In addition, we found no compelling reasons to overrule the decision of the county committee. At this point, I'd like to reiterate the recommendation that we made earlier. CDE recommends that the state board deny this appeal, which would affirm the decision of the county committee to approve the petition and allow the territory transfer to proceed to an election. If you were to choose that option, you would also be required to set the election area, and we are recommending that you set the election area as the proposed transfer area along with the attendance areas of Crescenta Valley and La Cañada High School, which are the 2 high schools that contain the attendance areas for the territory. So with that, we wanted to examine both our recommendation and some alternatives, but we wanted to explain first how we evaluated these options. The question before us was who, in addition to the people in the transfer area, will be affected by the transfer, and what are the magnitude of those effects? Clearly, the most direct impacts are going to be felt by the voters in the Sagebrush territory being transferred, which is why they're actually required by law to be included. CDE staff believe that there will also be impacts to the families that attend the schools losing and receiving these transferring students. These impacts are not of sufficient magnitude to change our recommendation, but they are of importance to local residents. And I think that's an important distinction to maintain here, is the 9 criteria evaluate the impacts to the districts involved. In setting our election area rationale, we're looking at impacts to the residents of the districts involved, because we're asking who should have a voice at the local level in this election process. One example of such impacts would be a minor tax increase to all Glendale USD residents as they absorb a portion of the district's bond repayment currently being paid by the territory residents. This amounts to approximately 1.84% increase in the cost of bond repayments to residents. Another example is the possible cascading effect of backfilling for the loss of enrollments at Glendale schools affected by the transfer. For example, we estimated that Mountain Avenue Elementary may see a loss of about 15% of its current students. That could result in students from surrounding schools being transferred in order to maintain sufficient enrollment at the site. So those are just meant to be a couple of examples, not an exhaustive list. CDE staff don't feel that we're in a position to appreciate or assess all the potential impacts of a large territory transfer on local populations, which is why the law requires us to go to a local election. So, in determining the recommended election area, CDE staff considered 3 options that we wanted to present to you. The first option, and the one that we are recommending, is to include the transfer area itself, along with the attendance areas of Crescenta Valley and La Cañada High Schools. This casts the broadest net, bringing in the largest pool of voters who may be measurably affected by this transfer and allowing them all to have a voice in the process. Another option that we consider equally viable would be to include the attendance areas of the two elementary schools directly affected, Palmcrest and Mountain Avenue, along with the transfer territory. This would have the benefit of drawing an election area that includes voters who will experience more direct and more significant effects from the transfer. However, the drawback is that some affected voters would be excluded by having the smaller election area. That's why CDE staff did not recommend this option. The final option would be to hold the election just in the sagebrush territory. That is the minimum required by state law, and it's consistent with past state board practice. However, most prior territory transfers have been small and therefore unlikely to have significant effects on the surrounding communities. The benefit to this option is that it ensures that only voters who are most directly and immediately impacted by the transfer would participate in the election. However, it does exclude that larger pool of voters who will also see effects from the transfer. So the question before you, when setting the election area, is to determine to what extent the impact of the transfer of territory outside of that territory is significant enough to justify the inclusion of those voters in the election. With that, I would like to thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. At this point, we want to open the public hearing. And so we want the public comment slide to be displayed, please. And I will hereby open the public hearing at 3:58 p.m. We will first hear from the petitioners in support of the territory transfer from Glendale to La Cañada. They will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. We will then hear from the appellants, Glendale Unified School District. They will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. After the presentations, we will open up the phone line for public comment from individuals who are not part of either presentation. So petitioners, you may begin.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and distinguished board members. I'm Tom Smith. I'm the chair of the Citizens Committee that launched this petition in 2013. And joining me today are representatives from the La Cañada Unified School District, as well as the city of La Cañada itself, both of which fully support the transfer, by the way. So with our limited time today, I'm going to be really brief, but I wanted to point out that the packets that you were provided earlier provide a good summary of many of the facts that we feel supports our position. So bear with me so I can get through this. I'll just read it to you if you don't mind. So from the beginning, the heart of this petition was to bring equality to sagebrush students by enabling them to enjoy a sense of belonging and wholeness as an integral part of their educational experience, and also to provide them the absolute right to attend their community-based schools. In La Cañada, the city and school district collaboration is the social fabric of that community. Because of this, a transfer would greatly enhance the social capital of sagebrush students through a greater sense of wellness and inclusion. In its recommendation to deny the appeals, CDE recognized these outcomes and how they would provide substantial benefits to the sagebrush students. The CDE also found that impacts to GUSD's finances, programs, socioeconomic, and DEI shifts would be insignificant. Over 300 sagebrush students now attend LCUSD via permits, and there has been no reported significant impacts to GUSD's local schools as a result. Permits have been a Band-Aid, but they are not a permanent fix, as they can be curtailed or denied by GUSD. Also, they do not resolve all inequity issues, such as parents are still left without a voice in the governance of the community schools their children attend. So given that sagebrush has distinct delineated neighborhood boundaries and is fully contained within the city of La Cañada, but not within its school district, it's a unique situation that would not set a precedent for future piecemeal transfers. So for these reasons and more to come, petitioners ask this board to affirm the county committee approval and deny the appeals. Thank you. I didn't advance this.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Gomez Blumenfeld, and I want to spend some time talking to you about the area proposed for election. As detailed in a letter distributed to members and staff late last week, and I think again this morning, the petitioners strongly oppose the staff recommendation with regard to the area of election. And we urge the state board to call for an election only in the territory proposed for transfer. As the staff report notes, The statutory default area for the election is the territory proposed for transfer. And that default area was blessed by the California State Supreme Court, where in its LAFCO decision, it noted that otherwise large, relatively disinterested majorities could effectively veto worthy reorganization efforts. That exact kind of pernicious voter dilution that the Supreme Court warned against will occur here under the proposed expanded boundaries. That's because under these expanded boundaries, the Sagebrush residents that CDE staff rightly acknowledges are most acutely impacted by this transfer, those residents, they would represent less than 4% of the total electorate. That simply cannot satisfy the rational basis review test that the Supreme Court established for evaluating the legal validity of election boundaries. The antithesis of a rational basis, in fact, is arbitrariness. But the staff report offers almost no explanation to justify these expanded boundaries. The report, as you just heard, notes that there is likely to be no significant impact on either district as a result of this transfer. It suggests that whatever impact there might be would be most acutely felt at the school site level. But of course, this is a completely unremarkable observation that would be true of every territory transfer. And then the report goes further because it says that the election area shouldn't even just be contained to the attendance boundaries of these allegedly most impacted elementary schools, but should encompass the much larger attendance boundaries of the nearest high schools. Why? No explanation whatsoever is offered to justify that dramatic expansion, and it is significantly undermined by the report's own admission that whatever impacts are felt at the elementary school levels would be, quote, attenuated at the middle and high school levels. This just cannot carry the rational basis burden that is required of it. And that rational basis test is critical, both because the law requires it, but also because the law depends on it for these laws to make any sense. And I think this case is a perfect illustration of why that is. The Education Code has established, as you just heard, a very elaborate and multi-year process of review. It happens at the local level, the county level, and now here at the state level. These proposed boundaries, though, would reduce all of that to a single arbitrary question: which district has more voters? It cannot be that this 10-year-long process is meant to amount to just that. And remember, an election is called for in these cases in part because a district opposes the transfer. It would make a mockery of that entire statutory scheme to then put that electoral question disproportionately to the very district whose opposition triggered the election in the first instance. It would undermine all of the process that preceded it. It would serve just as a show election to codify GUSD's longstanding objections. We do not believe that the law supports such an absurd result. Now, finally, perhaps the best evidence that we have that the proposed election boundaries do not comport with the law is that it would not comport with your long history of action on this issue. In fact, we could not find a single instance in which the state board has ever approved a territory transfer and then called for an election in an area other than the territory proposed for election. Not one. And CDE staff is similar. They have a very similar consistency to their track record. It is extremely unusual for them to recommend that you call for an election in an expanded voting area. And when they have taken that unusual step, such as in the 2000 Alvord Unified case, the state board, you rejected that recommendation, you approved the transfer, but called for an election only in the territory proposed for transfer. Now, I'll reiterate again, the staff report rightly notes that this transfer is unlikely to have any significant impact on either district sufficient to warrant opposing the transfer. So if the bare fact that nevertheless, whatever impacts might be felt would be felt most acutely at particular school site levels, if that garden variety fact is sufficient to abandon the default, the statutory default election area, then it's really not a default at all. In fact, it will never again be the correct voting area. You, the state board, will have to draw bespoke election boundaries in every territory transfer case, which would make each one of those vulnerable to extreme legal challenge. The eminently more defensible route is for you to do what you have done in an apparently unbroken record up until today, and that is to call for an election only in the area proposed for transfer, to call for an election only in the Sagebrush territory. So we strongly urge you to do just that. We appreciate your consideration, and you'll now hear from Superintendent Wendy Sinnett.
Good afternoon, esteemed board. My name is Wendy Sonette, and I'm LCUSD Superintendent. The 1880s straight line survey that led to the current district boundaries has long ceased to be meaningful. If the districts were being created today, one would never carve out a sliver of one city and align it with the neighboring district. Sagebrush families simply want to be fully vested members of their city and its schools and to share completely in their community identity. And I want to thank Mr. Speaks and the CDE for doing an absolutely amazing job with the 9 criteria. They articulate it better than I've heard in the last almost 11 years. LCUSD has already enrolled more than 2/3 of the students estimated within the territory. We have 268 of the approximate 350 to 400 students. We are entirely prepared to accept any remaining students seeking to transfer with all related responsibilities and obligations. There are no capacity issues. Palmcrest Elementary has 2 unoccupied classrooms because of new construction, and there are over 125 additional students spaces available at that school. Additionally, at our other 2 elementary schools, there are over 100 spaces there and 150 spaces at La Cañada High School 712. Both districts throughout this process have already mitigated any and all potential financial impacts.
My name is Josh Epstein. I'm the governing board president for La Cañada Unified School District. LCUSD has actively supported the Sagebrush territory transfer throughout the 10-year negotiation, petition, and appeal process. Over the past decade, both districts have invested heavily in this process with countless hours of staff time and resources. Given that this conversation first began in 1963, history shows us that the momentum calling for a territory transfer by the Sagebrush residents will not dissipate. As seen by the sheer volume of written public comments in favor of the transfer, it's clear that this will resurface again and again, demanding the time, attention, and resources of all parties involved. At La Cañada Unified, we're incredibly proud of our program that facilitates the highest levels of learning while emphasizing inclusion, belongingness, wellness, equity, and access for all learners. Responsible stewardship necessitates district resources fund and support students and programs, not a continued territory transfer struggle that can be put to rest now. A vote today to deny the appeal and establish the Sagebrush territory as the sole voting area is paramount. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Boy, that was well timed.
Well executed.
To the minute. Whoa. Okay, Glendale Unified, you have a hard act to follow on the timing. Okay, that's great. We will now hear from the appellants from Glendale Unified, and you have 10 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon, esteemed state board members and staff. I am Sam Brankowitz, attorney for Glendale Unified School District. Glendale still asserts that conditions 2 through 9 are not substantially met, but there is even a greater reason why SBE should grant Glendale's appeals. There is no educational need for this transfer. It is in the Superior Court case of Birch v. the SBE, which is in Exhibit 268, the court acknowledged that a compelling educational need is a rightful key consideration to justify a transfer. Indeed, SBE has relied upon this exact consideration in disapproving the Coachella USD transfer to Desert Sands USD, and that there was no compelling educational need for that transfer. Staff's recommendation for denial of Glendale's appeal can be summed up as best as saying it's better over there in La Cañada. This will create the, quote, better over there precedent that future petitioners will seize on en masse. On page 3 of the staff report, it states there are no compelling reasons to transfer the Sagebrush territory. Reasons, not even just education, but there are no compelling reasons. But then the staff also say there's no compelling local educational reason to justify overturning the county committee decision to approve the petition in kind of a weird way of looking at that. At page 20 of attachment 1, staff claim that they're in contradiction to what they just said, that there's compelling reasons for denying, there are compelling reasons for denying the appeal because it essentially is better over there. Yet staff write, again on page 18, that CDE finds no convincing academic need, support, or deny this appeal. However, the sense of support and community identity for a transfer promises substantial benefits for the territory transfer students. In other words, it's better over there. As it's better over there, precedent should not be approved by SBE. This would encourage parents to run to wherever it is better. That would be a terrible precedent. There's neither equity nor inclusion in that. SBE's goals should be to ensure all California students get a quality education, not to condone parents to flee to the best districts and leave the others to die on the vine. It is undisputed that both districts provide a quality, good education to their students. It is further undisputed that Sagebrush students are receiving quality education as consistently evident by the Sagebrush serving schools. In Mountain Avenue Elementary, it's a 2023 California Distinguished School, a 2022 California Pivotal Practice Award recipient, and a 2020 Blue Ribbon School. Rosemont Middle School is a 2019 California Distinguished School, and Crescenta Valley High School is listed as one of the top 5 high schools according to the U.S. News and World Report, and is a 2019 California Distinguished School. As SBE has consistently done so before, SBE should continue to require a clear showing of educational need to justify a disruptive and expensive transfer. There is no educational need for this transfer. Please do not abandon this important analytical talisman. It is undisputed that La Cañada Flint Ridge community has spurned Sagebrush GSD students by denying them access to certain community benefits. That is not community identity. Further, SBE should not reward wrongdoers by transferring Sagebrush into a fold of such exclusionists. On page 16 of attachment 1, staff say there's no concrete evidence, quote, concrete evidence that the purpose of the petition is to raise property values. Of course, there would never be that concrete evidence since Condition 8 expressly states that such a provision is disqualifying. No petitioner or petitioner would ever say the primary purpose is to increase its property values. It's the inferences from those circumstances that must be evaluated. And here it is quite clear that petitioner's primary purpose is to raise property values in 3 distinct facts. 78% of the signatories did not have children in GSD schools. 77% of the signatories did not even have children. And third, the Curtis Rosenthal appraisal report concluded that the transfer would contribute a substantial increase in property values. SBE, this board, should not limit its analysis to concrete facts, but the totality of the circumstances. And in this case, the circumstances all point that the primary purpose is to raise property values. Glendale has a by-trustee voting area system that are precisely balanced to maintain racial equality. If this transfer goes through, Glendale will then have to go through another timely rebalancing process to ensure racial equality throughout the district in their board elections. On the election area, if SBE denies the appeal, which I hope it doesn't, CD recommends that the election area be the Sagebrush, the Crescenta Valley High School, and La Cañada High School attendance boundaries. This is definitely better than just the Sagebrush area. However, the area should be all of Glendale because it will be the remaining Glendale homeowners that will bear the bond indebtedness burden if Sagebrush transfers. The bond indebtedness will have to be paid by the remaining Glendale homeowners, and SBE should not endorse a scheme that is contrary to our founding fathers' cry of no taxation without representation. There have been 3 attempts to transfer Sagebrush in the past. And then the most recent one in 1993, SBE granted GUSD's appeal over the staff's recommendation, and in similar fashion, we ask the same here. Lastly, please don't be swayed by the energy of petitioners' boisterous arguments. Please grant the district's appeal and deny the transfer. Thank you. Now I will turn it over to Glendale's board president, Jennifer Fremont.
Thank you. So as Stan said, I am Jennifer Freeman. I am the school board president for Glendale Unified School District, and I'm also the trustee area representative for the La Crescenta, Montrose, North Glendale, and Sagebrush area schools. I am also happen to be a high school assistant principal and have spent my career in public education. And bottom line, there absolutely is no educational reason for this transfer. As a school district, our singular focus is what is best for our students. And this transfer absolutely does not improve educational opportunities for any of our students. Now, while both districts do provide a high-quality education, we've established that, our sagebrush families do have the value-added benefit of having a choice in school districts, and a choice they'll lose if this transfer happens. So as you've already heard, in terms of academics, we both offer rigorous instruction at award-winning schools. You know that our sagebrush students are attending a series of Blue Ribbon and California Distinguished Schools, and they also have the opportunity in Glendale to attend our STEM-focused Magnet-Clark Magnet High School if they choose. We also have, last year at Crescenta Valley High School, we are very proud, so we have to take the opportunity, the LA County Teacher of the Year and a finalist for a California Teacher of the Year. So as a district, we do value choice, and we want every student to enroll in the program that best meets the needs and their interests, regardless of their zip code. So we do proudly offer programs for every student. With our robust dual immersion, magnet, and intra-district permit options, GUSD parents have the flexibility to send their children to the schools that best meet their needs. This commitment to supporting families and student choice is why our board voted in 2014 to allow a permissible boundary to all families living in the Sagebrush area. Any parent living in the territory who wants to send their child to La Cañada schools already has the option to do so. There is no need to change the district boundaries. Right now, the families in the Sagebrush area have the best of both worlds. They have a choice between two outstanding school districts and a wealth of instructional programs. Over the last 10 years, consistently, more than half the families living in the Sagebrush territory have chosen to remain in GUSD, and this year, we have 11 kindergarten families living in Sagebrush area. 10 of them have chosen their neighborhood school, Mountain Avenue Elementary, and one has chosen to move and enroll in La Cañada schools. So this transfer could set a dangerous precedent across the state, as many school district boundaries are not contiguous with their city boundaries and serve multiple cities and unincorporated areas. In Glendale Unified, our current boundaries extend from the city of Glendale through unincorporated La Crescenta, Montrose, and the Sagebrush area of La Cañada. To allow this territory transfer petition to go through simply based on the fact that this area is located within the city boundaries of La Cañada sets a powerful precedent for the future territory transfers. So we are asking that you approve our appeal and deny the transfer. There is no educational reason for the transfer. It's not in the best interest of our students, and it does not fix any real problem. Instead, it reduces the options available to students, and it doesn't provide any additional benefit. Thank you very much for your time, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Ahead of the buzzer. Very helpful. And before we open the public comment, which is about to happen next, we're going to put the public comment slide up again. I'd like to start by clarifying some of the terminology, just so that to better understand the nature of the public comment, and we anticipate as well as to ensure that we understand what CDE is recommending the board do. Here, Glendale Unified has submitted an appeal asking the board to overturn the LA County Committee's approval of a transfer of territory from Glendale Unified to La Cañada Unified. If the board takes action to grant Glendale Unified's appeal, we are overturning the county committee's approval of the territory transfer, which means the transfer will be denied. There's sort of a double negative in the recommendation, so we just want to be sure everybody is clear about that. On the other hand, if the board takes action to deny Glendale Unified's appeal, we'll be approving the transfer of territory from Glendale to La Cañada Unified. And I'd also like to make an additional point. I'd like to start by thanking the members of the public for their high level of interest and engagement on this item. To date, we've received hundreds of written comments, many of which are thoughtful and have raised important issues and concerns. We very much want to hear from as many members of the public as we can. We also need to ensure that the board has sufficient time to deliberate and to carry out its business. So it is possible that pursuant to Title V Code of Regulations, Sections 9522 and 18463, depending on the length of public comment, we may end up asking public commenters to avoid repeating reasons for their positions that have already been stated and simply consider stating their position on the item. that they want us to either approve the appeal and reject the transfer, or deny the appeal and approve the transfer. So we'll see how the public comment goes. And we certainly want to hear from as many people as possible, and we want to hear the reasons and rationales for their thinking as much as possible as well. We're going to open the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment can do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the participant access code on this slide. And in your comment, we encourage you, whether you're in person or calling in, to clarify whether you support the CDE recommendation to deny the appeal and support the territory transfer, or that you do not support the CDE staff recommendation and ask that the appeal be granted, so that we're very clear about the position each one of you is communicating. Are there speakers signed up in person?
There are 12 people signed up in
Terrific,
person.
thank you. Let's hear from them.
Please line up at the microphone as I call your name. Rick Gunter, Jean Hobson, Nick Karapetian, Scott Tracy, Stuart McKinney, and Eric Palladino.
Am I good? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
please. Yeah, please.
Hello, I'm Rick Gunter, Mayor of the City of La Cañada Flint Ridge. Our City Council has often reaffirmed our support for this territory transfer, most recently at our joint City Council District Governing Board meeting last month. I want to highlight one of the unanimously adopted resolutions in support. The territory transfer will result in increased involvement by residents of the subject area in La Cañada activities, events, organizations, and civic life. Our La Cañada civic and educational lives are interwoven. Our youth council is made up of students from all high schools in the city, which does not give the Sagebrush students the same opportunity. Our local newspaper includes stories and photos from each of the 3 elementary schools in the city, which implies that the Sagebrush students are not part of our community. Through our joint use agreements, the city and LCUSD have partnered to provide recreation opportunities to our families throughout the city, but the western edge of our city does not have fair representation here, as they are outside the district. I urge you to support the territory transfer and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Please.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Hobson. I'm a Parks and Recreation Commissioner for the City of La Cañada. The GUSD arguments you have heard today are not new and rejected by both the County Committee and the CDE. They were speculative at best in 2013 when over 360 territory students went to their schools. Since then, over 300 territory students have moved to La Cañada schools. Yet GUSD has shown no evidence of real harm to their district or local schools. So how likely is it that there will be any measurable impact if at most 140 students possibly leave? Highly likely none. However, the benefits of a transfer to territory kids is substantial, as the CDE found. That including the fact that Sagebrush would pay a new $500 parcel tax means that they are the most impacted by a transfer and should be the only ones to vote. So please help end decades of conflict and uncertainty by denying the appeal and setting the election area to the territory alone. Thank you.
I'm Nick Karapetian, one of the chief petitioners of the territory transfer. My husband and I moved to Sagebrush 20 years ago because it was an inclusive and diverse community for us to raise our twins. Years later, when our kids were in GUSD elementary schools, we felt what other Sagebrush families had been feeling for decades. Our kids were on an island, and there was something missing from their education, having a true sense of belonging and being fully part of a community. During the last 10 years, a bridge of sorts, permits, has allowed a generation of territory kids, including ours, the opportunity to attend La Cañada schools and experience a community-enriched and inclusive education. So the CDE saw this value to kids as tangible and important in their recommendations that were written up. They found a territory transfer promised substantial benefits to Sagebrush students. But that bridge is temporary, rickety, and not stable enough to support future generations of students of getting those benefits because permit policies can change at any time. So together, let's build a permanent bridge so Sagebrush students can always access substantial benefits. Please deny the appeal and set the election area for Sagebrush alone. Thank you.
I'm Scott Tracy, former La Cañada School Board member. Glendale is the third largest school district in LA County, 10 times our population, 6 times more students. CDE recommends you deny Glendale's appeal, but then reject LAFCO's default election area with 1,600 Sagebrush voters for one with 30,000 Glendale voters. Why? Quoting CDE, attendance concerns at the Glendale school site level. But today, only 2% of students at Glendale's Rosemont Middle and CV High School are Sagebrush residents, and Mountain Avenue Elementary enrollment remains stable. An expanded voting area with disenfranchised Sagebrush families who clearly have the most at stake due to a $500 parcel tax. There is no legitimate reason to expand this election area. With respect, please honor LAFCO, consistent with your 2020 Wiseburn election area decision, thereby limiting the voting area to Sagebrush families only. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stuart McKinney. I've lived in Sagebrush for 20 years with my husband, Nick, and our twins, who both graduated La Cañada High School and are now freshmen in college. So this transfer is a little less about my family, about our neighbors and future generations of Sagebrush kids. The LA County Committee took 3 years and had a diligent process before approving our petition. The CDE took 18 months to analyze the extensive facts and found that the transfer would substantially benefit Sagebrush children and recommends that you deny the appeal. However, setting an election in an area outside of Sagebrush with 2-to-1 odds of failure is inequitable and unjust. It would create unnecessary tension and division between the La Cañada and Glendale communities, as it previously did during the county committee process. I was part of it, and it got a little ugly and hostile as Glendale spread baseless propaganda to scare their community about having to close schools and firing teachers. Please, do not give the supermajority that surround us the power to decide our destiny. Deny the GUSD appeal and keep the election area to the territory only. Thank you.
Simplify, word of the day. Hi, I'm Eric Palladino, La Cañada Sagebrush dad. My wife and I have 3 kids who have thrived and are compelled to remain in our local La Cañada school, Palm Crest Elementary, walking distance from our home. We love our school in Sagebrush, which is in La Cañada. Address, water, all La Cañada. To me, today, the most important thing will end up being the 3 voting area options the CDE gives you once this goes to a vote. So let's discuss them. Option 1, I call this one makes no sense option. This option gives GUSD a 2-to-1 voting advantage, which would make no sense being that Sagebrush has a 2-to-1 student enrollment in La Cañada schools, not half or more, 2-to-1. So for every 3 Sagebrush students, there are 2 that are currently in La Cañada schools. Why? Because Sagebrush is La Cañada. Then there is option 2. This one I call the option, so let's just move on from this one. We obviously like the last option, option 3, the option I call the common sense option, which only allows the people who actually live in the transfer area, Sagebrush, to vote on the transfer, hence the common sense option. I hope when we simplify and take a step back, you will all see it as the same way as we do. One city, one district. Thank you for your time.
There are 6 more speakers. Please line up as I call your name. Stephanie Fosen, Carolyn Anderson, David Greco, Ingrid Funnell, Darnica Watson, and James Cardinal.
Are we ready to begin? Yes. Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Fossen. I'm a 15-year resident of La Cañada, and I'm currently running for a seat on the La Cañada-Flint Ridge City Council. I'm here to share my support for the Sagebrush transfer and recommend that the voting area be focused solely on Sagebrush residents. I'm hopeful that this board is now prepared to clarify the process by which this issue can finally be settled after lingering unresolved for more than 50 years. As I've spoken with voters in the course of my campaign, Sagebrush residents have often commented on the lack of community cohesion caused by the mismatch of the city and LCUSD borders. Giving these La Cañadans the opportunity to align their school and community lives is the right thing to do. As the board considers the appropriate voting area for this issue, I hope it will look at the disparately large effects this change would have on Sagebrush residents as compared to other stakeholders. Crescenta Valley High School is more than twice the size of La Cañada High School. Sagebrush votes should not be drowned out by those of others on whom this decision will have little impact. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline K. Anderson. I'm the Vice President of the Board of Education of La Cañada Unified. I grew up in the Sagebrush area of La Cañada Flint Ridge. Having lived through the many petitions in the past, I'm grateful to the State Board of Education for recommending that the territory transfer be approved and moved to an election. But I implore you to ensure the election area only includes the most impacted by the territory transfer, the Sagebrush family. A broader election area would allow for skewed results as Glendale voters outnumber La Cañada voters by 2-1. Currently, 75% of the school-age students in Sagebrush attend LCUSD. It is clear that the families in Sagebrush have indicated they are citizens of the La Cañada Flint Ridge and identify with their city community. They share a familiar voice and have a dynamic synergy with their city neighbors who help guide the priorities within LCUSD. I strongly recommend and urge that only the families in the Sagebrush area be the one to determine their own fate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President and Board members. My name is David Greco, and I'm Chief Counsel of Glendale Unified School District, a resident of Glendale and a parent of GUSD. Your staff, I would urge that you reverse your staff recommendation and support the appeal of Glendale Unified. As your staff specifically recognizes, there are no compelling local educational reasons to justify overturning the county committee decision to approve the transfer. And if you follow the staff recommendation, it seems pretty arbitrary for you to just transfer the territory, given that your staff itself is saying that there's no compelling need to do so. I continually hear the argument from the La Cañada folks that it's one city, one district, but your staff also recognized that in LA County, many school districts extend boundaries beyond one city. We also hear a lot about the fact that 200 students have already, or 200 plus students have already gained permits. That's because Glendale Unified has given them permits to release. There are still 200 students, at least within the Sagebrush area, that have not sought permits because they want to be at Mountain Avenue.
Good afternoon, Board President and colleagues. My name is Ingrid Gannell. I'm a member of the Glendale Unified School District Board of Education, 25-year educator in Los Angeles Unified School District. And we've established here today that neither district has better outcomes educationally. They are very comparable. Neither district has denied on any extensive level permits going from Sagebrush students out of Glendale into La Cañada. But what I would like to highlight today is while people are focusing on the Sagebrush students and the Sagebrush territory, Glendale Unified, and this was presented during the staff report, has socioeconomically disadvantaged student percentage of 42.1%, and La Cañada has a 5.3%. I always look at things from an equity and access point, as I did with you, board member.
Your time is up. Thank you, Speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Madam Vice President, board members. I come before you as the new superintendent of Glendale Unified School District. And at this moment, I'd like to honor my esteemed colleague, Superintendent Support. Thank you, Wendy Sinnett. So I'd just like to share a few words. While proponents of the transfer argue for options and flexibility, it's crucial to consider the broader implications. GUSD does not plan to close any schools, and instead it's exploring alternatives to boost enrollment in the La Crescenta area, allowing parents in certain areas to choose their preferred school as one such option. No students would be compelled to change schools. In light of these facts, opposing the proposed territory transfer is in the best interest of GUSD, its students, and the community. It is essential to protect the district's financial stability, maintain educational continuity for students, and ensure that our special services remain unaffected. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Cartnell, and I am the principal of La Cañada High School and the parent of 2 students who graduated from Crescenta Valley High School. I believe in neighborhood schools and believe the fabric of communities is strengthened when students residing in a city can attend their local high school. La Cañada High School is the local high school of the students residing in the Sagebrush area. It is evident that families and students have voted with their feet by coming to us in great numbers. This vote of action needs to be affirmed by the State Board of Education, and you can accomplish this by reconsidering your position regarding the voting territory, allowing the residents of Sagebrush and only Sagebrush to their due process rights in deciding what is best for their kids. The numerous students that have come to us from the Sagebrush share a common experience of finding at LCHS a school that is smaller in number and richer in opportunities and programs, having success in the classroom and on teams and in clubs. Importantly, all the resources of the City of La Cañada focus at LCHS, and I want to thank you for your time.
There is no more public comment in the room.
You want to shift on the phone, please?
Sure. Caller ending in 3917, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I'm Catherine Chang, a resident of Sagebrush with a child who attends La Cañada schools. My family has a profoundly compelling educational reason to attend LCUSD schools. Community identity and civic participation in my hometown community is a significant element of our kids' education. Secondly, LCUSD is extremely diverse, and we appreciate the robust DEI policies of LCUSD. 30% of the population is Asian American, and Asian Americans are people of color, so we are racial ethnic minorities. Finally, if GUSD voters are allowed to outnumber La Cañada voters, then we would in effect be silenced and our votes usurped. This unbalanced voter area would be the very antithesis of fair and equitable and would contradict the enlightened democratic values espoused by the CDE. Good, fair public policy demands an election area encompassing only Sagebrush. Finally, as for the new LCUSD parcel tax accompanying the transfer, we Sagebrush families would be the only people subject to the tax. So why should any other demographic be allowed
Your time is
our
up.
voices?
Next caller ending in 9691, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Nalini Lazowitz, co-petitioner. 150 years ago, Rancho La Cañada was split into lots. It was a checkerboard of straight lines, saving the expense of surveying up a steep natural boundary of Pickens Canyon. There were no families here. It was sagebrush. And that line has been a source of confusion and conflict for decades, dividing neighbors on the same block and even running through the middle of some homes. I'm a proud and active Democrat, and civic engagement has been my primary objective in this campaign. We have about 1,600 registered voters in Sagebrush. If you permit tens of thousands of unaffected voters in nearby Glendale, La Crescenta, and Montrose to vote on our petition, their numbers would overwhelm and delegitimize the election. Please listen to the residents, oppose the appeal, and set the voting area as the default in these cases, the transfer area only. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4054, please start your public comment.
Hello, my name is David Paskowitz, and I'm an educator and parent in the La Cañada Unified School District. I strongly oppose Glendale's appeal and wholeheartedly support the territory transfer of the Sagebrush neighborhood of the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge to La Cañada Unified School District, and we should be united. Sagebrush is home to members of our own community. Our students participate in the same neighborhood sports leagues, enjoy the same community center, worship in the local churches together. It only makes sense for them to attend the same outstanding schools. I encourage the SBE to unite our city to provide our children with the community education that they deserve by aligning the school district with the natural connections that already exist. And if this does come to a vote, it should only include the residents of the Sagebrush neighborhood, not the wider and lopsided region of the Crescenta Valley High School area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8964, please start your public comment.
Yes, this is Pat Anderson. Another key factor benefit of a transfer would be enhanced safety.
Oops, she dropped off. Please call back in. Next caller ending in 9864, please start your public comment.
Hi, I'm Rajiv Dalal. My family with 3 young children. We live in Sagebrush with one of them attending LCUSD on a permit. I oppose the GUSD appeal and support the Sagebrush territory transfer to LCUSD. I've seen firsthand how disruptive it is for students residing in our La Cañada neighborhood community to not fully be part of it, as they currently don't have the right to attend their community-focused hometown schools. This also impacts their ability to fully participate in some of our town's extracurricular activities due to conflicting timing and lack of familiarity with the rest of the children. The challenges directly influence their comfort level, their confidence, and the desire to be part of those activities. Our eldest son has flourished academically at LCUSD, which I attribute to the excellent educational environment fostered by LCUSD. Our sincere hope is that our other two children also will become part of the La Cañada school system to have a similar childhood experience filled with wonderful community involvement and an extraordinary educational environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2528. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Relly Single. As a parent of 3 children who attend LCUSD in the Sagebrush District, we were permitted in. My children are thriving and excelling at their schools. They are now fully part of the community that they live in, and it does not make any sense for them not to be allowed to go to the La Cañada schools. Please deny the appeal and only allow Sagebrush residents to vote because it impacts these families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 3200. Please start your public comment.
Annie Wang Polisco. As a Sagebrush resident who also works and volunteers in La Cañada, I ardently support transfer and denial of the appeal. This is not about property values. We aren't looking to move. We're looking to stay and thrive. My Asian Mexican American children attend La Cañada schools on treasured permits. Transferring local students to a capable district with capacity that has already been doing an excellent job of teaching the majority of them for many years is just practical. If there must be a line drawn as to the election area, it should be drawn where the impact is greatest. At the least, it should not be drawn to predetermine the outcome based on the disparity in size of the two districts. I submit there is no clearer show of community than a decades-long common goal supported by the city schools and residents and passed on from neighbor to neighbor. Individual families may move in and out of the city, but the desire to unify the city and schools is a constant. I urge you to deny the appeal and let the transfer proceed using the default election area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 3528. Please start your public comment.
My name is Deborah Craddock. I attended Palmcrest Elementary School, graduated from La Cañada High School, and am now the Assistant Superintendent for La Cañada Unified. The CDE's report explicitly recognizes the positive impact of a transfer on the sense of community identity for Sagebrush students. This echoes our deeply held belief that the transfer is not merely a shift in school districts, but rather nurturing an environment where each student feels included in our thriving community. As an alum, I can affirm La Cañada is a close-knit familial community, and attending La Cañada schools should be an inherent right for Sagebrush families as they live within the city we serve. I support the CDE's recommendation to deny the appeal. However, the suggested voting area would result in disproportionate representation, with Glendale voters outnumbering La Cañada 2-1. This imbalance tilts the scale unfairly against La Cañada, jeopardizes a fair outcome at the polls, and diminishes the voices of the Sagebrush voters to those of the larger community who are not directly impacted by the transfer. I urge the SBE to uphold the transfer and designate the Sagebrush territory as the rightful voting area. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 6211. Please start your public comment.
Thank you. My name is Floyd Walters. I'm a longtime Sagebrush citizen, and I strongly suggest that you deny the appeal by Glendale and allow the transfer to take place. And then please make my vote part of a fair and equitable election, and make the Sagebrush area alone that of us that will be affected, the voters. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, caller. Next caller ending in 6211. Also, please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Blaine Baggett. I'm a resident of the Sagebrush area. I speak to you from the perspective of having formerly served as the Director of Communications and Education for a sizable aerospace institution in this area, as well as having a son who attended elementary as an elementary student, the Mountain Avenue School, where I'm proud to say he was a student body president and later graduated from La Cañada High School. I am asking you to deny the appeal and choose option number 3. The schools, both educational experiences were excellent. That's not the issue. I think as a parent, I get to choose where I want my son to go to school, not Glendale. Please, proximity is the ability to have a better educational experience. And I ask that you think about that as if this was a decision you were making about your own child. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2671. Please start your public comment.
Chris Kilpatrick, Crescent Valley Town Council President. Our entire community is almost unanimously against the transfer of the sagebrush area. More particularly, one thing to bring to light is the fact that if this transfer occurs, an additional property tax burden will be placed on the entire city of Glendale and the unincorporated area, which I represent, that is presently served by Glendale Unified School District. So at minimum, even if the transfer is approved by the board today, the election area should not be any of the three options. It should be the entire area served by Glendale Unified School District because they are all affected by this. If that entire area is not included, they will effectively be taxed without ever having any say in the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 1979. Please state your name and affiliation. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 1979, please start your public comment. Next caller ending in 3814, please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is David Santiago Speck. I'm the principal here at Palmcrest Elementary School, which is the direct school that most of the Sagebrush students do attend. I'm in full support of the transfer of Sagebrush from the Glendale Unified School District to the La Cañada Unified School District, and I would like to deny the appeal of Glendale Unified School District. These families live just minutes away from my school and are such an integral part of our community. Students in that Sagebrush territory participate in extracurricular activities, athletics, scouting, fine arts, play dates, all of that. And by fully joining our community as a whole, in all aspects, we can further foster an environment where children thrive and are supported by the strength of the communal purpose and shared objectives of the community of La Cañada. So I'd really like for us to embrace the vision of a unified community dedicated to the advancement of our schools. And together, we will pave the way for a future where Sagebrush becomes an integral part of LCUSD and is given the right as a La Cañada zip code to attend La Cañada schools. So we really appreciate your taking the time to listen to this, and please oppose the appeal.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next caller ending in 8964, please start your public comment.
Yes, this is Pat Anderson, a Sagebrush resident. Another key benefit of the transfer would be enhanced safety during emergency or catastrophic events. Pickens Canyon is a formidable natural barrier that creates physical separation between the territory and GUSD schools. The very location and geography of the territory makes it subject to a whole host of natural disasters and challenges to first responders. Communications and coordination affecting student safety would also be streamlined with a unified city school district response plan. In terms of access, Glendale's local elementary school has limited direct access to and from the territory via a single footbridge, while there are multiple access paths from within the territory to the local La Cañada Elementary School. Therefore, for this reason and many others, I ask you to please deny the appeal and support the election area to be Sagebrush only. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8300, please start your public comment. Caller ending in 8300, please begin. Next caller ending in 2536, please state your name and affiliation. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name's Tassie Rip-Bennett. I am a member or a resident of the Sagebrush area. I have a young daughter. She goes to school at a La Cañada school, and I have a baby who I hope will also attend a La Cañada school. We moved here because we wanted to be a part of the community and a part of the great schools. And we really hope that you deny the appeal and support the transfer so that we can be an integral part of the community, and that, my daughter, who's only 9 months old, will have the same opportunities that her sister has, being able to walk to her local school and, being a part of the community and having friends that she lives next door to and goes to school with. So really appreciate you hearing me, and please support the transfer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 6523, please begin your public comment.
I'm Bob Lasowitz, a 20-year Sagebrush resident. I oppose the appeal with the default voting area determined. As to a compelling educational need, I refer to a broad research review by Henderson and Mapp that found a significant positive correlation between school, family, and community involvement and student success. As others have shared, La Cañada is extremely supportive of its district students. I don't feel a connection to the community of Glendale or unincorporated LA County. I doubt those residents are qualified to determine what is best for the students and residents of the Sagebrush area. Not one non-official of Glendale has even spoken here today. In the spirit of local self-determination and appropriate community participation, please deny the appeal and set the default voting area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 1449, please start your public comment.
Hello, esteemed members of the board. I'm Donald Voss, former mayor and council member of La Cañada Flint Ridge. I urge the board to help unite our city by denying the appeal. And I also urge that the election voting area be confined to the directly affected Sagebrush transfer area. To expand voting beyond the sagebrush would run the metaphorical risk of having two foxes and one chicken vote on what's for dinner. Thank you.
What? It's quite a metaphor.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 0993, please start your public comment.
Hi, I'm Jeff Olson, and I'm a longtime resident of La Cañada Flint Ridge and presently a homeowner in Sagebrush. I'm also a CV Falcon, graduated in 1977. Both my kids, hate to say that, but both my kids attended La Cañada Public Schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. I fully support the territory transfer because I've seen firsthand the greater sense of community and belonging that has enriched my children's education. Glendale talks about there being no difference in education. That might be true, but this is about community and kids going to school in their community. Unlike 90% of La Cañada and all of La Crescenta, which is part of Glendale, we in Sagebrush, which is West La Cañada, we're not able to fully participate with our community at this time. I recommend you deny the appeal so all of La Cañada, including Sagebrush, can have the same benefit. As a transfer would result in additional $500 parcel tax for Sagebrush, then we Sagebrush only should be the people voting on this transfer. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 5296, please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Kratz. I live in Sagebrush, and I support the territory transfer. I've heard a lot of comments saying that there's no educational need for this transfer, but I have two words for the board to consider, and that's class size. I have a senior at CV, which is in Glendale, and I have a freshman at La Cañada, and have had the ability to see the two side by side. While I love the teachers at CV, the class size is just too big. I wish that my senior had a smaller classes so that he could have had more quality time with his teachers, while my daughter at La Cañada is enjoying classes that are often half the size of CV's. Every kid that leaves CV for La Cañada is going to reduce the class size at CV. So I don't understand why there would be opposition from the La Crescenta parents to kids leaving for La Cañada. And I can tell you that in just the first semester at La Cañada, I was able to get meetings with my kids' teachers, the counselor, the vice principal, the principal, when issues about classes, illness, social drama have come up with my daughter, and I've never been able to get that at CV because they just don't have the resources.
Next caller, ending in 2911, please start your public comment.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nicole Kurzberg. I'm a Sagebrush resident and a parent of 2 children, one of whom is a rising transitional kindergartner. I agree with the recommended denial of the GUSD appeal and I support approval of the territory transfer. I'm calling in specifically to speak to the potential election area. I sincerely hope you will honor and follow the precedent and default of the election area set for prior territory transfers by setting this election area to the affected Sagebrush territory only, the default and most appropriate choice, giving voice to the students and families who will be directly affected by the parcel tax and on a daily basis at school by this decision. Thank you.
I'm going to, at this point, simply let folks know that we're going to allow public comment until 5:10 and ask that, as we've heard a very thoughtful rationales from people as they've been commenting, that folks, let us know their position. And if their reasons are similar to those that have been stated, we can move on to the next caller so we get as many of them as possible in. There's been some concern that maybe some people are calling back in who've already called, so we do want to ask that if you have called once, we appreciate that, and we feel like we will have heard your comments. So we'll continue with public comment until 5:10 and ask people to be as expeditious as possible.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8395, please state your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Iswin, and I'm the Associate Superintendent of Educational Services in La Cañada and former Palmcrest principal. I have been at LCUSD for 18 years and have realized the impact of this tight-knit community on student success. Research has shown that when students feel safe, valued, and connected to their school community, they are more likely to develop a strong sense of belonging, which in turn contributes to their well-being. In a small high school like LCHS, each student knows all classmates and staff and is known by their name. Our survey data prior to COVID-19 showed 74% of our students feeling a sense of belonging versus 42% of 9 to 12th graders in Glendale USD. A strong sense of belonging in school has also been linked to better mental health and well-being. When students feel connected to their school and peers, they're less likely to feel stress, anxiety, and depression. In conclusion, LCUSD fosters a greater sense of belonging among students, which has far-reaching positive effects on their education and well-being. Please deny the appeal and approve the transfer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 3000, please start your public comment. Caller ending in 8397, please start your public comment.
My name is Karen Hurley, and as the former principal of Palmcrest Elementary, I had the opportunity to serve several students and families from the La Cañada community, including the Sagebrush neighborhood. I oppose Glendale Unified's appeal and strongly advocate for the unification of the Sagebrush territory with La Cañada Unified. The Sagebrush community already within La Cañada boundaries boasts a strong connection with the community through active participation in our local schools, organizations, sports leagues, churches, and various communal activities. Residents of Sagebrush fully engage in the La Cañada Flintridge community as well as the La Cañada Unified School District and contribute to the cultural and social fabric of the city. We all know that students flourish when they are surrounded by peers with shared experiences and aspirations, and La Cañada Unified provides precisely that environment for our Sagebrush students. I wholeheartedly ask that you consider the welfare and future of Sagebrush students supporting their unification with La Cañada Unified. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 6610, please limit your comment to stating your position only.
I ask that you deny the GSUD appeal and vote for the default election zone. My name is Jamie Lusauter, and I'm the Associate Superintendent of Tech Services for La Cañada Unified and former resident and student at La Cañada High. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2122, please limit your comment to stating your position only. Caller ending in 2122, would you like to state your position? Next caller ending in 3879, please state your position.
Yes, hello, my name is Andrew Roach. I live in Sagebrush, and my position is to deny the Glendale Unified School District appeal to fully support the recommendation of CDE and to compliment this CDE staff member who gave his first presentation today, which was phenomenal, and ask also that the board follow a rational basis and limit the election only to the sagebrush territory, as that contains the residents who are most materially impacted by any transfer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2022. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, and please limit your comment to stating your position only.
Hi, my name is Jamie Lee Palladino. I am a mom of 3 children in Sagebrush, and I strongly oppose the GUSD appeal and support the territory transfer. And should we go to a vote, I request the vote be confined to the Sagebrush area only. And I would just like to highlight there are only La Cañada parents here speaking and Sagebrush residents speaking because we care so deeply about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4785. Please limit your comment to stating your position only.
My name is Eileen Bergman. I'm a resident of Sagebrush. I grew up in GUSD from K to 12, and I ask you to deny the appeal and uphold the transfer.
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I have 2 kids on permit in the La Cañada School District, and we were talking about education primarily, and I think you got clarity that there is an advantage, but we have not talked about the entire well-being of the child. That's really critical here in such a small-knit community. So please, I'm hoping that you deny the appeal by Glendale.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4902. Please limit your comment to stating your position only.
My name is Kate Serpulia, and I am a La Cañada Frontage community member, a former school board member, and a 25-plus year professor of education, child development, and learning theory at the local community college. I support the denial of the appeal and support the transfer. I also would ask that the election and the establishment of the election in the Sagebrush territory be only for the residents in that area. This is a small community, and the comments that I was going to make have already been stated, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8760. Please state your position.
Hello, I'm Christine Benitez, a very proud principal of Crescenta Valley High School and a parent of 3 CV Falcons. I'm in support of the appeal, and I just want to, put an exclamation point on the fact that there is no educational reason for the transfer. And I also want to state my position as a board member of the CV Chamber of Commerce, that I know firsthand the inclusion that occurs between both communities. We support La Cañada every year. I have students who participate in their turkey trot, and they support our Oktoberfest and our Montrose Parade and the Hometown Country Fair. We go to the same meetings together. We work together. We love each other. Our communities are together all the time. And I want to continue to support my Sagebrush students, as do all of my other feeder principals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5619. Please state your name and affiliation as well as your position. Next caller ending in 6122. Please state your position.
Hi, yes, my name is Melissa Greenwood, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business and Operations for LCUSD. I support that we deny GUSD's appeal and set the voting area to Sagebrush territory only. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5319. Please state your name and affiliation as well as your position.
My name is Jacqueline Scott, and I am the proud principal of Mountain Avenue Elementary School. Many families that live in Sagebrush choose to attend Mountain Avenue as we are a neighborhood school. We offer such a great, robust academic learning experience. I urge you to strongly approve GUSD's appeal. There is no academic reason for a transfer of territory. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5114. Please state your position.
My name is Reiner Albanesian, and I support CD's recommendation of denying Glendale's appeal and support the transfer. I'm resident in the territory of Sagebrush in the city of La Cañada, and I'm also a parent of Nicholas, a second grader currently attending a La Cañada Unified School District elementary less than a quarter mile away from our home. My daughter Ella will be of elementary age next year, and my wife and I are deeply concerned that Ella will not be able to attend the same elementary school as my son next year. There has been many instances in recent years that siblings have been forced to attend different schools in different districts due to an antiquated transfer petition required by GUSD. Our family moved to La Cañada 5 years ago for the La Cañada School District, and I'm heavily involved in numerous organizations in La Cañada and sit on the PTA board for my son Nicholas's school. Now just imagine, your home is in a small sliver of La Cañada called Sagebrush. Your son takes part in the La Cañada Little League. Your daughter is a Girl Scout at the local La Cañada chapter, but you're not certain that your daughter will be able to attend school in La Cañada due to an out-of-date transfer requirement from the 1960s. In addition, I am not allowed to cast a local vote for any matters related to LCSD due to being in Sagebrush.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next caller ending in 3737. Please limit your comment to stating your position only.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Jeffries. I'm a La Cañada resident and a member of the school board. I support the recommendation to deny Glendale's appeal. I strongly disagree with the recommendation to expand the voting area beyond the Sagebrush territory. I urge you to uphold and defend the constitutional rights of the Sagebrush residents by setting a rational and fair voting area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5549. Please limit your comment to stating your position only.
My name is Christina Tucson. I live in the Sagebrush area, and I have two children who started out in Glendale Unified because we didn't have a permit to La Cañada. They are now in La Cañada and have been so for many years. I strongly support the territory transfer, and I oppose Glendale's appeal. There's significant precedent for that, and I encourage and urge CDE to follow precedent and limit the voting area as they have done in Whitesburn and other cases, and is required by legal precedent to limit the voting area only to Sagebrush. That's the only rational decision. Otherwise, all of the work and all of the decisions that have been occurring and input will be completely undone and not considered because of the imbalance in voting constituencies.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 6444. Please state your name and affiliation as well as your position.
Current parent and resident of the Sagebrush area. My name is Ludwig Manassian. My daughter attends PCR. I am in complete favor of denying the appeal and limiting the voting area to the residents that are affected by this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 0866. Please state your name and affiliation as well as your position.
Hi, my name is Ashley Min. I am a resident of the Sagebrush area who had to change to Rosemont Middle School in 8th grade. And that was really difficult for me as I was new to the community. And I ask that you deny the appeal and support the transfer, limit election to Sagebrush only.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8343. Please state your name and affiliation as well as your position.
Hello, my name is Carrie Hetzel. I'm the principal at Paradise Canyon Elementary School in La Cañada. I ask you to deny the appeal, and I strongly support the territory transfer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 7909. Please state your name and affiliation as well as your position.
I'm Tiara Nappy. My family and I have lived in La Cañada for 25 years, raised our 3 daughters since birth, 2 in college, 1 still at La Cañada High School, straight A students. One thing that hasn't been addressed yet is the bullying that goes on with kids that are from different areas. My oldest daughter was bullied when she was attending Mountain Avenue School, and my second daughter was told that she was going to have to repeat the 3rd grade. And then once transferred, the bullying stopped, and my one daughter advanced on to 4th grade, and my girls are all thriving and doing well in college and getting straight A's. So you could say that it doesn't affect their education and their mental health. It certainly does, and we need to keep our kids in Sagebrush, and I ask that you deny the appeal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks to everyone who's called in. It is 5:10 or a little after, and we do need time to deliberate, and I think we've benefited from hearing all of the comments, and I appreciate everyone who has called in and shared their views. Given that we are going to move on, I'm going to close the public hearing at 5:10 p.m., and I'm going to ask our liaison, Member Escobedo, if he would like to make some initial comments.
Yes, would like to make some initial comments. One, I really appreciate our staff's work on these very difficult matters, right? Going through 9 conditions and researching all of them. And I really appreciate your fine work. I really appreciate Glendale's staff and La Cañada coming here and presenting each side. Definitely appreciate all the community members, preponderance from La Cañada who came in. And it is evident to me that Sagebrush is a very close-knit community, and I really think I'm ready to conduct a couple of motions, if that's okay. And I would like to motion to deny the appeal. I think I've heard enough evidence from both sides that I feel the appeal from Glendale should be denied.
Why don't we? I appreciate your separating the two issues. I think that's a good idea. So we'll take this in 2 separate motions. One motion on whether to deny the appeal, and then we'll come back to the question of the voting area. Do I have a second on that motion? Member Olken, thank you. Any further discussion of the motion? We'll open that up. Yes. Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Thank you, Member Escobedo. I also appreciate everyone who came out today and who submitted a written comment. And having grown up in the greater Los Angeles area, I have deep respect for both communities. I do have a few questions, though, and this is not about any person or any particular thing a person said, but more about the process. And I was wondering if staff could answer a few questions for me. I understand that in 2016, the county committee discussed each of the 9 criteria, and although the staff recommendation had found 5 criteria not met, that the county committee found that a criteria 7 was not met in 2017, excuse me. And then I understand that in 2019, the same committee conducted a vote but didn't vote on each criteria. So can you explain the delay of the 2 years? And I'm asking about this. I know the handbook suggests that each criteria be voted upon separately. But there were 2 other times that the county committee saw this in 1979 and 1991. And I'm curious to know if we know the county committee voted by each criteria in those other 2 instances. I'm looking for consistency and precedent.
Thank you. Yes, so first of all, to discuss the most recent petition and what happened at the county committee level. In 2017, as you noted, the staff report found 4 conditions met, found 5 conditions not met. There was pretty robust discussion among the county committee members, and they took what they later described as a series of advisory votes. But I will say that in my own, review of that hearing, it was not entirely clear. It was not made entirely clear that those were intended to be advisory votes at the time. So they went through, they voted. In that case, of the 9 criteria, the county committee had a majority in support of finding 8 out of the 9 met. There was some pretty robust discussion about those different criteria, and there were several of them where there were board members who did not think that they were met. So the discussion was very thorough. But as part of that discussion, they raised some additional questions that they wanted staff to go back and look into. And it was because of those additional questions for staff that they then didn't take a final action and deferred. And so that large gap of time that you see is because county committee staff were sort of looking into some of those additional issues. So when it came back, they did vote sort of on all 9 criteria at once, which again, our handbook is purely sort of an advisory resource. We make it very clear in the handbook that we're not telling county committees or school districts how they have to operate. We're just giving them sort of the benefit of experience that the department has gained over the years. In terms of the 3 previous petitions, we actually did a lot of research and were unable to find really good records on those previous petitions. So unfortunately, I can't tell you whether there were separate votes on any of those.
If I could just add really quickly, because I think it's really helpful background, but I wanted just to remind the board that while helpful, you don't need to take that into consideration for your vote today, and you do not need to find all the 9 criteria to be substantially met or not to take action to approve or deny. So it doesn't have to be all of them.
Thank you for the clarity. And thank you for your amazing historical knowledge.
Where it's relevant for me is I had read in the materials that the SBE had approved the appeal, so had denied the transfer the last time it came to the board, and that the reason was racial equity, which I believe is criteria 4. And also in the notes, it said condition 4 was not discussed in 2019 at the county committee. And we didn't have the specific data for Mountain View. The last time when we have appeals like this, usually at the district aggregate level, you don't see much change in the racial disparity because the N is so big, the number of students is so big, but it's at the school level where we see larger changes in the racial disparity. And so I think somebody said 25% Mountain View students were students of color, 25% were white students. But the N's are also important because 25% of 4 is 1 student and 25% of 100 is 25 students. So I'm asking these questions for some of that context, particularly given that this has been such a long, on the table for so long, and also that I haven't seen these type of territory transfers. Rarely have they been this large, and also rarely have they ever. Actually, I'm not aware of any that have gone from a place where they would actually lose median home income would actually be reduced. So I have those questions and specifically about that.
If it would be helpful, I have the numbers for the student demographics at Mountain View. I can grab those and let you know what they are.
That would be great. And do you want to do that first, or do you want to take another question first? If one of you can get the demographic data while the other one answers the next question, that would be a very efficient way to proceed, if we could do that. And I have another quick question that's also just a matter of fact, and then I'll go to Member Patillo-Brownson, who has a question. My recollection of the documents that we read on this case was that there was a guarantee that if the transfer were permitted to move forward, that La Cañada would be allowing permits for anyone who wanted to go to Glendale in perpetuity. Did I read that correctly?
Yes. La Cañada has, their board took an action to state that normally an interdistrict transfer is good for 1 year and has to be renewed. And that they would grant interdistrict transfers for sort of the lifetime of the student in their schools.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure because there were different things said about that. Member Patillo-Bronson, and then we'll come back to your question, Member Yashimoto-Tari.
So I have two questions. One is on criteria 4 that we were just discussing. The slide referenced the reorganization of the districts will preserve each affected district's ability to educate students in an integrated environment and will not promote racial or ethnic discrimination or segregation. I think the data that you provided was really helpful on the racial breakdowns. One of the commenters, Ingrid Grinnell, mentioned the larger sort of difference, however, in the socioeconomics of the two districts. So within that criteria listed, is it relevant to think of an integrated environment as being socioeconomically integrated as well as racially integrated?
So I'd like to draw a distinction here between what is required by statute and then what the authority of the state board. So what is required by statute, the statute focuses on race and ethnicity. However, as we've said here, the state board can go beyond the 9 criteria. And so if you have concerns about socioeconomic disparities, you absolutely have the authority to factor those into your deliberation.
The second related question is around the parcel tax that's been mentioned a couple times, and I couldn't find any reference. I just did a keyword search in the documents that we have around the $500 parcel tax, and if you could just, is that an existing parcel tax? Is that something that is on the ballot to come? Is that, people have made reference to it, but I just want to know what that is.
I'm not certain what that reference to. It was not something that came up in our conversations with the districts involved. It sounded, from what I was hearing from public comment, like it is a parcel tax that the folks that are in the sagebrush territory would have imposed on them if they were to move over into the new district. In our analysis, what we looked at was what costs would be shifted onto the remainder of the Glendale School District. And that was, in my presentation, I referenced about a 1.85, right, just under 2% increase in their bond repayments, which is not a set amount. That's it's a specific dollar amount per 100,000 of assessed value. So it's going to rise and fall based on the value of your home. But as far as that $500 parcel tax, I'm not sure what that was a reference to.
But the $2 million is a reference to bond indebtedness that's already been undertaken by Glendale Unified.
The $2 million is a reference to the LCFF funding. LCFF funding is on a per student basis. And so based on that estimate of about 210 students, they would lose about $2 million in LCFF revenue.
And my recollection is that would be the maximum if everybody moved. Was that right? Yeah. Before we go to any other questions, I do want to see if we have the demographic data that was requested available now.
Yes, so I believe you'd asked about Mountain Avenue specifically. Mountain Avenue is currently 55.1% white students, and that comes out to 306 students. And then the next largest demographic group would be Asian students. They're 19.6% of the population. That's 109 total students. Hispanic students would be the next largest population group. That's 15.1% at 84 students. I don't know if you need me to go further down the list, but the idea is that 25%, minority students, 25% white students would end up being roughly equivalent numbers because white students make up just over half of the population at that school.
And that's a school in Glendale.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
This is also a numbers question, and I believe in your presentation you verbally said something about this. When we're looking at demographics school to school, you just gave us some numbers for Mountain View. I thought in your presentation there was a comparison of Palmcrest to Mountain View with socioeconomic as well as ethnicity. Did I understand that correctly in your presentation?
I didn't compare the two schools directly. I just noted that while there's a stark socioeconomic difference, if you look district to district, if you look at just the high school in Glendale, because the high school attendance area sort of encompasses the middle and elementary school areas. That's why I chose high school. That socioeconomic difference is cut roughly in half. So it's still there. It's still a significant difference, but the demographics of that sort of eastern portion of Glendale Unified that's bordering on La Cañada, the demographics start to look a lot more similar to the demographics of La Cañada itself.
Okay, so it was a high school comparison. The high school in Glendale and the high school in La Cañada. That was the comparison?
It was.
No.
La Cañada is a one high school district. So when you're comparing sort of the La Cañada numbers overall, the demographics of the high school match the district fairly well because it's one high school in the district because it's such a small district. But if you compare those to the demographics of the nearest high school in Glendale, that's where you see them starting to mesh up.
Thank you for the clarification.
If I could just clarify one additional point, it sounded like the demographics for the elementary schools that are nearby are even more similar.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. All right. Did that answer your question?
And just super quick ones. One is several commenters talked about safety. If Sagebrush residents are in La Cañada city proper, then fire and police are not Glendale, or are they all county?
They
first responders in an emergency.
Yes. So if there was an emergency in the Sagebrush community, those would be La Cañada first responders. However, there are no schools in the community itself. The nearest Glendale schools are in unincorporated county area. So I believe those would be county first responders if there was an incident on campus.
Now, my last question might be for somebody from La Cañada, which I think is quick also, is several people mentioned that those students in Sagebrush don't have equal access right now to La Cañada's offerings. And I just wondered if that was referring only to students whose parents chose to go to Glendale Unified. There was a reference to the youth council not being able to participate. So I just wanted clarification about who that applied to.
Youth council is a city youth council.
Uh-huh.
So the Sagebrush students in La Cañada have full access. So any Sagebrush student who remains in Glendale obviously does not have full access. But I think the point that the people were making was that there are civic groups that the Sagebrush students don't have access to, even though they're part of the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge, because they're not being announced at the school and there's not that equal communication that gives them easier access. And just for clarification, the parcel tax is existing. And so it would transfer over if the territory transferred.
Did you have a question about that?
Thank you. I just want to note that we're going to be losing some of our members soon. So if this is a question that's essential for your ability to vote, I want you to ask it. But if not, okay, thank you. Oh yeah, we've got people thinking about their flights and needing to get their coats and such. So I do want to give us time to deliberate and have as many of our members present for the vote as possible. Are there any other questions about this first part of the motion, the first motion that is on the table? All right, seeing none, I think we're ready then to do a roll call vote, and this is on whether to uphold the CDE recommendation, to deny the appeal, right?
Correct.
Can you restate what the motion is?
The motion.
I know, but I just want to be clear what the motion is that we're voting on.
Okay.
It essentially says that.
Motion is to deny the appeal by Glendale.
Thank you.
and in essence approve the territory transfer.
Exactly, yes.
You vote aye, you're voting for the territory transfer. You're voting to. No, we're not talking about the.
We're not talking about the election yet.
Just talking about, we're not talking about the election area yet. We are saying it would go to election. It would go to election, yes. Okay.
Are we all clear? Okay, great.
Roll.
So we have the motion by Member Escobedo and a second by Member Olken. Member Ayapan.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis. Yes. Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
No.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri. The motion passes.
So now the second part of the question is around the territory transfer. So, Member Escobedo, you were offering some comments.
Yes, I just want to be clear about the precedent that we've established as a board to keep the voting to the transfer area. And I just wanted to hear from staff, is that correct, that in the past our board has limited the voting to the transfer area?
That's correct. There have been occasions in the past where staff recommended a different area, but to my knowledge, recent history going back at least to 2000 is that the board has consistently gone with the minimum statutorily required area.
Thank you.
Clarify, the main reason is because the territory is larger. That's one of the main things that we looked at. We looked at this independently. And for us, we thought it was reasonable to include other impacted areas that included the attendance areas of those two high schools. It seemed like a rational approach to us, and that's why we included those attendance barriers, because it's such a large territory.
How many of the 200 students that are going to Glendale go to the high school? Do you know how many?
I don't have an exact number, but it's roughly half and half. Important point to note, on the La Cañada side, the high school and the middle school are a combined campus, and then there's the elementary school. And so I believe it's roughly half of the students that are on interdistrict transfers are attending that combined middle high school, and about half of them are at the elementary school level, roughly.
Yes, go ahead, Vice President Glover Woods.
My question is enrollment. I'm going to ask you an enrollment number question and then the electoral numbers. For the two elementary schools that would be impacted by the transfer, what is the total enrollment at Mountain View and what is the total enrollment of students at Palmcrest? That's my first question.
I don't have exact numbers in front of me. It's a little over 500 at Mountain View, and slightly smaller but similar up. Okay. Mountain Avenue is for the current year it's 534, and actually I'm sorry, Palmcrest for the current year is 608, so it's slightly larger.
Okay. My next question is the electorate area, the boundaries for those two schools. Do you happen to know what the number is of actual voters in each of those areas?
We don't, because unfortunately that's not the way that county elections offices divvy up, voters. We're sort of comparing apples and oranges. One is school attendance areas, and the other is trustee areas, which is how they would normally, divide up those numbers. And so the public commenters are correct that we believe that there would be more voters on the Glendale side than on the La Cañada side, but we unfortunately don't have exact numbers.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Patillo Bronson.
Sorry, this may be for the school district. This is back on the parcel tax. So the $500 parcel tax is funding for Glendale Unified or for La Crescenta? I'm sorry.
Please come to the microphone. Thank you.
The current LCUSD parcel tax is for the residents of the La Cañada Unified School District. Does not apply to the Sagebrush residents because they're not a part of La Cañada Unified. So if they were to transfer over, the parcel tax would apply to them.
So it's not a Glendale
new thing, right? Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other Member Escobedo? Did you want to?
I'm fine with questions. I think.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions? I'll just say that, I was persuaded by the notion that the election ought to be closer to the affected individuals, whether that's at the school level or the community, the neighborhood level.
And I agree. And I would like to make a motion to include only the Sagebrush transfer area as a area for elections to take place.
All right, so that's another motion. Member Lewis? Second. Okay, so a motion and a second. Is there discussion on that motion? Around. Hearing none, I think we are ready to take a roll call vote on that motion.
Okay. Member Ayapan?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Escobedo?
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olkin?
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
No.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri?
No.
Motion carries.
Yes, we are. We have completed that item. Thank you, everyone, for both your comments, your feedback, your questions. These are complicated issues, and we appreciate all of the input as well as all of the staff work. And at this moment, we are going to reopen item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft November 2023 meeting minutes and to report on our liaison assignments. And so are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person on the action meeting minutes for November 2023?
There are no public commenters in the room for this one.
Okay. And so at this point, I'll ask if we have a motion.
I move that we accept the minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second? Member Escobedo? Thank you. I guess we need to do a roll call vote on this. Thank you.
Member Ayapan?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond? Yes. Member Escobedo? Yes. Vice President Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Lewis?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Olkin?
Aye.
Member Orozco Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Patillo Bronson?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. And now I want to invite SBE members to report out on their liaison activities that are not related to any items on our January agenda. If you have any spoons left. And we're going to go in reverse. Well, I was going to go in reverse alphabetical order, but remember Yoshimoto Tauri is not here. So maybe we're going to go the other way. Member Ayapan, you have the honors of beginning our liaison
it's just been continued conversation with student board members across the state of California, which has been wonderful. A lot of those conversations have centered around artificial intelligence, generative AI, what that means for education, K-12 education going forward. So it's wonderful to have seen that on the agenda. And the overall essence of those conversations, it tends to be pretty unanimous amongst students and their representatives that artificial intelligence does need to be integrated into curriculum because curriculum needs to be relevant to students' real life, to the real world. That's how you increase student engagement. And I think there's a large sense that when it comes to students cheating and students being academically dishonest, it's because they don't believe what they're learning is important. They don't take it seriously. So I think actually integrating this technology into our curriculums, into instruction and learning material, and using it to enhance everything we're already doing is such a vital part of making sure students are engaged in their learning. Another conversation that has been coming up frequently is that students are getting involved in their school districts, creating lesson plans around the ethnic studies curriculum that's going to become universal across California, which is wonderful to see that students are part of shaping what they're learning, and again, that engagement there. I've continued to meet with student groups and familiarize them with the LCAP process, especially the student component of that. I met with East Side Union High School District's student advisory group, which was great. Something that I'm really excited about, and I've heard a little bit of conversation from student board members about, is voting privileges for district student board members. And I think in New Jersey, one of the school districts just allowed 16 and 17-year-olds to become... Newark, yes. Voting in school board elections. So there's been some excitement around that, and I'm looking forward to having conversations, hearing more what students think about that and how some of that work can be, and that advocacy can be translated into California school districts, how this could impact civic engagement for students, not just with school boards, but also beyond that. So that's something I'm really looking forward to, and I'll keep this short just because it's been such a long meeting. Yeah, that's my report.
We love all the things you've been doing and really appreciate learning about them. Member Escobedo.
Definitely was very light. It was great being with my colleagues, selecting screeners for the reading difficulty risk. It was like so much talent in California, just pretty impressive. And also attended the California Workforce Pathways, looking at the metrics that are embedded in the pathways. I had some rich discussion, and we should have another meeting, I believe, mid-February.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Vice President Glover Woods.
I'll just share about some of the work that's going on with CCEE. Just want to share first that there are going to be 2 convenings in the month of February. One is going to be on the Community Engagement Initiative. That will take place in Santa Clara. Very, very excited to have so many partners from that initiative that will be coming together. And then the second, which will take place mid-February, is the State System of Support convening, also used to be the All Leads meeting. That is also going to take place. Also wanted to lift up that there is a podcast, and it's titled Rising from the Margins. It's a conversation with Inglewood Unified, and if you haven't had a chance to hear it, I strongly encourage everyone to tune in for that as well. It's a really good podcast, really gives a good idea on Inglewood Unified stories, so please, in your spare time, listen to the podcast. And the other 2 things, I'm just going to let you know, there's a couple of tools. There's a Levers tool, which is a self-assessment. There's also a data dashboard and students with disabilities data dashboard that's being worked on. So I have more detail. We're short on time. I won't go into all of it, but a lot of, again, good work happening with CCEE. And the next governing board meeting will be February 29th. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Member Lewis.
I will be brief. Last week, we had the California Subject Matter Project Concurrence Committee meeting, and I'll just give you a couple of highlights from that meeting. First of all, the executive director of the California Mathematics Project provided information about an upcoming equity symposium, affirming and elevating student agency. 2021 through 24, and it'll take place on February 9th and the 10th in Santa Clara. And it's being organized by the Math Project in partnership with the UC Office of the President and the Association of California School Administrators. Their approach over the next 3 years will be a multi-year analysis of work towards racial justice. And their audience, they're targeting K through 12 educators, professional learning providers, and they'll include student panels and a keynote by Dr. Halifu Osmari. I hope I pronounced her name correctly. Professor Emeritus in the Department of African American and African Studies at UC Davis. And we also participated in a presentation by the Executive Director of the PE Health Project and their youth-focused work around student agency across content areas. And they have this PE Health Project that they'll be conducting over the next 3 years, professional development sessions with health behavior as the focus. They're basing that on the fact that there's been a dramatic increase in the number of students who need social emotional support and behavior support. And they did according to this recent survey, some of the practitioners in the field of health and physical education listed mental health as a top need for students. And so they're focusing on that. The year 1 focus will be on the self. The year 2 focus is on mental skills, and year 3 is on student motivation. And that's just a very brief synopsis of what went on in that meeting. It was a full day meeting. There's a lot of work going on with the different project leads within that. If you're not familiar, it's the California Subject Matter Project is composed of 5 different projects and stationed all at different universities, and they perform specific works of more than 80 regional sites that serve approximately 25,000 educators and more than 12,000 school districts annually. So they do a lot of work, and there's a lot going on there. So hope I did them justice with just a brief synopsis of what they have going on. But that concludes my report.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Member McQuillan.
All right. Thank you. Couple of different areas, just a quick update. After the November American Indian Heritage Month, Superintendent Thurman has decided to do some listening sessions to California tribes, and he's going to be rotating around the state, and we're hosting one up north. Those dates will be coming out to give input to the superintendent. On the career technical education, the joint pathways, I also want to add to that the Golden State grant program will be rolling out on the 22nd of this month. That's, I think, a $500 million program where LEAs can apply for those dollars to focus on bolstering those pathways, career technical education pathways, and working with employers and higher education. So another opportunity coming out. On the model curriculum that we've been working on, it's dynamic, that curriculum on the Southeast Asian community, so the Hmong, Vietnamese, and Cambodia curriculum. Really some great work is being done on that. It'll roll out and be completed September of 2024. Lots of listening sessions and consultants and higher education consultants working on that curriculum. And then there's the Native American Studies curriculum also as a part of that. That rolls out September 2025. The same thing, lots of listening sessions. That curriculum will be vetted for the UC, CSU, A through G requirements, and it's a guide where LEAs can adopt that curriculum for their classes. The UC Davis Social Studies will host the curriculum on their website there for all of those 4 different communities. The last thing I want to mention, I do sit on the advisory committee for the UC system, Dr. Drake's American Indian Advisory Committee, And that state committee is focusing on repatriation of some of the sacred items held on some of our UC campuses, as well as the 17,000 ancestors that are in the name of research and science that are held on campuses throughout the UC system, and we're working to get those back to the tribal communities and buried properly, and then to get our sacred items back from those campuses. And some of this has been in the media already, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's really interesting. Member Roscoe Gonzalez. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Member Alkin. Let me get my alphabet correct.
Thank you. So I have a couple quick updates. First, wearing my environmental literacy hat, I wanted to just put out there a quick turnaround on a potential funding opportunity for county offices of education. The CDE invites county offices of education with expertise in providing professional learning to apply to be a lead county office for the 2024 through 2027 California Regional Environmental Education Community Network grant, and that is CREEK. And the CREEK network will assist kindergarten through 12th grade educators with integrating academic content standards with environmental literacy. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's a quick turnaround, and it's exciting stuff. And then also I've been keeping on top of and sort of involved in the climate change and environmental justice program units that are being developed in grades K through 12 in the state. They recently, the project leaders recently did an assessment of where all those units are, and they're on track to be ready for sharing out by the end of the year. So they're right on track, and they have a plan to get to where they need to get to, and it's super exciting work. And then the other quick update I'll give is I'm also serving on the statewide IEP template expert panel with the goal of creating a template for IEP meetings that could be implemented across the state. And we have finished our first complete draft, and we meet next week to review it, get some feedback from attorneys and other important folks, and then figure out next steps to get feedback from the field. So we're really excited about that project, really with the goal of ensuring that the IEP process is something that centers kids and families and is actually a really useful tool for classroom teachers to support the needs of our students with disabilities across the state. Thank you.
Awesome project. Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Well, I'll make mine short and sweet. In my capacity as a liaison for assessment, I don't have any major updates since it was comprehensively discussed in item 3. Nonetheless, I'm grateful for the board's understanding and flexibility in accommodating my remote participation during my recovery from this recent ankle injury, which has allowed me to stay actively involved with all of you. So I hope to see all of you in March.
Terrific. Yeah, and it's been great to have you able to attend this way, so I'm glad that this really worked out. Member Patillo Brownson.
So the consolidated draft report of the UPK Mixed Delivery Quality and Access work group was posted back in December, and there was actually now the public unveiling of the draft as well as the beginning of public feedback. It's actually becoming sort of the meatier discussion as to what can be done now through legislation, through regulations, or through administrative sort of action that doesn't even require regulations. The final report is scheduled for March 31st. So we have we have one more bite at public comment, and then the final will be shortly after our next meeting, and I will leave it there.
Perfect. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, hello.
First of all, to my colleague, Member Orozco, I hope that you're feeling better soon, and I've missed you at this meeting. So I want to, my update is also very short. We did have 375 nationally board certified teachers certify in December here in California. Yes, absolutely. And that is up from 242 last year. So 133 more NBCTs. And specifically, there's one from my community, Heber Elementary School District, Gabrielle Newton. She's a teacher and just certified, and so it's a big deal for our small community, and I hope that a few of my colleagues have signed up, and I'll be supporting them and doing everything that I can, because I'd love to see not only teachers be well prepared and have the performance tasks, which is what National Board Certification is. We were talking about the authenticity earlier today, and it's the portfolio process, demonstrating our learning, making it culturally responsive and relevant to what we're doing. And so if teachers didn't get that in their preparation program, but then they go through National Board Certification, or maybe those of us who did get it, and we go through National Board Certification, we just go deeper and deeper and deeper. And so I'm excited for our profession and the opportunity that California teachers have to get better at what we do, because it's not being perfect, it's about getting better and reflecting. So thank you.
And Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Okay, 2 quick updates. One, on the UpTel, the listening sessions have started. And so February 5th at 3:30, if you want to know more information, email lplo@cde.ca.gov. And then the first webinar is on Tuesday, January 30th, which will be on Facebook, CD's Facebook. And then secondly, good news on the State Seal of Civic Engagement. We had a total of 12,000 seals awarded, which might not sound humongous, but if you think about it, that was an increase of 10,000 from year 21-22. So congratulations to all the students who earned their State Seal of Civic Engagement. Again, 12,500 plus, and to everyone who helped them to accomplish that. Thank you.
Terrific. And I'll just add a plus one more note on that we are going to be having the CCI, the College Career, it may become the CCCI, the College Career and Civic Ready Index, coming back to us shortly. And I know the department is working on a set of forward-looking proposals for us on that. Terrific. Well, thank you all. It's so wonderful to hear all of the good work that's going on. We have one last thing. Don't get up yet. We have agenda item 20, general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included in the printed agenda. And members of the public wishing to provide comment may do so in person or by calling the number and using the participant access code on this slide. So are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person? And I think I see one.
Yes, he's ready.
All right. Good to see you again. Don't forget to give your name and affiliation for the record.
I've been ready for a while. Hello, Happy New Year. Steve McDougall with CFT. One thing I just want the board and CD staff to be mindful of is in the early childhood education workspace, some of which I just heard referenced during board member comments. A lot of those events are happening during the week, during the workday, and I have a committee that I forward those emails to the chair, the co-chairs, and they say, do they expect folks that are doing the work to participate in these activities about changes to the work? I don't know. Also, the practitioners advisory group, you had one actual public school teacher representing hundreds of thousands of teachers. The panel that was approved today, you have only one school teacher, special educator, practitioner on that panel, only one. And who's going to be doing that work once it's fully implemented? I just want you to be mindful about representation of those whose jobs are impacted by changes to their work and having buy-in from them by having folks participate. Thank you.
Very much. We appreciate the comment. Are there any commenters by phone?
No, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you very much. So, given that we have completed public comment and there are no further callers, I hereby adjourn our January 2024 Mammoth SPE meeting at 6 o'clock p.m. Woo! Everybody can catch their planes, trains, and automobiles. And thank you. I look forward to seeing you in March.